What if you could build applications, store unlimited data, scale systems globally, and secure everything without ever buying a single physical server? That is exactly what today's session is all about. Hello everyone and welcome back to this AWS Fundamentals session. In this course, we are not just learning cloud concepts, we are understanding how modern organizations use cloud computing to build scalable, secure, and cost-effective solutions. In the earlier sessions, we explored the fundamentals of cloud computing and how it differs from traditional IT infrastructure. We understood why businesses are moving to the cloud, the benefits of scalability, elasticity, and pay-as-you-go pricing, and how AWS has become the leading cloud platform in the industry today. We also learned about AWS global infrastructure, including regions, availability zones, and data centers, and why selecting the right region is important for performance, availability, and compliance. Moving forward, we covered core AWS services such as compute, storage, databases, networking, and security. We explored Amazon S3 for object storage, classes, lifecycle policies, and cross-region replication. We also discussed database services like RDS, DjangoDB, and Aurora, understanding when to use relational and NoSQL databases. On the security side, we learned about IAM users, group roles, and policies, and how AWS identity and access management helps control permissions securely. We also introduced the AWS CLI for managing services through commands and automation. Then we moved into Amazon EC2, where we understood instances like storage options such as EBS and instant store, pricing models such as on-demand, reserved spot, and dedicated instances, along with advanced concepts like placement groups, metadata, and hibernation. In addition, we covered elastic load balancers, auto-scaling groups, and how they help achieve high availability, fault tolerance, and dynamic scaling based on application demand. Finally, we went deeper into S3 security and encryption, exploring SSE S3, SSE KMS, and SSE C, along with bucket policies, ACLIs, and access control mechanism to secure data effectively. By the end of the session, you will have a strong understanding of AWS core services and infrastructure, security, and scalability concepts that form the foundation for real-world cloud architecture and AWS certification preparation. So before we get started, if you want to build a successful career in the future of AI, this is the perfect opportunity for you. The Applied Agentic AI System Design and Impact Program by Microsoft and Simplilearn is a 10-week live program designed to help professionals master the next generation of intelligent AI systems. This course covers in-demand topics like multi-agent systems, RAG, MCP, planning systems, workflow automation, and agentic frameworks, giving you both technical knowledge and practical expertise. With 40 plus demos, 10 plus guided practices, 7 hands-on projects, and 1 capstone, you will build real-world AI applications. You will also gain hands-on experience with top industry tools like LangChain, Crew AI, AutoGen, Anyten, and LangGraph. Along with that, a joint certification from Microsoft and Simplilearn. The program provides monitoring, live interactive sessions, and career support. If you want to learn how to build AI systems that can think, plan, and act automatically, this is your chance to step into the AI native future. Hurry up and enroll now. The link given in the description box below and in the pinned comments. Before we move ahead, here is a quick quiz question for you. And the question is, which AWS service is primarily used for object storage? And your options are option A, EC2, option B, RDS, option C, S3, and option D, IAM. Comment your answers below.
Cloud computing is nothing but on-demand delivering IT resources over the internet, right? So what kind of a resource is now? Power, storage. What you're doing in on-premises environment, that same thing you're going to use in cloud environment. And that too, user is going to not manage that. User is going to access the resources like virtual servers, or a storage, networking thing. So user is not responsible to manage. Someone is there, behalf of you, they are managing. Just being a client or a user, you are going to utilize the resources. Now, let me take one simple example for cloud concept. Everyone is familiar with the electricity board, right? Electricity board, just being a user, you are consuming the electricity in your houses or offices. And what you are consuming, based on that, you are going to pay for it. You are going to pay for it. You are not going to maintain your infrastructure of this electricity board. You are not maintaining the infrastructure of electricity board. Someone is there, behalf of you, someone is there to manage this. But just you are using the service of that electricity board. So like that, cloud computing also, you are using the service, but someone is there to manage that, right? So now, folks, do you have any idea what benefits I'll get if I'm using cloud computing? Any idea? What benefits I'll get if I'm using cloud computing? Cost optimization, yes. Cost saving, correct. No upfront cost for resources, very good. Shivendra Singh, very good. Tanu Agarwal, no upfront cost. Scalability, very good. Scalability is also one of the benefits. And shall I add one more? So, folks, no need to think about the capacity also. No need to think about the capacity, right? And the very important, pay as you go model. Pay as you go model. How much you're using, based on that, you are going to pay for it. And no need to think about the capacity. Automatically, it will scale up and scale down when it is required. Many services are available, ready to use. Yes. Yes. Dynamic hosting as per the requirement. Yes. Less time to start an application. Exactly. So these are the some important benefits for cloud computing. Now, the companies that provide these services are called cloud providers. So, folks, as per my knowledge, I know one of the cloud provider, AWS. Do you know any other cloud providers in the market? GCP, very good. Azure, very good. GCP is a product of Google. Azure is a product of Microsoft, IBM, Oracle, Alibaba. Very good. These all are the cloud providers in the market. Now, these services are accessible to the user over the internet. So, always how you are using this cloud computing services by using the internet connectivity. So, cloud provider ensure the large scale management of these services. So, now this cloud provider, they can deal with the large, like a tier one company. They can provide a solution for beginners, that to what you call startup. Even cloud providers, they provide a solution to individuals also, right? Now, what is AWS? AWS stands for Amazon Web Services. It's a leading cloud provider which offers over 200 on-demand cloud services. These services are extended to individuals, companies, government based on a pay-per-use model. So now, folks, in AWS, it provides more than 200 services, that too for companies, individuals, government, as per pay-per-use model. Now, what what are the features I'll get in AWS? Why should I go for AWS? What is the reason behind that? The first one is reliability. Folks, even if you have a huge amount of a data or a low amount of a data, always the performance will be consistent. Even when you have the huge amount of a data, low amount of a data, always the performance will be consistent, and that too accurate also. That too accurate also. Now, scalability. No need to think about the capacity, because when I'm getting a high traffic for my application, automatically the resources will be increased. When I'm getting a low traffic, automatically the resources will be decreased. That is the power of scalability in AWS environment. Now, security. Folks, let us consider this is my AWS environment now. And here we have different level. Let us consider this is level 1, this is level 2, and this is level 3. Now, I am providing some security group at level 1. I'm providing some NACL at like level 2. I'm providing some VPC flow log at level 3. So now if I want to make sure that my AWS environment should be secure, at that time I'm providing a different level of a security within the environment. Cost effectiveness. As you know, that pay as you go model. How much you are consuming, based on that you are going to pay for it. Now, what about the market trend? Folks, if you talk about the market trend, So average salary of AWS professional is like $160,000, right? And there is a huge demand of AWS professional. That to 60% of a cloud computing jobs which require the AWS related skill. See, even in the market, you can see there are a lot of opportunities are available. Lot of opportunities are available. There is only one condition: a person should be skillful. Person should be skillful. If you are obtaining a solution architect course, solution architect certification, that means once you complete this course, you are able to decide which particular service should be used in which situation, which option should be used in which situation. So being a solution architect, you know that. So once you'll get the grip on these services, once you'll get the grip on this knowledge, so 100%, you will be hired in the market, right? Now, what are the skills we are going to cover in this particular certification? Virtual private cloud, storage services, AWS security and IAM, identity and access management, and finally container services. So now, why should I go for this AWS Solution Architect course? What is the reason? Now, now everyone heard all the organizations are migrating from on-premises to cloud environment. Not only AWS, I'm talking about the cloud environment, right? So in every organization, solution architect is required. See, might be you people like in the organization, some of the people have the knowledge. Sir, and I know that. I know about the storage service, I know about the database service, I know about the compute service. So I can design the solution. No, that is not possible. If he's not, if that person, he or she is not certified architect, then it's not possible. Sir, I know that. I know that, sir, RDS. So I'll design the RDS architecture. I don't have any issue with that. See, until and unless if you don't have that much of a depth knowledge about the designing, then you can't. Because being a solution architect, you should know that in which situation you are going to use bus table class, in which situation you are going to use standard class, in which situation you are going to use general purpose. So that you should understand. There is one more option, in memory type. That is also one of the strategy. So being a solution architect, you should know that when should I use which particular option, right? Might be you have the knowledge, but do you think I can provide the optimized result? No. So the task of solution architect is providing a optimal solution, that to secure high performance cost optimized architecture, right? And no doubt, being a solution architect, you are going to meet the requirements of current and future business needs, right? What they are expecting today and even what they are expecting in future. By considering that requirements, you are going to design the architecture. And see, solution architect is not responsible to only review the new infrastructure, new solutions. Even being a solution architect, let us consider the organization is already migrated to AWS. Now you can review that and provide the solution. What I can, like how I can improve the architecture. For example, I'm using in one of the EC2 instance T2.micro, but you are working with a huge amount of load. So I can suggest, being a solution architect, instead of T2.micro, I can use T4.large to handle that much of a traffic. This kind of a task, this kind of a loopholes can be identified by only solution architects. Now, learning part. Folks, here in this course, we have 10 modules. You can say that modules or lessons, both are fine. So first, course introduction, core concepts, compute and related features, storage services, VPC networking and content delivery, then database, security and IAM, serverless and application services, monitoring and automation, and finally, container services. Now, folks, how you will define the infrastructure term? Just I'm talking about the infrastructure. How you will define this? As per your knowledge, what is infrastructure? Creating any resources in AWS, setup of services, storage, something that enables us to do some work, hardware, network, DB, setting up the resources, platform with the operating system, related software, setup, compute storage network, how the things are accessible to us, compute networking enabled, resource system application, hardware and networking, software and hardware components. Okay. Machine to deploy network and security. Platform in which ready to run the application. Infrastructure setup in end-to-end, they know environment to run the application. Okay. See, I really appreciate all the participants, those who are given the answers. Perfect. Almost all the answers are right. I really appreciate your efforts, folks. Thank you so much for your valuable input. Almost all the answers are right. So now, by considering, yeah, still I'm getting all hardware and software input in the networking, setting up the computer storage database network. Okay, that's super. So, folks, by considering your inputs, let me explain in a single line, and that too even easily everyone can understand, right? So, folks, can I say that infrastructure is nothing but, can I say that, a combination of software and hardware components? Are you with me? Can I say that infrastructure is nothing but combination of hardware and software components, right? So infrastructure is always the combination of software and hardware components. So now in AWS infrastructure, if I talk, the region is first point. Region. So what is region? Region is nothing but a geographical area where your AWS services are available. Again, I'm repeating, folks. Region is nothing but a geographical area where your AWS services are available, right? So this is one region now. Do you know, folks, how many regions we have in AWS? Any guesses? Any idea? How many regions we have in AWS? Any idea how many regions we have? More than 20? No. No, 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 no. Yes, Prashant. Exactly. Very good, Prashant. Total we have 37. Oh, 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 oh. Yes. Yeah. More than 20. Prashant, 37. It's 38. 38, Prashant. Like recently, AWS is updated one more region. AWS is recently updated one more region. Now it's 38, right? So earlier, yeah, let me take first. Total, folks, 38 regions we have, right? I think recently, within 2 to 3 days, Prashant, this is updated. 2 to 3 days or within a 1 week, this is updated. Now it's 38. Right now in AWS infrastructure, we have 38 regions. And do you know, folks, how many availabilities? Sorry, not availability zones. How many regions we have in India? Any idea? Three? No. Two. One in Mumbai. There are two regions are available. The first one is Mumbai. The first one is Mumbai, and the second one is Hyderabad. The first one is Mumbai, and the second one is Hyderabad. So let me tell you, folks, total 38 regions around the world. And in India, if we talk, Mumbai and Hyderabad are the two regions, right? So as you know, that regions are nothing but a geographical area in AWS, a geographical area where AWS services are available. Now, one more definition. Region is nothing but collection of two or more availability zones. Region is nothing but collection of two or more availability zones. So folks, why it is two or more? What is the reason? Why not one or more? Why it is two or more? Why not one or more? For disaster, for failure, move to another. Exactly. See, if one goes down, if one fails, like disaster occur for this, so second and third is ready to provide the service. So in simple terms, for high availability, always we have two or more availability zone in the region. Right? Fault tolerance, correct. For always, we have two or more availability zone in a region. Why? To handle the disaster, for fault tolerance, for make sure that your data is highly available, right? So folks, if I talk about the availability zones now, what is availability zones? Availability zones are nothing but collection of one or more data centers. Again, I'm repeating folks, what is availability zone now? Availability zones are nothing but what is that? Availability zones is nothing but collection of one or more data centers, right? Then what is data center now? What is data center now? Collection of thousands of servers. Are you with me, folks? Are you with me? Now you can see. First, what is region? Region is nothing but a geographical area where you have the AWS services, right? And what is availability zone? Availability zones are nothing but collection of one or more data centers. Then what is data center? Data center is nothing but collection of thousands of servers, right? Now, how many number of availability zones we have? Folks, let me tell you, earlier, before September 1st, it was 117. Now, if I talk about the infrastructure, 120 availability zones we have. Let me tell you, folks, before September 1st, like it's almost six days completed, 37 regions along with 117 AZ. Now it's 38 regions, 120 availability zone. So recently launched region name is New Zealand. The recently launched region name is New Zealand, right? So right now 120 availability zone, 38 regions. And let me tell you folks, minimum two or more availability zones are always available, right? And maximum 6 availability zone in North Virginia we have. Maximum 6 availability zones we have in North Virginia, right? Now, so I have one question. Folks, do you know what is the distance between these two availability zones? What is the distance between these two availability zones? Any idea? 100 kilometers or more. That's superb. Exactly correct. So folks, it's a 60 miles. 60 miles or 100 kilometer or more. So I have one more question. Folks, why they are keeping 100 kilometer or more? Why they are not keeping within a 5 kilometers or a 10 kilometers? Why? What is the reason? To avoid any natural disaster. Very good, Prem. Disaster recovery. Okay. Exactly, Shivendra. See, exactly. Very good. See, if one of the availability zone affects, if you keep within a 5 kilometers, even that affect to the second also, then there is no use. Then there is no use to maintaining the edges within the range. So that is the reason AWS has decided to keep this different availability zone 60 mile or more than 100 kilometers. Always they maintain the distance, right? To avoid the disaster. Correct. Exactly. Right. So folks, this is all about the basics of AWS. I hope it's clear to everyone. Can I get the quick confirmation? I hope everyone clear with this. Basics of AWS infrastructure. That's super. Thank you, everyone. Thank you so much for your quick responses. Thank you so much. Now, in the next slide, you are going to see what I discussed just now here. Okay, AWS infrastructure. As you know that it's a global cloud infrastructure that offers the unmatched security, broad reach, and reliability. As a cloud platform, it features over 200 services supported by data centers worldwide. Now, what is a region? We are talking about the region, right? A region is correspondent to geographical area housing the multiple availability zones. Each availability zone comprises one or more separate data centers, as I discussed in the first slide itself, Availability zones are nothing but the collection of a data center, each equipped with the sufficient power, network setup, reliable connection within the distinct zones. Right? That is the reason they are maintaining the distance between the two availability zone to maintain these data centers. Now, what benefits I'll get if I'm using this particular AWS infrastructure? What I'll get here? So, folks, if I talk about the benefits of AWS, in that the first one is scalability. So now, folks, scalability is one of the major advantage of AWS infrastructure, right? AWS will provide a ability to quickly increase or decrease the resources to your application as their requirement, as their need. And even it enables your organization to manage the cost effectively while managing and maintaining the performance and efficiency, performance as well as the efficiency. So now, folks, this particular feature is beneficial for the organization. They experience a variable workload. Sometimes the traffic is high, sometimes the traffic is low. In that situation, scalability will support more, right? Now, reliability. So, folks, when it comes for the reliability part, AWS has a strong track record. Strong track record. That too, if I talk about the architecture itself designed in a way that to deal with the disruptions, and even it ensure the high availability and continuous functionality. What exactly it means? It means that AWS can provide uninterrupted services even in the event of network failure or any natural disaster. Right? Now, security. Folks, in security, you can say that it delivers the high level security through its firewall. So, folks, let me know what is firewall from your side. What what you have the knowledge about the firewalls? Do you know any? Do you know about the firewalls? If you are aware about this, let me know the answer. Protective layer to protect the application server. Network security, restricting incoming outgoing traffic. Very good, Riju. To control the inbound and outbound traffic. Very good, Prem. Set of rules using network. Yes, Pradeep. Something control the access from the external sources, similar to NSG. Okay, so folks, let me explain about the firewall. See, I want to clarify one thing also. As I got the input, more than 90% participants are fresher, right? So that is the reason I'm explaining some of the new terms. As I clearly specified, I'm going to start from scratch, that to basics to intermediate to expertise. As per your input only, I'm explaining the terms which are new to you people, right? So why I'm explaining this, don't think that sir is explaining two basic terms. Sir is explaining firewall also, encryption is also. Sir is going with these two basic terms. There is a reason behind that. What I got the input, that is the reason I taken the input. More than 90% of the participants are fresher. That is the reason I am explaining these basic terms also, right? So those who are already aware about that, don't think that sir is taking too much basics. It's required to remaining 90%. That is the reason. Okay. Yeah. What is firewall? Okay. In simple terms, what I got the input from you people, can I say that firewalls are nothing but filters? Are you with me? Can I say that firewalls are nothing but filters? Then I'll add which filters your incoming and outgoing traffic. Are you with me, folks? See, I'm using simple terms. Even those who are from non-technical background also, they can easily understand. Right? What is firewalls? Firewalls are nothing but the filters which filters your incoming and outgoing traffic. Right? Now, the next term, encryption. Any idea about encryption, folks? Encryption. Any idea? SSL is one of the method, Gopinath. One of the Type of encryption. But what is encryption? Protection of data. Agree, Pranit? To change the data to unreadable format. Acceptable, convert a data to non-readable format. Perfect. See, if I talk about the technical definition for the encryption, encryption is a process where I'm going to convert from plain text to ciphertext. Converting from plain text to ciphertext. It's a technical definition, right? Sir, I'm not understanding what is plain text and ciphertext. Let me take a level 2 definition. Now, encryption is nothing but converting from encoding or doing the encoding and decoding. Sir, this is also not clear. Let me take one more definition. Level 3 definition. Folks, encryption is a process from readable form to non-readable form. Readable form to non-readable form. First, converting plain text to ciphertext, encoding to decoding, or sir, these two also not clear, then readable form to non-readable form. This is third definition, right? So there are different definition. Finally, the goal is same, but I'm using more simple terms to understand clearly. Unreadable and not understandable text. Yeah, readable and non-readable. That is also fine, right? Same thing. Readable on non-readable form. Now, IAM capabilities. So, folks, identity and access management by using the IAM, where you can decide who can access what, that you are going to design by using IAM services. Fine. Now, next is performance efficiency. So let me tell you folks, performance efficiency is one of the key attribute of AWS. Now, it has the ability to run your services efficiently in a cloud platform. So now it can scale according to the need of your traffic. So what it means? What it means? It can handle a high volume of a traffic without declining a performance. And even it ensures the smoother operation and user can get a best experience, right? Vimal Singh, IAM is nothing but identity and access management. It provides a access control to AWS resources. That we'll see after 1 hour. Again, I'll revisit. Okay. Now, flexibility. So AWS allows the selection of your preferred operating system, programming language, and databases. So now AWS is given this authority to you people. So you can select your operating system. If you want a Windows operating system, you can go for it. Mac, Ubuntu, then Fedora. Which operating system do you want? You can select that. Then programming language. You can go for .NET, Java. You can go for .NET, Java, Python, Ruby, Rails, and even more. What do you call? Different runtime engines are available for us, right? Now, cost optimization, folks. Cost optimization is all about a pay as you go model. How much you are consuming, based on that, you are going to pay for it. Here, cost optimization, pay as you go model. How much you're consuming, based on that, you are going to pay for it, right? Now, here you can see in AWS infrastructure, we are increasing the agility and decreasing the complexity and risk, right? Accelerate time to market. So, folks, now you can see that right now in the market, there is a trend. Everyone, only they are talking about the only one technology. What is that? Everyone is talking about only one technology in the market right now. AIML, right? Artificial intelligence and machine learning, right? NLP, natural language processing. So now AWS is providing a solution to all kind of workloads. And even what we are talking about, the AIML, artificial intelligence, machine learning, right? So now AWS is also provided some machine learning services, artificial intelligence services, like we have Sega Maker, Bedrock. These are the services what we are using. So as for the market, what market is expecting, and that too what clients are expecting, AWS is providing a solution to them, right? Now they are talking about the AIML. Now they are talking about the NLP, natural language processing, right? Now they are talking about the different kind of things. So as per the market trends and as per the client's request, even AWS is providing a solution. Every day AWS is updating. So what I got the information just now. Every day AWS is updating itself. Like last week when I was taking the session, it was 37, 117 availability zone. Now, now September 1st, AWS was released a new region called Newsland, right? Along with the 3 availability zone, total 120. Now, let me tell you folks, the upcoming region, Saudi Arabia, KSA, and the Germany, I think, yeah, KSA, Saudi Arabia, and I think one Germany. They are planning within 2026, they are going to launch the new 2 regions. So every day AWS is updating the infrastructure. Even we don't know. That's the reason sometime in some of the trainings where it comes for the counting, like count values. For example, there is a concept called point of presence, edge locations. There are 700 plus. I use the term because AWS is updating every day. I know that the specific value is 740, but every day updates are going on. That is the reason I'll clearly specify 700 plus. Might be it is 40, might be it is 50, might be it is 60. That is the reason. That is the reason. AWS is providing a solution to all the customers, not only restricted to particular domain. As per your requirements, now everyone is talking about the AI, ML. We have the services called Bedrock, Sega Maker, right? So even they are providing a solution in the AWS environment. Now, increase innovation. Folks, when someone is managing your infrastructure, behalf of you, then you will get the sufficient time to think something innovative. Like what your client is given the requirement. Based on that, you are satisfying the condition as per your client. But what I can add something new where I can make my client happy. So these are the features. These are the features what I added from my end. So you will get some sufficient time to think something innovative things because your infrastructure will be managed by someone else. And now being a developer, you can think, hey, I can add this one, I can do this one. So as per the client requirement, if I add this, so it will be very much helpful. So you will get a sufficient time. Then scale seamlessly. What it means, folks, as I clearly specified in the benefits, no need to think about the capacity. When you are expecting high traffic, automatically it will be increased. When you are getting low traffic, automatically it will be decreased. Now, how we are reducing the complexity and risk? First, optimizing cost. As you know that pay as you go model, how much we are consuming, based on that we are going to pay for it. Then minimizing security vulnerabilities by providing a security at different layer. For example, this is at EC2 layer. Those who are aware about the terms, they can understand. So right now, no need to worry about these terms. So I'll give the security at EC2 level. I'll give the security at subnet level. I'll give the security at VPC level. So there are different layers we have, right? So just for your understanding purpose, just you can take level 1, level 2, level 3. So you can give a security at different layers where you can minimize the vulnerabilities. And folks, the final, reduce management complexity. How? You have to answer. How we are reducing management complexity? How we are reducing management complexity? How? AWS to manage resources. AWS is managing the many things on our behalf. No infrastructure management, maintenance. What about the other participants to improve all enhance the process and services? Hardware complexity and failure is reduced. How? No infrastructure issue to be handled by the management. Exactly. Exactly. So, folks, as I clearly specified in the first slide itself, there is no user direct involvement. There is no user direct involvement. Someone is there to manage your infrastructure behalf of you. So, because of that reason, you are going to reduce the management complexity. The management headache will be totally taken by AWS. So, no need to worry about that one. No need to worry about that one. So AWS will take care about that. Okay, that is nothing but reducing a management complexity. Okay, folks. So this part is about some AWS overview. Let's move on to the next topic called core services. So, folks, before starting this point, let me have a quick reminder to you people. Folks, in the day, like a day in the life of cloud architect, in that they are specified 4 core services. How many of you remember? A day in the life of cloud architect. In that slide, they are specified 4 services. Compute, network, database. And the final one is compute, database, storage, exactly, networking, right? So these are the important services in AWS infrastructure, right? In that core services, you can see that the core services of AWS. So now, folks, let me tell you one thing. In this core services, in this particular topic, I'm going to discuss only introduction. Only introduction. Why I'm specifying, not only in this session, in every session, I'll get the multiple inputs. Let us consider. Let us consider if I am discussing about the storage. Here I have S3, EFS, EBS. Sir, what is the difference between EFS and EBS? What is the difference between S3 and EBS? Sir, what is the difference between S3 and EFS? So there are different storages we have. That is the reason I'm not saying that like you are going to ask, but it happens in every session. Every session. What exactly it is? Many participants are excited to get the every detail within the single session. Let me tell you, folks, compute is module number 3, DB is module number 5, sorry, 6, storage is module number 4, and networking is module number 5. This is 6, 3, 4, 5, 6. Right? So let me tell you, folks, compute, database, storage, networking. This is third module, 6, and storage is 4th, networking is 5th. Let's move on to the first, yeah, services, core services. So here we have the variety of services like compute, storage, database, developer tools, IoT, and even analytics, security, networking, management, mobile, enterprise application. Right? Now, folks, Arun, whether I have explained what is storage and what is database? Arun, whether I have explained what is storage and database? Are you with me, Arun? Then let me complete that. Then we can discuss the differences. If you don't know what is database, what is storage, then how I can discuss the differences. Let me take first. Then we can go for differences. Okay. Now, folks, first we have compute. So what exactly the meaning of compute here? Anyone? Compute. Compute means what? How you will define computer? Okay. Calculation, number of processes, CPU time, processing and running logic. Perfect. Okay, simple term. Can I say that compute is all about processing? Can I consider compute is all about processing? Right? So compute service which offer the secure and resizable computing capacity in the cloud, simplifying the web scale computing for developers. So folks, here AWS is provided a secure and resizable computing capacity. That means resizable. How much you want, as per your requirement, you can do the compute task. You can process your data, right? So this is very much helpful for the developers, right? So folks, in AWS environment, we are using the term called instance. Instance. Some people we call it as VM, virtual machine. Instance is fine, virtual machine is fine. These all are the compute resources. Instance, virtual machine, servers, everything is a compute resources. Now, let us consider this is my on-premises server. Okay, and this is my EC2. This is my EC2. Folks, this is my on-premises server and this is my EC2. Let me give one scenario to you people now. You all 52 participants are my network engineers, right? And I don't know anything. I'm your client. I want to design one server. I want to design one server. I want to design one web server. Let us consider I want to design one web server. So how you will take up this task? Being a 52 network engineers, let me know folks how you are going to take up this task. I'm your client. So how you will start your work? My requirement is I want to design one web server. So it's up to you how you will take up this task. Let me know. When you go for any of the project, which is the first task? Very good, Raju. Which is the first task? Are you going to ask which operating system do you want? What is the first task when you go for any of the tasks? Everyone is directly going for the estimation. See, the first thing is requirement. First thing is requirement. What you are expecting, what your client is expecting. First, you have to understand. Then you can select, oh yes, hardware, whatever you want. Okay, let me consider requirement first. Then next, what is the next step? Okay, yeah. For how many user you want, which operating system you want, like what are the things, like what are the which operating system. Okay, can I call this entire configuration part? Can I consider this entire configuration part? Hello everyone. First is, okay, requirement, then configuration. Okay, fine. Right. Okay. Then how much time you want? All my network engineers, please give my product as soon as possible. How much time you want? Yeah, that only. Deadline means how much time you want. So you have to tell, right? You all are my network engineers. How much time you want to design this? Surbhi, do you think is it possible to complete within 1 day? Do you think is it possible? Okay, usually agree with you, Krishna, based on the requirement. Let us consider. This is my server. So usually how much time you want? 1 week. Agree, Aditya. Agree with you. Let's take 1 week. Okay. 1 week. Okay. Let us consider my server is ready for 500 people. Okay. For 500 users. Now, suddenly there is a huge hike in the traffic. Suddenly I'm getting 1,000 as a users. So what will happen to this particular web server? What exactly happens to this server? So the server will crash or slow down or a low latency. Correct. Overloaded. So what is the solution? What is the solution? Need to increase the server. You have to add the resources. So when you are using load balancer, Aditya, and other participant, those who are given the answer, when you are using load balancer, when you have multiple system, are you with me, folks? Folks, when we are using load balancer, when you have multiple system, if it is a single machine, then how you can use the load balancer? So what is the solution? What is the solution? Scaling, how? Exactly, Jyoti, but how? How? So can I say that CPU increase? Can I say that additional configuration? Adding additional configurations? I see whether it is a CPU, RAM, anything, right? Adding some additional configuration. Then again, there is a upfront cost. That means you have to invest again. That means you have to invest again here, right? But if I take the EC2, launch the instance, select the operating system, select the security, right? Then create an instance, and here you can launch the instance, right? This is my EC2. So my EC2 is ready within 2 minutes. And folks, when I'm getting the high amount of a traffic, automatically the resources are increased. When I'm getting low traffic, automatically the resources are decreased, right? So this is totally pay as you go model. How much you are consuming, you are going to pay for this. Elastic Compute Cloud. This is one of the compute service, a compute service. Harsha, Elastic Compute Cloud, it's one of the popular compute service, right? One of the popular compute service. That's why we are using the term instances virtual machine for EC2 only. Clear, Harsh? Okay. So now just you create an instance. Here you'll provide the operating system, softwares, EBS, security, everything. Now EC2 is ready, right? When I'm getting a huge traffic, automatically the resources are increased. Automatically the resources are increased. When I'm getting low traffic, automatically the resources are decreased. So which one is the best fit? Which one is best fit? Pranit, it depends on the situation. That will see the different scenario in next sessions. So which one is better, folks? Which one is better? EC2. You can launch EC2 within 1 or 2 minutes of a time and only pay as you go model. How much you're consuming, based on that, you're going to pay for it. Right? Now, exactly. So what are the key features? It empowers user to control their computing resources, a complete control with a user. They operate under pay as you go model. How much you're consuming, based on that, you're going to pay for it. It allows the user to the boot new server instances within a minute. You can launch your servers within 1 or 2 minutes of a time. Right? They enable quick scaling to meet the changing computing requirements with quick and easy configuration of the service. To meet the quick change of a traffic, there is a concept called auto scaling group, right? Where multiple EC2 instances are available with the single group. So as per the demand, it deals with the traffic, right? That we'll see in future classes. No need to worry. So what are the different compute services we have? You can see EC2, Elastic Compute Cloud, ECR, Elastic Container Registry, ECS, Elastic Compute Service, Elastic Kubernetes Service, Lightsail, Serverless Application Repository, Lambda, Fargate, and even Batch Elastic Beanstalk. So these all are the AWS compute services, right? Now, yes, Gopinath, correct. Okay. So, folks, these are the compute related services. Okay. Now, let me take the next type called storage services. So, folks, now a storage service, I hope you explain the context when and where to use in the compute service in the module discussion. Correct. You are absolutely correct. And that to every feature. Every feature. Every feature in which situation, what feature should be used. Everything. That is the reason I clearly specified it's an introduction. I know that every participates all are very excited to get the information. in a single day. I'm talking about in general, right? In every session, not only this session. Like if I talk about more than 100 sessions, this is the same scenario. So that is the reason I'll clearly specify. See, even if I'm also the participant, I'm not saying that it's wrong. Even if I'm also the participant, I'm also very excited. Agree with you. But let me take one by one, right? Okay, now let me take to the next service called storage services. So folks, what is storage as per your knowledge? What is storage? In simple terms, capacity, okay. Can I say that it's a place where I'm going to store the data? It's a place where I'm going to store the data, where you can store data means any kind of a data, right? Now, so this storage offers a secure, reliable, scalable storage solution for a data in AWS cloud. And that will provide the high efficiency, availability, durability, and performance. So let me tell you folks, there are different types of and that two popular storage types we have. The first one is object storage. Then second one is file storage. And the third one is block storage, right? So there is a popular service in object storage called S3, where you are going to create some buckets, right? S3 is a popular object level storage, right? So here you can store any kind of a data and that too unlimited, where you can store images, video, audio, photo, anything, any type of a data you can store here. And that too, it's a unlimited storage. Folks, this is unlimited storage, right? So what is the main use case here? Especially we are using for backup purpose, log storing purpose, where I can store unlimited data, right? So this S3 is integrated with many other AWS services where you can store and retrieve the huge amount of a data, right? Now, if I talk about a single use case, that only I'm discussing use case. If I want to take the backup of any data, I can go for S3. If I want to take the backup of any data, I can go for S3. If I want to store some log details, a continuous log details which are generated from a different services, you can go for S3. If I want to store some IoT devices data where it generates continuously, at that time I can go with S3. Got the point, Jitnesh? Right? Now, file storage. So folks, file storage, here there is a popular service called EFS, Elastic File System, which is scalable, shared file storage. So now let me tell you folks, what is EFS? See, this is EFS. This is EFS and these all are EC2 instances, right? So now EFS is shared file storage that can be accessed concurrently from multiple EC2 instances. Again, I'm repeating, this EFS can share with the multiple EC2 instances, right? So now, because of this reason, this is well suited for the applications which required a shared storage, right? If you are familiar, let me take where I'm using. For example, I'm using in content management system, right? Are you people familiar with the content management system, CMS? CMS? S? Okay, mixed answers. Okay, let me take another example. Are you people, I think this one everyone is familiar. Are you people familiar with the development testing environment? Development testing production environment, right? Let me take the example of development, right? Let us consider here developer 1, developer 2, developer 3, developer 4 are working for the same software. But this first developer is working on first module, he is working on second module, and he's working on third, and he's working on fourth. And finally, the data will be stored in this shared file system. Are you with me, folks? This is the example for EFS. Are you with me, folks? How this EFS can be used in development environment, right? Now, block storage. Block storage, here the popular service is called EBS, Elastic Block Storage. Right? Folks, it's a persistent block level storage value. It's a persistent storage. This is my EC2, just a minute. This is my EBS. Okay. So folks, EBS, Elastic Block Storage, is a persistent block level storage. So now you can attach this EBS volume to EC2 instance. Again, I'm repeating, folks, this EBS volume you can attach to EC2 instance. Now, this EBS is suitable for the application, for example, database, data intensive application, or let us consider if I want to install the operating system at that time. If I want to install the operating system for this compute instance, so at that time I'll install in EBS value. Why? Because here I'll get the low latency, high IO operations, input output operations. So that is the reason I'm going to install my operating system in EBS. Now you can ask, sir, why we can't use with the EFS? See, here we are not in this, we are not attaching with the EC2, but here we are attaching this elastic block storage. Once I create the EBS, I'm going to attach with this EC2. That is the reason it provides the low latency, high IO performance. So your installation of operating system, database, or what you call some of the low latency applications, at that time you can go with the EBS. Yeah. What is block? All the data, let us consider this is my storage. So in EBS, all the data will be stored in terms of blocks. All the data will be stored in terms of block, and no need to modify the entire document. If it is a one document Zenum, no need to modify entire document. If it is a particular part is there, then you have to modify only that block. AWS will take care about that one. Okay. Okay, folks. Right now, when I'm using this EBS, what are the use cases? Let us consider if I want to install my databases, or if I want to install my operating system, at that time I'll go with excuse me. So at that time, I'll go with EBS, Elastic Block Storage. Long form of EFS is Elastic File System. EBS is Elastic Block Storage, right? So now it allows the user to store, access, and analyze the data to reduce the cost, increase the agility, and accelerate the innovations, right? So it can be broadly categorized into object storage, file storage, block storage, and even backup and data migration. These are also types, but backup, if you want to, it's like optional. If you want to take a backups, whenever you want, you can take a backup into the backup services. And data migration, if you want to migrate from on-premises to AWS, at that time, you can use the data migration services also, right? Now, so what are the major services in storage? ES3, EFS, Elastic File System, FSX for Windows, Lustre, Elastic Block Storage, then backup, Snow family, transfer family, then data sync, storage gateway. So these are the services which are related to storage now. Okay. Now, next is database. So what is database, folks? What is database? Any kind of a data, any kind of a data. There is no restriction, Riju. Any kind of a data. Images, audio, video, photos, anything. Okay. Yes, what is database? Place where store the data. Then what is the difference between database and storage now? Kiran, as per your answer, where you are going to store a data. But in storage also you are doing the same thing. Then what is the difference? See, my question is, someone has given the answer. In storage, here also we are storing the data. Do you think in database we are storing the data? Agree with you, storing the data, but apart from that, Okay. Someone has taken the question. Sir, what is the difference between database and storage? He's with me now? He's with me now? I think Arun, right? Database may be used to maintain the regular business. Yeah, Arun. Now let me give the definition for a database. Database is nothing but collection of related data, right? So now it offers the comprehensive selection of purpose to build the database suit for various applications. So AWS is provided a solution for the different requirements. As per your requirement, you can select your databases, right? And as per the Arun question, sir, what is the difference between storage and database? Some people are given the answer. Some people are partially, it can be considerable. How is storage pricing calculated? It is based on the amount of data file we store. Yes, Harsh. Yes, Harsh. Based on how much amount of data, and it depends on the storage, that too. For S3 it is different, for EFS it is different, for EBS is also different. Based on that, you are going to pay for it. Harsh. Okay. So what is the difference between storage and database? Right? See, storage is nothing but, Arun, in general, let me tell you, storage is raw place. Storage is raw place to keep your data. Storage is raw place where you are going to keep your data like files, object blocks. But database, organized storage management system with querying capability. Are you with me, Arun? Organized storage management system along with the querying capability, right? So here, the nature of database is you can store structured, semi-structured, structured, unstructured, semi-structured data, right? You can use the schema, you can define the queries, right? You can define the relationship among the objects. That is database. Now, storage is all about just you have to keep the data safe and retrievable. So here, we don't provide any query, relationships, indexes, nothing. Clear, Arun? I hope you got the clear picture. Okay. Shivendra Singh, storage is like a blank paper, like ABD. Database is like counting 1 and 100 written on the 10 columns. Okay, considerable. You can say that, right? So now, yeah, that is the reason I taken a time. Let me explain what is storage, then database, then we can do the differences. So that is the reason usually once I'll complete the part, then only I'll take up your questions, right? Okay. So now, but to retrieve a data from storage, we also need to query it, no? But you are not doing any queries like a database. Zanam, you are not, are you doing any query by using SQL in a storage, in a file storage or in an object level storage? Are you doing any queries? Zanam, are you using any queries to retrieve the data? No. But if you want to retrieve the data from any of the database, at that time, you have to use queries. Okay. So now, folks, these database services are fully managed. Fully managed. So when the term comes fully managed, everything will be taken care by AWS. Even updating, patching, provisioning, everything will be taken care by AWS. No need to worry about these databases. Fully managed in the sense, updating, patching, provisioning, everything will be taken care by only AWS, right? And this is scalable and highly efficient also. Now, database services, some features. So here it provides the different databases like key value database, in-memory database, graph database, time series database, ledger database. There are different types of databases are available. Now, they support a multi-region. That means more than one region in all the 38 regions. Multi-master replication. That means in all the 38 regions, you can perform read-write operation. That is the replication. And even which offers the control over the data. Now, complete control will be user is managed. User will be taken care by the entire complete infrastructure of a database, right? And what are the services are available? RDS, Redshift. Ledger is also one of the type of database, right? DynamoDB, Elastic Cache, QLDB, Neptune, Keyspace, DocumentDB, right? So these are the different database services which are available in AWS environment, right? So now, folks, before moving to the networking services, yeah, that only I'm discussing, Harsh. So it's up to you. Shall I take, this is the last service of core services. So now, folks, what is networking? As per your knowledge, what is networking? Let's take the input from you people. What is networking? Connection of resources. Connection between the source and destination. Okay. Any other answers? Connection between the multiple sources and destination. Okay. Can I say that, folks? Can I say that networking is the concept where I am going to establish the connection between two devices, two or more devices to share the resources. Again, I'm repeating. Networking is the concept where I'm going to establish the connection between two or more devices to share the resources. Are you with me? Are you with me, folks? A simple definition which establish a connection between two or more devices to share the resources, right? So now it offers a broad set of networking services that provide the essential security features and robust network solutions. In that, these services isolate the resources. There is a service called VPC, Virtual Private Cloud, which isolate the resources. Let us consider this is Gopinath VPC. This is Santosh VPC. This is Deepthi VPC. And this is Karan VPC. Now, see, no one without Gopinath permission, no one can enter to this VPC. Without Santosh permission, no one can enter to this VPC. Without Deepthi permission, no one can enter to this VPC. Without Karan permission, no one enter can to this VPC. That is the reason we are calling it as a isolated area. VPC is nothing but it's an isolated area. No one can enter without owner permission. If you deploy every services will be deployed in the VPC only. So being a owner of that VPC, you are going to decide who can enter, who can not enter, right? Then encrypting data. So in AWS, folks, AWS supports AES 256 algorithm, advanced encryption standard 256 algorithm to encrypt your data. And there is a one more service called KMS, Key Management Service. It's a centralized repository which maintains a cryptographic keys for encryption as well as decryption. Right? Now, AWS provide the private connection to AWS global network. So what kind of a private connections, like which connections you are going to call it as a private connection? Is this VPC establishment between the regions? If you want, you can do that. But if you want, you can do that. There is a concept called VPC peering. If you want to do the relationship, you can. If you want to make a relation, like if you want to peer the two VPCs, that is possible. Now, if I want to provide the private connectivity, which connections you are going to call it as a private connection? Folks, can I consider VPN? Can I consider VPN as a private connections? Can I consider direct connections? Direct connections, then we have site-to-site connections, VPN, direct connect, site-to-site, all are the examples of a private connections. Exactly. Exactly. Now, what are the features? It offers the highest network availability with very few downtime hours due to networking issues. And it provides the global coverage of how many regions? How many region, folks? 38. And how many availability zones? 120. That's super. It provides the coverage of 38 regions along with 120 availability zones. Now, these are the services in a networking: VPC, gateway, CloudFront, Route 53, Mesh, Cloud Map. Then we have direct connect and VPN connections. So these all are the networking services which are available for us. So there is a page called AWS Infrastructure where you can see all the regions, If you see here, just a minute, yes. Now you can see these are the available region, US region, North Virginia, and here Europe span, Zurich, London, Europe. So these dark circles are already available regions, and these are upcoming regions. Now you can see a Europe upcoming region. Yeah, let me show you. Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, upcoming region. And here, if I talk about the India, there are two regions. First one is Mumbai, and the second one is Hyderabad. Okay. So, folks, I am sharing this link with you people. So, global infrastructure, you can see the information, everything, even 38 like regions, 120 availability zones, 700 plus point of presence, 43 local zones and wavelength zones. So local zones are nothing but a single digit, which provide the single digit latency to the customer. So local zones are not available in all the availability zone. Only selected local zones are available. In every region, we don't have a local zone, and wavelength zones are specially designed for 5G purpose. Wavelength zones are specially designed for 5G purpose, right? So now, folks, let's move on to the next topic called account setup. So now, folks, if you want to access the AWS services, first thing is required account. So now, folks, can anyone help me out how to access the Gmail account? I don't know anything. Let me know how to access the Gmail account. In internet, type gmail.com. Okay, go to gmail.com. First, create account. Go to Gmail portal. Okay, next. I'm in Gmail. What should I do next? Using credentials. Directly credentials, Jitnesh. Okay, let me take jitnesh.com. Sorry, disney@gmail.com, and I'll put the password. Are you able to log in? No. First, we have to register. For that, first username, first name, middle name, last name, recovery password, right? Mobile number, everything, personal details you will fill. Then you will get the username and password. Right? Now, sign up process is only one time. Then you have to log in. By using the username and password. You are able to log in. So like that, in AWS also, there are two types of account we have. First is root account, and the second one is IAM account. IAM user account. Let me tell you, folks, by default, root account have the access to all the AWS services. By default, root account have the access to all the AWS resources. Now, IAM user have the access only what you specify the policy. For example, S3, that means you can work with only S3. If you attach IAM policy, then this person can work with only IAM. If you specify RDS, that means this person can specify only RDS service, right? So here you will get a complete control, a more granular permissions you can assign here if it is required, right? So now, how to create a root account? Same procedure like our Gmail. First name, middle name, last name, password recovery, mobile number, alternate email ID, everything. The only difference is here you have to put debit or credit card details. Now AWS will take a token amount, debit one token amount from your account. So once your account is verified successfully after 24 hours, again that token amount will be credited to your account, right? So folks, now if you go to the AWS console, you can create a root account. So within the root account, you are going to create a IAM users. Within the root account, we are going to create a multiple IAM users, right? Now, might be you have the question, sir, whether we have to create a root account now? No, don't go for it. If you ask my suggestion, don't go for creating root account in the AWS console. Why? Let me tell you the reason. See, just now you have started the journey of AWS. So Simplilearn is provided a labs to you people where you can practice n number of a time. There is no restriction. So first, practice here. Practice here. Once you are perfect, then I'll suggest you to go for creating a root account in the AWS console. See, in the Simplilearn environment, if you, because just you are a beginner, if you leave one of the service, like let us consider you have left one of the service active for 24 hours, you don't need to pay because it's a personal environment. Automatically the resources will be deleted. But if you do in the same root account, you have to pay for that 24 hours. So to avoid the unnecessary bill payment, that is the reason I am saying don't go for it right now. Once you are done, like once you are done, you are perfect. After 1 month, please go ahead. Please go ahead. Once you complete 1 month, sir, I have a grip on the AWS console, then please go ahead. So why I'm giving the suggestion to avoid the unnecessary charges. You have started the RDS. Sir, I want to learn RDS. Okay. But if your RDS is active for 24 hours, you have to pay for it. So that is the reason first practice in Simplilearn environment. After that, you can go for personal account. It's my suggestion. No, sir, I want to work on that only. Then it's up to you. So my concern is to avoid the unnecessary charges. Only one concern. No, sir, I want to work in this. Then please go ahead. Okay. So one thing I want to specify here, folks. Even AWS is also given a clear input about this. Don't use your root accounts for day-to-day activity. Don't use a root account for day-to-day activity. Why? If something went wrong, if the credentials are compromised, then you are gone. So that is the reason for a day-to-day work, create IAM users, provide the more granular permissions. They can work on that. And don't share the credentials with others. That is the reason, right? Now, how we are going to perform this creating account? AWS console, just type www.aws console, then here click on create account, then continue, whether it is personal or business account, provide the personal or company information, accept the agreement, and create account and continue. So here it asks for billing information, verified, provide the PIN number, mobile number. Then by default, one basic support plan will be available. It's like a customer care, right? Basic plan will be available. Now, if you want some advanced plan, you have to pay for that. Advanced plan, you have to pay for that, right? There are different plans we have. So based on that, you have to pay for that. Once everything done, your account will be activated. Your account will be activated, right? So folks, if you create an account in AWS console, the account what you create is called free tier account. Free tier account is valid for 12 months, right? And within this 12 months, you have some services with this free credits like EC2 instance, 750 hours, S3 bucket, 5 GB. After 5 GB, 750 hours, you have to pay the extra amount what you have. This is free tier account. There are three types of account we have. The first one is 12 months free tier, always free. There is no restriction, but even we don't get any services here for a free, like what we are getting in 750 hours, 5 GB in free tier, right? Now the next one is short-term trials. So let us consider Pradeep is one of the developer. Pradeep is one of the developer for one organization called ABC, right? Now AWS is released a new service called Bedrock. Bedrock. Pradeep is very interested to see this service, Bedrock. Now he'll request to AWS, hey team, can you give me credentials of this Bedrock service? I want to work on the, can you give me access to the Bedrock service, not a credentials? Can you give me a access to the Bedrock service? I'm a developer. I want to know and understand this service. Okay. AWS will give a response to the Pradeep. Hey Pradeep, you can use this Bedrock service for 7 days. They'll provide access to Bedrock service for 7 days, right? So understand the service and let me know if you face any difficulty. So we are calling it as a short-term trial. So for 1 week, Bedrock service will be provided to the customer Pradeep, a developer Pradeep, right? Now, let's move on to the AWS management console, our lab environment. So now here, once your lab is successfully loaded, you can see sign-in link, username, and password. So let me tell you, folks, always in every session, every time the sign-in link, username, password will be changed. Every time it will change, right? And let me tell you, this particular labs are active for 5 hours. Now I was started when I was like at sharp 8:30 itself, right? 8:30 or 9. So these labs are active for 5 hours, right? So now once the 5 hours completed, you can start the lab again after 1 minute. Let us consider you are done with the 5 hours. After 1 minute, you can launch one more time the labs with the new credentials, with new sign-in link, username, and password, right? So what it means, when it completes the 5 hours of a time, all the resources, what you have created, everything will be vanished. All the resources, what you have created, everything will be vanished. All will be deleted, right? So once you start again, it starts the new fresh session, right? That is the reason you can practice n number of a time. There is no restriction. So here AWS Solution Architect Associate with services are required. These are enabled for you people. And we all are IAM users. Being a trainer, I am also one of the IAM user. We all are IAM users, right? Now let me copy the sign-in link. Paste it into the new tab. No, Jignesh, you can't. The services, what you are using, it's not possible to store that. Okay. Now let me take username and then password. So folks, I hope everyone got the idea what I did just now. I copied the sign-in link into the new tab and then copied the username and username section and pasted this particular password, username section, password section, and then click on sign in. And once you enter to your AWS console, the first thing is you have to check in which region you are working. Right now, you can go for North Virginia. Let me tell you the reason why we are selecting North Virginia region. Folks, the reason is this is pre-cooked environment for you people. Only North Virginia region is enabled. Again, I am repeating, sir, I am located in Pune, so let me use Mumbai region, sir. You can use in personal account. But this is pre-cooked environment where only North Virginia region is enabled. Sir, I'll use Oregon or Mumbai, Osaka or Singapore, Sydney, Tokyo. No, you can't use. Only North Virginia region is enabled. So once you enter to your AWS console, first make sure that whether you are working in North Virginia or not, first you have to check. Folks, again, I'm repeating the first task once you enter to AWS console, you have to check whether you are working in North Virginia or not. Then you can proceed. Okay. Now, here you can see all the services. Sign-in page is still loading. Okay. Why, Jitnesh? Have you copied the sign-in link? Jitnesh, you got the credentials, username, password. I hope you got the credentials. You got the credentials. Okay. Okay. Just copy and paste it. Just copy and paste it. It will take time. Sometime it will take time. Sometime it will take time. No need to worry. See, just copy the URL and paste it in the new tab. Once a page uploads, you can put on your username, password, then log in. Okay, no need to worry. No need to worry. Only North Virginia, because this is pre-cooked environment. There are a lot of regions are available. Every region have the different costing. So it's a practice purpose. So that is the reason you can work in only North Virginia. Okay. Now, folks, I request other participants, Arun and other participants, leave that part. Please concentrate on this demonstration now. Okay. So it will load. Don't worry. It will load. So leave it now. Okay. So please, yeah, Jignesh, Jyoti, then, yeah, Gagandeep, everyone please concentrate here. Yeah, Ashutan, it will take time. It will take time, like 1 or 2 minutes of a time. Once it loads, you can try one more time. Okay. So now folks, here you can see in this AWS console. Okay. So now here you are able to see all the AWS services. All the AWS services. Now let us consider compute. So here EC2, Image Builder, Elastic Beanstalk, Global View, Lambda, Lightsail, all the services are available. Now let me take database, SQL, RDS, the DocumentDB, DynamoDB, Elastic Cache, Key Spaces, MemoryDB. Then networking, gateway, app mesh, cloud map, CloudFront, data transfer, direct connect, global accelerator, right? Then, okay, networking, storage, backup, EFS, disaster recovery, FSX, recycle bin, S3, Glacier, and even more. So these all are services what we are going to use in AWS environment. Okay. So now, Jindesh, Gagandeep, please leave it. For timing, please, for 2 to 3 minutes, leave that part. I'll come to that and I'll resolve. Don't worry. Just allow me 2 to 3 minutes. Let me complete this demonstration. Then I'll help you to how to resolve that one. Okay. Please allow 2 to 3 minutes. Let me complete this. Now, Jitnesh and Gagandeep, please concentrate here on the demonstration. Otherwise, you will miss this. Okay. So now, here you can see search option. If I want to search this specific service called ES3, just type that service name. And here you have to, here you are able to see the services. If you want to bookmark this, just click on this. Now the service is available. If you want to remove from the bookmark list, you can remove this. Okay. Now, after search, here we have Cloud Shell. Cloud Shell is nothing but a built-in command line interface. Built-in command line interface. If I want to interact with the AWS services by using CLI, at that time, I'll go with Cloud Shell. Okay. Now, next notification, help, support, then settings. This is for regions, right? And now let me show you. Here you can see. Excuse me. So folks, here you can see, even I am also IAM user. Vimal Singh, Cloud Shell is nothing but built-in command line interface. If you want to interact with the AWS services by using AWS console, Cloud Shell, at that time you can go for Cloud Shell. Again, I'm repeating, if you want to interact with the AWS services by using commands, then built-in command line interface is available. That is Cloud Shell. Okay. Now, here you can see I'm also an IAM user. Right? So here you will get the account details for this account. Then organization. If you want to go for multi-account environment, then there is an option called organization. Service quota. That means every services has some limit. For example, IAM users. Within the single root account, you can create up to 5,000 IAM users. So like that, for every service, we have some quota. That is limit. Okay. Then billing and cost management. So let me show you. Billing and cost management. Folks, a very important part, let me tell you, billing is one of the crucial service in every organization. Billing is a very crucial service in every organization. That is the reason no one will get a billing access. Only the a respective person who is working on the billing, they'll get the access. Again, I am repeating, folks, billing is one of the service, a crucial service. No one is having access for that, right? Because it's related to financial part, only the respective person who is working on that, he'll get the access. So now you can see, but let me explain what are the fields are available in the billing. Now you can see cost summary, month to date cost here, and last month details, like a current month forecasted cost for a current month, then last month total cost. And folks, let me tell you, here you will get the detailed breakdown for that particular month, how many services are active, in which region, when it was started, when it was end, and how much it was charged. Everything you will get a detailed information. Everything you will get the detailed information, right? Now, if you see here, there are different tabs are available. Let me take which are very important. Bills. If you click on bills, you are able to see, like if I want to view the bill of last 6 months, 1 year, 2 year, you have to select the year and particular month, then a bill will be generated for that particular month now. Then payments. Let us consider you want to do the AWS account, like AWS account, you have to pay. Now you have the account code 123 and you want to pay for this. So you can add the payment method here like credit card, debit card, and UPI payment using the Google Pay, Phone Pay also you can pay your AWS bills. Then credits. So folks, credits are nothing but which is provided by AWS. Like for a free tier account, 750 hours for EC2 and 5 GB for ES3. So how much it is remaining, everything you'll get the details in a credit option. And whenever you're using any of the services, you will get the purchase order. For every services, you will get the purchase order. And the very this is also very important for the optimization of a cost explorer. Folks, when you click on cost explorer, you will get the detailed information. If you want to optimize the cost, then cost explorer is a tool where you can go for it, where you'll get the detailed information, right? So this is for total cost, average monthly cost, service count, how many services you are using. And here, it's like a dashboard. It's like a dashboard, a systematic graphical representation will be provided, which if you select any of the particular month service, here a detailed graph will be provided for which service, how much it is utilized, in which duration, everything you will get the detailed information. And here, cost and usage breakdown. And even you can download this as a CSV file, Excel file. Now, when which service, in which region, when it was started, when it was end, and what are the charges. Even you can download the Excel sheet. You can download the Excel sheet. That is also possible, right? So this is all about the cost explorer, folks, and this is all about the billing part. So why we want billing? So billing is the tool where you are going to pay your AWS bills, right? So where you can organize and report your cost and usage by using AWS Cost Explorer. Then you can manage the consolidated billing for the member of AWS organization. So let me tell you, folks, there is a service called AWS organization where you can manage a multi-account environment. Here you can manage a consolidated billing. Consolidated billing. Right? Let us consider this is ABC account. Within the ABC account, here we have a different employees, right? And you will get a consolidated billing within the ABC. So these are the accounts and these are the charges. Folks, I'm not sure, but there is a one telecommunication industry which provides one plan, one family. I think it's Airtel, right? Only one bill will be provided for entire family. Are you with me? Airtel, right? So Airtel, one bill will be provided for all the family. So like that here also, for ABC organization, I can do the consolidated billing, where every users along with the cost you can see here. So as I discussed just now, all the tabs, these are the features which just now what I discussed in the console. Managing AWS account, where you can view the bills, you can manage the payments, Google Pay, cards, everything. You can manage the purchasing orders. Then you can manage the cost by using the cost categories. Then you can manage the payment profile, right? Then a consolidating, like consolidating billing organization. Let us consider this is ABC and here are the employees. The first employee is called Jitnesh, then Batu, then Santosh, then Kiran, right? Then Barun, then Shivendra, then Rupesh, right? So like this, in an organization, there are multiple employees we have, and every account is charged, and you will get the consolidated bill for that. Fine. Now, okay. So now, folks, there is something called AWS support. By default, as I discussed, a basic plan will be available. If you want some advanced plan for that, you have to pay for it. So can I say that this support is like customer care service? AWS account one means one root user. Account one means first root account. Shivendra, first account is like a root account. After that, all the IAM users, right? Yeah. Can I say that customer care? Do you think these support people are like a customer care people? Are you sure? Do you think this? Yes, it's a technical support, folks. It's a technical support. How we can say that a customer care people? How we can say that customer care? These people are technical people. That too, they are well qualified, well trained, who is going to provide a solution to you people, right? So, no doubt, folks, these people are providing a solution to customer 24 bar 7, right? So now AWS supports provide the variety of plans to access the tools, right? And even expertise to support the success and operational health of AWS resources. So always 24 bar 7 access to the customer service. Let me tell you, folks, if customer is not ready, customer is not ready to accept the answer, they'll provide some documentation. This is the reason we have the document. This is the right answer. Documentation, technical paper, and even support forms. Support forms, right? Now, here we can see there are different plans we have: developer, business, enterprise on ramp, enterprise. And these are the scenario, like what are the practice checks, advisory best practices to check, like technical support, then case severity, then programmatic case management, then proactive programs and self-services, like AWS managed services, training, pricing. So pricing is also different in every model, right? So there are different pricing also. So now, folks, see, some people are using, like Riju is using 499 Geo plan, Pradeep is using 999 Geo plan, right? Then Santosh is using 1050 Geo plan, and Karan is going to use 2000 plan. See, it's up to you on which requirement. So as per your requirement, you are going to select a plan. So I can't say that, hey Rajiv, why you are using 499? I can't say that, hey, why Sandeep, you are using 2000 plan? Hey Karan, why you are using 999 plan? Like that, folks. This support plan is also, it's up to you. Which plan do you want? Sir, I don't want plan. Why you are discussing? Okay, fine. Go with the default plan. No need to worry. So here, the different plans are given based on your workload. So now, folks, how you are going to understand? How you are going to understand? Like if I consider our Geo mobiles. So, folks, once you complete 50% of a data, you will get the notification. Once you complete 90% of a data, you will get a notification. Are you with me? I'm talking about the geo telecommunication. Once you complete 50% of a data, you will get the notification. Once you complete 90% of a data, you will get the notification. You are completed this much of a data. Now, here in AWS also, you can set. Let us consider this is my EC2. This is my EC2, a compute service. What I am putting the threshold value, if my EC2 crosses $200, then it should be notified to the Kiran. Kiran is a user, right? So once my EC2 crosses $200, I'm going to set the alert. The EC2 CPU utilization this. Now when it is crosses, a user will be informed by using email. Are you with me, folks? What is that billing alert? Right? So now you can see here AWS billing alerts, which allows user to monitor the charges on their bills. So now user can set up an alert to receive email notification when the estimated charges reaches to the specific threshold value. Once it crosses the $200, your EC2 instance, right? So through email, it will be informed to Kiran. Hey Kiran, your EC2 is successfully crosses $200. Take some proper action. You can specify the action. If you want to do the automation, once it crosses the $200, whether my EC2 should be stopped or terminated, you can do that one also, right? So, but here, just I'm putting the threshold value $200. So Kiran have to take the action on that, right? Kiran have to take the action on that. So how to set this billing alerts? So just now I completed. Go to AWS billing console here, and once you'll get the billing dashboard. So at the left side here, we have the billing preferences. So click on receiving billing alerts and save the preferences. Once you add this email ID, you will get the notification, right? So this is all about the billing alerts. So now, yeah, Prem, are you going to share these slides? We can go through the contents once again, and especially for support plans too. Prem, this is already available in the material section. Everything is available, Prem, in the material section. Okay. Yes. So now, folks, a simple question. How you will define delegate? What exactly the delegate term? How you will define? Waiting for your responses, Subhashis. Shane, waiting for your responses. Giving same rights to other in your absence of on their console. Nupur, only in absence. Only in absence. To perform certain action for someone else's behalf. Acceptable. To delegate the access to another person. Perfect. Okay, who could work on behalf of you on demand. Correct. Person chosen to take the decisions. Not decision, to take task. Role-based access, like a proxy someone. Okay, let me take one simple example, folks. Now the class is, a live session is going on. So I'm a trainer, I'm taking this session. Right. So what I'll do now, I'll inform to Vishwanathan. Okay. So being a trainer, I'm busy in taking the session. I'm continuously busy in taking the session. What I'll do now, I'll delegate my authority to Vishwanathan. Hey, Vishwanathan, can you take attendance for today's session? I'm busy. I'm busy in taking the session. Can you take the attendance? So Vishwanath is ready. Sir, sure, I'll take the attendance. So what I did just now, I delegated my authority to Vishwanathan. Hello, everyone. What I did now? I delegated my authority to Vishwanathan. Now Vishwanathan is the right person to take a attendance. Right? Suddenly, Shane will come into the picture. Suddenly, Shane will come into the picture. I'll take the attendance. Do you think Shane is the right person to take the attendance now in this scenario? Do you think Shane is the right person to take the, like, Shane is the right person to take the attendance? No, because I have not delegated the authority to Shane. I have given the authority to only Vishwanathan. Right? So Shane is not a right person to take the attendance because he don't have the authority. Only Vishwanathan can take the attendance because I have delegated the authority. Right? So like this, folks, now delegate access to the billing console. So now you know that AWS account owners can delegate access to specific IAM user that need to access or manage the AWS billing and cost management data for AWS accounts. So now, as I discussed, billing is one of the crucial service, right? So now everyone don't have that billing access. So now you are going to delegate this billing access to IAM user. Let us consider this is your ABC organization, right? So now here we have, okay, let me take admin. Okay. Preeti is admin. Preeti is admin now. Okay. So now, folks, in this company, we have 100 people. Do you think this 100 employee work can be performed by only one employee, that is Preeti? Is it possible? This 100 employee work can be completed by only one employee. Is it possible? No. That is the reason we have delegation. Even every user have the responsibility, right? No. So that is the reason here we have Vishwanathan. Okay. Then we have, next is Jignesh. Jitnesh. Then we have Nupur. Okay, next we have Kiran. Okay, fine. So now Preeti is administrator. Preeti is administrator. Now being a administrative account, or let us consider she is having access of root account. And now she is delegating authority to others. Vishwanath can perform S3. Jidesh can perform KMS. Nupur can perform EC2 task. And Kiran can perform billing task. So here we are attaching some policies, like we are giving the authority to Vishwanathan. Preeti can access all the AWS services because it's a root account. Now Vishwanathan can access S3. Vishwanath can't access KMS or EC2 or billing, only S3. Same thing, Jidesh can't access S3, EC2 or billing, right? So even Kiran is also can't access S3, KMS or EC2. Kiran is responsible for only billing. So the domain, what they are provided to this employee, they can work on only that place. So now Kiran is responsible to access only billing information. So how to access, how to delegate the authority to this Kiran user? So there are 4 steps. The first one is you have to enable the access. Enable in the sense, for billing, IAM user and role should be accessed. First, you have to enable. Then create a policy. Now, no need to create a policy. Already, policy is defined by AWS. We are calling it as a managed policies. Already policies available. Now, who is user? Kiran. Just attach this policy to Kiran. Now check by using the IAM user credentials. You can check. You can test the access by using the separate username and password. You can access the resources, right? With the current IAM access we have in LMS, shall we able to access all the services? No. No. But to only the Solution Architect Associate course related services. Clear? We all are IAM users. What I have the authority, only even you have the same authority. Clear, Battu? Okay. So now, folks, yeah, let me ask one thing, folks. Actually, this IAM concept, usually I'll discuss in module number 7 in detail. Module number 7. If you are interested, because everyone is very active, everyone is responding for every query, do you want to see this in the lab? How we are going to assign a delegate authority to other user? Do you want to see that? Okay, so no need to go in depth. Again, I'm repeating because usually I'll discuss in module number 7. No need to go in depth. Let me show you. Okay, just you have to go to the IAM user. IAM. So this is my IAM dashboard. So now let me create a IAM user. Okay, so right now let me create a user. So who is responsible for billing now in our scenario in ABC organization? Vishwanathan, Preeti, Nupur, Jitnesh, Kiran. Okay, let me consider as Kiran. Okay, now folks, it asks, do you want to provide access to AWS console? Yes. Yes. And do you want to use auto-generated password? No, I want to use custom password. Let me give the name called Kiran at 123. Show password. Right? Now, user must create a new password in next sign in. Do you want to give the authority to Kiran to change the password? No, I don't want to give the authority. Why should I give? Let's click on next. Right. So no need to worry about these 2 options. We'll see in module number 7. Just for your demonstration, I'm considering this. Attach a policy directly. So folks, which policy do you want to attach? Can IAM user create another IAM user, or only root can create one IAM user can create another IAM user if you have the permission? Shivendra. You can. Shivendra, you can. If you have the permission. So which permission do you want to attach, Kiran? Hello, everyone. Billing. Just type billing. So folks, no need to create. It's already available. It's already available, billing policy, right? Select this and click on next, right? So now review it. And once I'll create a user, folks, you will get the error. Like here, user is created, but with few errors. Let me show you. Folks, Kiran user is created with few errors. See, if I don't have authority to access the billing information, then how I can assign this policy to someone else? Are you getting the point? Folks, if I don't have authority to access the billing concept, then how I can assign someone else? See, user is created, but with few errors. You don't have authorized permission to attach the policy, right? So here you can see Kiran user and password. Just now the user is created. Let me open another browser. So let me copy the password. So now you can see this is account ID and the username is Kiran and the password is Kiran at 123. Folks, once I click on sign in, hello everyone, you can see the user successfully signed into the account. Can you see this? The username. Folks, the username is Kiran. Now I successfully logged in by using the Kiran as a user. And if you go for billing service, even Kiran is also not able to access the information. Let me show you that one. All right. I hope everyone got the idea, folks. I hope all are clear now. Okay. Yes. Yeah. First, if you want to enable, first step is here. Actually, I missed that account section. What happened to this? Yes. Yes. Account section. Change you made me list. Okay. Leave. Just allow me a minute. Folks, actually the first step here, IAM users roles. Access the billing information you have to enable. First, roles and user should access the billing information. You have to enable. You will get the two options, enable and disable. Once you enable, then create a user, attach a policy, then access, check it out. Okay. Let me go back to the slides. I hope it's clear to everyone. I think there is a question, Riju. So in real world, root account user would be the creating IAM user to provide relevant access to user. Correct, Riju. Even one more options we have, Riju. Let us consider you have the root account access. Then you are going to create Jignesh as a administrative account. Administrative account is also having the authority to create another account. Okay. Okay. Yes. Riju done. Next. Okay. Yomi, what is the difference between account owner and root account? See, account owner, if I talk about the account owner, okay, you're talking about account owner, not IAM user, right? Uh, okay. Yeah, let me take one. Just a minute. Let me answer for first question. Yomi, there is a question. What is the difference between account owner and root account? Let me tell you. Root account, as you know that it's an original account who is having access to all the AWS services by using the email and password you are going to log in. Yomi, this is root account, right? Now, account owner in the sense, here account owner is nothing but the person or organization who is responsible for that account. Are you getting the point? Yomi, the person or organization who is responsible for that account, that is account owner. Could be any individual, any company, or anyone, right? See, the account owner who controls who get access, but doesn't necessarily log in the root user. That is account owner. I hope you are clear now. Okay. Next, Darshan, session got disconnected for me and took long to reconnect. Oh my God. No worries, Darshan. We have the recordings also. You can go through the recordings. That is also fine. Shivender, I think root user in this account owner. I think root user is the account owner. No, Shivender. I hope you got the answer, Shivender. Can every user create a equivalent duplicate users? No, not everyone. If you have the sufficient permission, then only Arun. Otherwise, no. Pranit, please send the link of first assignment. I was disconnected at that time. Pranit, there is no link. Just you have to go to the support plans and have a glance on that. Support plan, have a glance on that. Okay. So folks, just now what we are completed, 4 steps: activated billing access, created, we are not created, we are using the managed policies which is defined by AWS. Then attached to the Kiran, then tested access by using the username and credentials, password, right? So folks, I hope everyone clear with the demonstration, how we are using, how we are delegating authority to IAM users. So now folks, there is a concept called IAM roles. Just now I discussed with you people regarding IAM users. Now there is a concept called roles. How we are delegating authority using roles. Let me tell you folks, these roles are temporary in a nature. So now folks, these roles are temporary in a nature. Why we are calling it as temporary? What is the reason? Because these roles are active from 1 hour to up to maximum 12 hours. Not more than that. Again, I am repeating folks, roles are activated from 1 hour to 12 hours maximum. Sir, is it possible to extend more than 12 hours? No. Maximum is 12 hours, not more than that. So that's why we are calling it as roles are temporary. Now, AWS account owner can use a role to delegate access to the resources in a different account called production and development. So one of the best use case of role is cross account access. Cross account access, right? So now if I want to do the cross account access, at that time roles are best solution. Now let me explain how, like what exactly the role by taking one simple analogy. I hope everyone is familiar with the Spider-Man. I hope everyone is familiar with the Spider-Man. Right? So now you can see, folks, actually Spider-Man is a normal person. Spider-Man is a normal person. When the problem occurs, he'll become a Spider-Man. Are you with me? Are you with me, folks? He's a normal person. When he's a normal person, when the problem occurs, he'll become a Spider-Man. See, once the problem is rectified, again he's going to become a normal person. He will be not like, he's not going to work as Spider-Man for 24/7, right? This spider, he's a normal person. When the problem occurs, he's going to become a Spider-Man, and he will be not available for you 24/7. Only when the problem occurs, he's going to become a Spider-Man, right? So do you think he's 24/7 Spider-Man? No. He's not going to be there for you 24/7. When the problem occurs, then only he'll become a Spider-Man. Once the problem clear, again is going to back to the normal position. So can I say that the Spider-Man is a temporary role, folks? Are you with me? Can I say that the Spider-Man is a temporary role? Yes, a Spider-Man is a temporary role now, right? Now, let me take one more example. For this role, let me take one more example. Correct, Pranit. It depends on the situation. Let me take one more example. What is that? Yes. Let us consider production and development. Pradeep, don't write anything. Pradeep, I think by mistake only, production, and this is development environment. Who's that? Pradeep, don't write anything on the board. Right? Even Spider-Man move was only for maximum 3 hours. No issues, Pradeep. No issue. No issue, Pradeep. It's okay. So now let me take one more example. This is example second. Okay. Now I have production environment in 123 account, and there is another account called 456 in development. Right? Here in production, we have in production, Prem is working. Prem is working in production. In development environment, Pradeep is working. Pradeep is working. See, Prem and Prem, very good friends. Folks, Prem and Pradeep are very good friends. And now here we have an RDS database where in development environment. In development environment. Again, I'm repeating, folks, Prem and Pradeep both are very good friends. And he's working in 123 account, he's working in 456 account. Now, Prem suddenly asked to Pradeep, hey, Pradeep, can you share your credentials? I want to access the RDS of development environment. So what is your answer, Pradeep? Are you ready to share? You both are very good friends. Pradeep, are you ready to share your credentials to Prem? What about other participants' opinion? Do you think Pradeep should share? Arey, why? Both are very good friends. Both are very good friends. Why they can't share? No. It's against the policies. Right? Yes. It's against the organization policy. Right? So what he'll do, Pradeep will inform, hey Prem, instead of that, hey Prem, I can do one thing. Yeah. Hey Prem, I can do one thing. Now Pradeep will give the answer. Hey Prem, I can do one thing. I can't give my credentials, but I can create a role for you. Right? Let us consider I'll create one role. And what you want, which access you want, I'll provide a RDS full access. RDS full access. And this role should be assumed to Prem. This role should be assumed to Prem. And that too, this is for 2 hours. Now, after attaching this role to, assuming this role to Prem can access the RDS database. Do you think lifetime access? Do you think lifetime access? No. This role is active for only 2 hours. Once the task is completed, again he is going to work as a production employee. Again, he's going to work as a production employee. I hope everyone got the idea, folks, about the role, how it works. Everyone, right? Now, here you can see the steps. First, you have to create a role, grant the access, and touch the access. Let me show you the same thing in the console. How we are delegating authority. No, where it is? Okay. Yes, correct, Shivendra. In the example, just an example. In example, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, both are different accounts. That is the reason IAM roles, the best use case of IAM role is cross account access. Cross account access. Okay. Now, if you see here, there is an option called create a role. Let me create a role. Now, see, you can create a role for account also. You can create a role for service also. Now, let me create a role for EC2. Let me create a role for EC2. Right? And now, click on next. So which permission do you want to provide? Okay, let me give the scenario. Might be you will clear. So folks, here this is my EC2. This is my EC2. Okay. And this is my S3 bucket. If I want to access this EC2 should access S3 bucket. At that time, I have to create a role. So role is S3 full access. And this should be assumed to EC2. Then only EC2 can access the S3 bucket. So now folks, I have selected, let me take from the previous step. Okay, I am using EC2 service, right? Then click on next. So for which permission do you want to give? Which permission you want to give for the EC2? Now your EC2 trying to access what? S3? Yes. Select S3 full access. Select S3 full access. Click on next. And the role name is demo06. Okay. Here folks, demo06. After attaching, just provide the name, then create a role. Shall I create a role? Shall I create a role? Click on role. So folks, here you can see a role is successfully created. And let me show you, demo06 role is successfully created. And here you can see, the name role demo06 is available for me. And might be you have the question, sir, where we can customize the duration from 2 hours to 1 hour. By default, it's 1 hour. If I want to extend, then there is an option called edit. Folks, maximum session duration from 1 hour to 12 hours. And even if you go for custom duration also, you can provide in terms of minutes. But maximum is 12 hours, not more than that. Okay. So this is the way how you are going to edit the roles. Now let me quickly take you to the role slides. Then we can discuss about this. So as I discussed, folks, these are the 3 steps. First, creating the role, then granting the access to the role, like what I assigned. Then you can test the access by using a different account, right? So this is for IAM role. Let us start with the first topic of today's session, IAM, Identity and Access Management. Folks, IAM is a service which provides access control to AWS resources. Right. Now, IAM is a service which provides access control to AWS resources. In simple terms, you can say that who can access what? Who can access what? Like Shailendra can perform a S3 role. Then Divakar can perform KMS role, like KMS operation. So by using IAM service, you are going to assign a role. Like you are going to assign a task to them, right? Which provides access control to AWS resources. Fine. Now, AWS Identity and Access Management is a web service that enables users to securely regulate access to AWS resources. Now, it enables user to securely regulate access to AWS resources. So, in the secure manner, how you are going to access the AWS resources based on the permissions. Let us consider Shivendra. Shivendra is using S3. So, why is he using S3? Because I have attached the policy. Divakar is using EC2. Because why? Again, we are attaching the policy. So based on the permissions and policies, we are going to access the resources, right? And now IAM helps determining the authentication, that is signed in, and authorization permission to user to utilize the resources. Now, authentication. Folks, if I take the example of online banking, first username, password, then captcha, OTP, then submit. Once you submit this, all the fields, all the information will be validated. If everything fine, then only you will be signed in. Who is signed in is nothing but authentication. Then only you will be redirected to online banking dashboard, right? So this is nothing but authentication. Who is signed in? Now, what is authorization? So, folks, everyone is familiar with the online banking dashboard. Here, my online banking dashboard is available where you can check the balance. You can take the statement of 3 months or 4 months. Then you can add the beneficiary. You can change the password. You can change the transaction password, right? Even you can do the deposit and everything like some investment. Now, here we have the option called balance. Folks, is it possible to modify the balance? Is it possible? No, right? Modification of a balance is not possible. That is nothing but permissions. Authorization is nothing but permissions. What are the permissions? You have to perform the task. You can change the password. You can get the what do you call this statements. Then you can add the beneficiary, you can change the password, transaction password. These are the permissions you have, but you don't have a permission to modify your balance. That is nothing but permissions, authorization, right? Now, folks, some of the features of IAM. In the previous session also we have discussed. So shared access to AWS account. User can authorize others to administrator and utilize the resources in their account without sharing their password or access key. So what we are created? I think we are created a user called, if I'm not wrong, Kiran, if I'm not wrong. Yes, Kiran, right? Yes, Kiran. I was created one user called Kiran because I have not shared my credentials to that user, but I created a one user with separate username and password. And here granular permission. So assign a multiple permission, a various permission to the multiple user for a different resources based on workload, right? Don't think that, hey, I know Kiran, Kiran is very close to me, I'll assign all the policy. No, no, this is not a best practice. So there is a concept of principle of, what is that? Yeah, principle of least privilege. That means the required policy, if he is working on S3, only assign S3. Hey, I know Kiran is my best friend, I'll assign all the policies, which is not best practice. Okay. Now securely access to AWS resources. By using this IAM feature, you are going to access the applications which is running on EC2 instances. MFA, OTP, there are multiple methods we have. You will get the OTP on registered mobile number on a specific application like what is that? Google Auth. Google Auth is one of the application where you will get the what do you call OTPs, right? Identity federation. So, folks, for identity federation, let me take one simple example. See, this is your AWS cloud, and here IDP, identity provider. Now, here we have third-party user. Third-party user. Now, this AWS cloud belongs to AWS ABC company. Now, if third-party user want to access the AWS resources, at that time, he should verify by the identity provider. Identity provider. Let us consider this user having the credentials with the Gmail, right? Gmail or a Facebook.com. So now using the Gmail and Facebook, I want to access the AWS resources. At that time, IDP is responsible to authorize the user. Once the user is authorized, then only he or she can access the AWS resources, right? Not only organization people, even outside, a third-party user also can access the AWS resources. Now, let me take a simple example, one more example. Folks, everyone is familiar with the LinkedIn. So if you don't have account, LinkedIn is given a provision to use Gmail account or Facebook account. Are you with me? Are you with me? LinkedIn is given a provision. If you don't have account, you can log in using Gmail or Facebook account. Like that, if you don't have AWS account, you can use Gmail or Facebook account, and IDP, identity provider, who is going to authorize the user. Once the user is authorized, then only you can access the AWS resources. Right? Now, there is a service called CloudTrail. Folks, CloudTrail is a service. CloudTrail is a service which tracks each and every API activity in the AWS environment. Again, I'm repeating, CloudTrail is a service which tracks each and every API activity in the AWS environment. That means who is doing the task, what are the results, right? When the user is performing the task, everything you will get the detailed information by using CloudTrail service. Now, this IAM is compatible with PCI DSS standard, that is Payment Card Industry Data Security Standard. And IAM is integrated with many other AWS services. So always the performance is consistent. Why? Because it distributed across the multiple global data center. That is the reason you will get the consistent performance. And always, let me tell you folks, IAM is a free service. IAM is a free service. Which services are going to be involved to execute this task? For that, you are going to pay for it. For that, you are going to pay for it. Yeah, there is one more service called STS, Security Token Service. The Security Token Service is responsible to provide temporary credentials to the roles. Today, you are going little fast. Thank you, Vimal. Thank you so much. See, yeah, actually, see, there is a reason because in the previous session we are completed the IAM. That's why, like, I thought you guys are already aware about this IAM. That's why I'm little bit faster. Okay, no issue. Let me reduce the pace. Yes. Can you repeat CloudTrail? Okay, CloudTrail is a service which provides a what do you call activity, API activity. Like if you want to track who is doing what, Nupur, in the AWS environment, if you want to track who is doing what, right? At that time, you have the CloudTrail service, which track the every API activity in the AWS cloud environment. Who, when, where, like what are the resources, what was the result, everything you will get the details. Clear, Nupur? Okay. Yes, TS. Let me complete, then we can discuss. Let me complete, then we can discuss. Let me complete, then we can discuss. I request all the participants, let me complete, and then we can discuss. Okay, so STS, Security Token Services. Folks, now STS, Security Token Service is also one of the feature in the AWS account, which provides the temporary credentials to the AWS IAM roles. Now, how I can access this IAM? By using AWS Management Console, then command line interface, then SDK and HTTP. IAM HTTP's API. So let me tell you folks, these two options are used by solution architects, and these two options majorly used by developers. Solution architect, these two options, and developers, these two options. Fine. Now, so folks, I hope everyone know that in the previous session, I was taken IAM users. I hope everyone remember I was created the user called Kiran. Hello, everyone. Everyone know that how I was created a user called Kiran. Everyone. So once the Kiran user is created, you are able to get a login by using the separate credentials, right? So IAM users are the users within the account, not separate account, not separate account, right? Separate accounts. Each user can have the password to access the AWS Management Console. So what I created a user, like Kiran, right? So by using the Kiran and Kiran at 123, by using the username and password, I logged in, right? So these IAM accounts are not separate account. So these are the accounts within the root account. So let me tell you folks, in the root account, you can create up to 5,000 IAM users. Up to 5,000 IAM users, right? Now, as I taken the example in the previous session, Santosh, Kiran, like I think Nupur, then Prem, right? Then Anand. I was taking some example, like even who is responsible for what, right? He's going to work for KMS, EC2, S3, then RDS. Then finally, Kiran is going to work with the billing. Like that, what I taken the example, right? Yes. So this is all about the IAM. So now, folks, the next topic is called command line interface. Again, cloud, right? If I want to interact with the AWS services, if I want to interact with the AWS services by using commands, at that time, I'm using CLI. Again, I'm repeating, folks, if I want to interact with the AWS services by using commands, at that time, I'm using CLI, right? So there are two methods we have. The first one is install CLI in your local machine, in your laptop. And the second one, folks, in this AWS console, after search bar, there is an option here. After search bar, there is an option here. Anyone? Anyone? Terminal. There is a term called terminal, Preeti. What is that tab here? Cloud Shell. Very good, Pranit. The name is called Cloud Shell. Folks, Cloud Shell is built-in command line interface, which is provided by AWS, right? There are two methods. You can install CLI on your local machine, on laptop, then Cloud Shell. By using the built-in command line interface, you can use this one, right? So command line interface is an open source tool that allows user to communicate with AWS services using command in their command line shell. So if I want to interact with the AWS services by using commands, at that time I'll use CLI. So how to how to set up a CLI in my AWS console? Just type AWS configure and provide the access key and secret key. Once you provide the access key and secret key, if you want to programmatically access AWS resources, at that time we require access key and secret key. Again, I'm repeating, if I want to programmatically access or using the CLI, if I want to access the AWS resources, at that time we require access key and secret key. Region name, you can, if you're working in North Virginia, you can specify as North Virginia. Then default format. So always the default format will be JSON. Always default format will be JSON. If you want to change to text or a paragraph, it's up to you. If you want to change, you can work on that. Right? Okay. So now, folks, let me go to the labs. Here is the option. So for that, I need one user first because I need access key and secret key, right? Shivendra, now I'm explaining how we are accessing. That's why I'm taking time. No doubt, you have to log into AWS account. We are already in AWS account, right? Let me create a user. User is called. Let me take frame. I'll not explain this again because in the yesterday session, I was given sufficient time for this. Frame at 1, 2, 3. Am I right, folks? I hope everyone clear in the previous session what I given. Hello, folks. Yes. I'll not explain this part now because we are going to see in module number 7 again. So don't think that, sir, you are going too fast. I'm clearly specifying this is already completed in the previous session. Yes. So, folks, now user is created, right? So now go back to the user list. Folks, now you can see in the previous session, I was created a user called Kiran, right? And now the user is called Frame. So how to generate access key and secret key? Here we have the option called security credentials. Security credentials. If you want to enable MFA for your account, you can enable here. If you want to generate the access keys, you can create a here. Let me create a access key. So for what purpose you are using? These are the different multiple use cases. These are the different use cases. Now, for what purpose we are using? I'm using for command line interface, right? Then confirm it. Next, description, blah, 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 blah. Next, let me create the access key. Folks, when I click on access key, you will get very important message. What is that? Please concentrate. This is the time only that the secret key access key can be viewed or downloaded. You cannot recover it later. However, you can create a new access key at any time. Folks, if you miss this key, then it's not possible to retrieve the same key one more time. If you want, you can create an entire new key. If you want, you can create entire new key, but it's not possible to generate the same key, right? That is the reason they are given the option to download this. So now you can see frame access keys are successfully downloaded in my local system, right? So now let me go to the Cloud Shell. So now, folks, what is the command we are using? AWS. Any idea? AWS. It's there in the slide. Very good. Configure. Very good. Configure. When you type AWS configure, it asks for access key and secret key. This is my access key. Copied, pasted. This is my secret key. Secret key, pasted. Okay. Enter. So default region name, I'll keep blank right now. And the output format, I'll keep blank. Right. So, folks, here I'm successfully logged in with Frame IAM credentials. That means what are the permission Frame have? So Frame can perform all the tasks. If Frame don't have any authority, like Frame don't have to access the S3 bucket, then you will get a clear message here. You are not authorized to perform this task. Here you will get the message. Right? By doing this, you are getting you are going to work with the CLI by using access keys and secret. Right? So if you have any, right. One thing I missed, folks, here. This is the first method, right? So what about the second method? AWS CLI install. Now, here is the option. Right? Installing and updating the latest AWS CLI. Which operating system do you have? Linux, Mac, Windows. Select the OS. And here you will get the systematic steps. All the options with what do you call? All the systematic steps they are given, and you can follow and install a CLI on your local machine in your laptop. I hope everyone is maintaining one Word document, folks. I hope all are maintaining one Word document. Everyone. See, this is also one of the best practices. In this session, please maintain one Word document and keep this link. Just now I shared one link in the chat box. Again, I'm sharing. Please keep this link with you people. Okay. So this is all about the CLI, folks. So now, folks, let us start with compute and related features. Yes. Now, folks, compute and related features. So as you know that in every session, you will get a scenario, a day in the life of cloud architect. Now you are a cloud architect for an IT company with multiple cloud-based applications. The organization has encountered routing challenges that have resulted in a significant financial losses. Hence, you have been asked to ensure that such issues are proactively prevented in the future. By the end of this lesson, you will have a concise understanding of crafting routing requests, creating EMI images, Amazon machine image, and exploring the types of load balancer. So now what are the learning objectives? By the end of this lesson, you will be able to create an AMI, Amazon machine images for fast deployment. Launch and connect to a Windows instance to enable disaster recovery. Deploy various load balancer to improve scalability. Create a routing request in application load balancer to enable path-based routing. So these are the learning objectives, right? These are the learning objectives. Let's move on, folks. Introduction to EC2. Yes. Okay, folks. Let's move on to the introduction to EC2. So in the previous session also, I was discussed about the Elastic Compute Cloud, EC2. It's a virtual machine, right? So actually, EC2 here, let us consider we have user, right? So now a user is taking one virtual machine on a rent, where in AWS environment, right? So EC2, Elastic Compute Cloud, is a web service that provides a scalable compute capacity in the AWS cloud. So now, as you know that in the previous session, I was discussed about the compute. Compute is all about processing, where you can process your scalable data. Like sometimes it's high, sometimes it's low. As per your user requirement, you are going to process the data. Now, what exactly this compute here? So you are being a user, you are taking one machine on a rent in the AWS cloud. And how much, how many hours, how many minutes, how many seconds you are using, based on that, you are going to pay for it. That is pay as you go model. Like how many hours, how many minutes, how many seconds I'm using, based on that, I'm going to pay for it. Right? Now, so what are the benefits I'll get if I'm using EC2 instances? First, EC2 increase or decrease the storage capacity in a minute. So now, folks, there is a concept called auto scaling. Okay, we are talking about storage, right? See, when I am expecting a huge amount for my application, this is my application which is available in a server, right? So now EC2 will increase or decrease the storage capacity in a minute. When my EC2 is expecting some high traffic for the applications, automatically the storage capacity will be increased. When I'm expecting low traffic for my application, automatically the storage capacity is also decreased, right? And it launches thousands of server instances simultaneously. Here we have the concept called auto scaling group that we are going to see in the next session. So what is auto scaling group? Here, a multiple EC2 instances you can launch within a single minute. Within a single minute. And the concept is called auto scaling groups. Right? Now, flexible cloud hosting service. So now you can launch the numerous operating system, instance types, and software in a minute. Numerous operating system means like if you want a Windows operating system, Mac operating system, Linux operating system, Fedora operating system. Which one you want, you can select as per your requirement. Instance type, like here we have general purpose instances, then storage optimized instances. There are different instances we have that I'm going to discuss in the next slide. Right? This part we'll discuss in the next slide. Now, software in a minute. Even if you want to install any software in the EC2 instances, that you can perform within a minute. Right? So, folks, in the previous session, I hope everyone remember, I was taking the comparison between your on-premises server and a EC2 machine, where being a network engineers, where everyone is very excited to choose a different configuration, right? So like that, in EC2 also, you have the authority to select a configuration. What type of, what you call, a memory you are going to use, what type of CPU, which CPU you are going to use, what type of instance storage do you want to use, and what about the boot partition size, which is best for your application and operating system. So always, even if you go for your on-premises server also, if you want to install your operating system, you'll create some partitions. So like that, here also, if you want to make that kind of a partition, that is also possible. That is also possible. Now, AWS integration. Now this EC2 is integrated with many other AWS services like S3. So S3 is what type of a service, folks? S3 is what type of service? In the previous session, I was discussed. Storage, very good. The next, RDS, database, very good. Anyone heard about the SQS? Because in the previous session, I was not discussed about the SQS. Anyone heard about this? Okay, that's why, yes, it's a queuing service, message queuing service. Exactly, Gagandip, exactly correct. It's a message queuing service, right? So now this EC2 is integrated with SD, RDS, SQS, and even more services, right? Now, I request everyone, please let me complete the topic, then we can discuss the questions. Zainam, I hope it's clear. Let me complete the topic, then we can discuss. Okay. So now, folks, reliability and security. Now, EC2 provides a highly reliable environment where the replacement of instances can be quickly and consistently deployed. See, replacement of instances can be quickly and consistently. There is a concept what I discussed, auto scaling group. Let us consider here I have 4 instances. If one of the instances is unhealthy, at that time, AWS will automatically replace this unhealthy instance with the new one. And that too consistently, it will be deployed without any downtime. Right? Now, user can easily create a secure and robust network to run their EC2 instances using the virtual private cloud. I hope in the previous session, everyone remember, I was taking the example of isolating the resources. This is Santosh VPC. Then this is Zainam VPC. This is Karan VPC. This is Nupur VPC. Like this, I was taken some example. So without owner permission, no one can enter to this environment. It's an isolated area. No one can enter without your permission, owner of the VPC. Now, all the services you are deploying in the EC2. Let us consider EC2, RDS, S3, everything you're deploying in this area. So that's why we are creating a secure and robust network, whether you are deploying EC2, RDS, or anything, into this virtual private cloud. Now, low cost. AWS charges user in seconds. They only pay for what you use. The rates are lower than existing on-premises infrastructure. Are you agree with this? With yesterday's comparison? Hello, everyone. With yesterday's comparison, all are agree with this? Yesterday, what I taken the comparison? How on-premises server, being a network engineer, you have taken the suggestions, right? So finally, we are concluded with EC2 is the best solution. Then here you will get the complete control on your instances, right? Even you have access for the root to all the instances. So now user can use APIs, which is already designed by the AWS. If I want to stop the EC2, if I want to start the EC2, and even if I want to maintain a data in the storage, and again, if I want to come back, if I want to start, it should start from the same state. There is a concept called hibernation. There is a concept called hibernation. Even if you want to store a data, and again, when you start it back, resume it back, again, it should start from the same position where you have left. That is also possible with the hibernation concept. So the thing is, every operation, whether it is stop, terminate, hibernation, or start, anything, everything is happened by using the API, which is already created by AWS. Right? So these are the benefits of EC2. So now, folks, we have the topic called EC2 storage. How this EC2 can use with the different storage types. So here you can see I have the EC2 different storage option. First one is EBS, Instant Store, EFS, and S3 with EC2. So let me tell you, folks. First, I'll take up this explanation for the different storages, how we are using with EC2. After that, I'll do the comparison. Because in the previous session, someone has taken the question, sir, what is the difference? So now, folks, someone has taken the question, sir, what is the difference between S3 and EFS? Sir, what is the difference between EBS and EFS? I hope he or she is with me now. I hope he or she is with me now. In the previous session, as I explained, so when the time comes, I'll explain. So this is the right time to discuss about the differences also, right? Now, folks, as you know that there are different options are available. The first one is EBS, Elastic Block Level Storage. This is my EC2. This is my EC2, and this is my Elastic Block Storage, EBS storage, right? So as you know that, folks, EBS is a block level persistent storage. Block level persistent storage. Now it allows users to create a EBS volume. It allows the user to create a EBS volume, then attach this EBS volume to EC2 instance. Again, I'm repeating, folks, EBS is a block level persistent storage. It allows the user to create a EBS volume and attach this storage volume to EC2 instance. So now this EBS, which provides a durability and data persistence. So because of that reason, this is suitable for if I want to store some critical data. At that time, go with EBS. Let us consider if I want to deal with the database, go with EBS. And the very important, if you want to install your operating system, go with EBS. Why should I go for EBS for installation of an operating system? Because this EBS volume is connected with the EC2, and that too, here it provides low latency communication. Latency in the sense delay. There is low delay and high IO operations, right? So this is for EBS now. Now, what about the instant store? So, folks, for instant store, let me take one simple analogy called RAM. This one, if I talk about the analogy, let me take SSD, right? So now, folks, RAM. As you know that RAM is a temporary storage. It, like here also, instant store is temporary storage option, which is provided by EC2, right? And folks, it provides high IO performance. High IO performance. So that because of this reason, this is best suited for temporary data. So folks, temporary data in the sense, which specific example I can use here? Where we are using temporary data. Where we are using temporary data, folks? Can I consider caching? Caching is the best example. Temporary data, folks. So caching is the best example, right? If you want to go for caching purpose, at that time, you can go with instant store, right? Now, let me take one scenario. Let us consider Vimal Singh is using one desktop system, right? He's working on abc.docx. He's working on abc.docx. there is no backup for this system, and suddenly power cut off, and the document is also not saved. What will happen? What will happen? Data lost. So whatever you have the data in the instance store, in the RAM, everything will be lost. It's not recoverable, right? Now, same scenario, let us consider Vimal Singh is already, the document is stored. Now, when it is not stored, it's available in the instance store. When the document is already stored, then it's available in AWS. So now there is a sudden power cutoff. Do you think, is it possible to retrieve the document after saving the document? Is it possible to retrieve? Yes. Why? What is the reason? Because the data is stored in a persistent storage. Persistent in the sense it's like a secondary storage service, like SSD. That is the reason you can again retrieve the particular document, right? So this is the comparison also with the EPC, EBS, EC2. Now, EFS. Folks, EFS is a scalable managed storage service. And here, these are multiple EC2 instances, right? First, second, third, and fourth. Again, I'm repeating, folks, EFS is a scalable managed storage service, that too shared file system. It provides the shared file storage, right? So now you can mount with the multiple EC2 instances. Now you can see this EFS file system where I'm going to work with the multiple EC2 instances. So because of that reason, it makes us suitable for the application which requires a shared access to the file across the instances. Again, I'm repeating, because of this reason, it makes sense suitable for the application which require the shared access to the file across the instances. Now, if I talk about the use cases, the first one is, let me take content management system, CMS, right? Let me take, okay, development testing environment. Folks, even in the previous session also I was explained. Now let us consider the development environment where the multiple developers are working from a different EC2. And finally, the software will be stored in this EFS. This first developer is working on first module, second is working on second, third, fourth. And finally, the results are going to be stored in this EFS file system, which is a shared file system. Right. Then any other use cases, folks, from my side, content management system, development environment, any other use case? Correct, Prem. Any other use cases where you will get shared file system? Folks, can I consider as an analogy shared drive? Hello, everyone. To give a simple understanding term, can I consider shared drive? Right? That is also one of the shared file system now. Right? So these are the use cases when you are using EFS, right? Now, yeah, even let me take one more. If you are not aware, let me take, yeah. Let us consider our social media. Social media. Let us consider for a social media, for a one person, multiple developers or multiple EC2 instances are maintaining some data like personal information, then a professional information, then activities, then comments. Multiple servers like multiple EC2 instances are going to be maintain a data within a single shared file system. Now, S3, as you know that S3 is a simple storage service, right? So now this is my S3 bucket, right? And this is my EC2, right? So folks, as you know that S3 is unlimited storage. S3 which provides unlimited storage. You can store any kind of a data, either it is images, audio, video, photos, anything. Now, but S3 is not directly attached to the EC2. S3 is not directly attached to the EC2, but now this EC2 can store the data and retrieve the data by using HTTP APIs. I hope all are with me now. Folks, again I'm repeating. Okay, might be it is too difficult to read. HTTP API. Folks, Now your EC2 is not attached with S3, right? But your EC2 can store a data and retrieve the data by using the HTTP APIs. I only one not audible. Okay, am I audible, folks? There is a message from Lalit. Am I audible? Okay, let me put the message to Lalit. Just allow me a minute, folks. Allow me a minute. Yes, thank you. Thank you so much. Let me put a message to Lalit. Lalit. Yes, correct, Lalit. Okay, so I was talking about the S3, right? So S3, you are not going to connect your EC2 to S3 directly. But if you want to store a data in S3, if you want to retrieve the data from S3 at that time, we are using HTTP APIs, right? Now, what about the use cases? So folks, let us consider if I want to take a backup for longer time, if I want to do archiving for a longer duration, at that time, we are going to use a S3 with the EC2 option, right? Yes, Krishna Kumar, which is native API, not created by us, already created by AWS, what we are interacting. No need to create from our end, right? So these are the different storages which are available with EC2. The example, sorry, use cases for this S3 with EC2 is like, let us consider if I want to take a backup, archiving purpose, at that time I can go with S3. So these are the different types of storage which is available with EC2. Now, let me take some differences, the difference between these storage classes. So now, folks, what kind of a storage it is? What kind of a storage it is? EBS is what kind of a storage? EBS is what kind of a storage? Block level storage, very good. And this is ephemeral, ephemeral, ephemeral block storage. That means temporary block storage. Next, what about the EFS? EFS, very good, file storage. All right, then what about this? Yes, 3, object level storage. Super, super, super. Next, okay, if I talk about the capacity, see here the capacity will be up to 64 TB. Then here it depends on the instance type. Your instance store will be depend on instance type. And here it's, sorry, second, this is unlimited. And here also it's unlimited, right? And now, folks, here this is persistent storage. And what about this? What about this? This is persistent. What about this? Non-persistent. Very good. And what about this? This is also persistent. And the fourth, this is also persistent. Now, someone has taken the question also. How many EC2 I can attach here? Single. What about this? Here also single. And what about this? What about this? Multiple. And what about this? What about this? What about this? Are we attaching? Are we attaching? First thing. Are we attaching? Are we attaching? Are we attaching? Then what? Then what? Then what? Then what? This is single instance, multiple EC2 instances. Yes, it accesses through using HTTP APIs, which is created by AWS, right? Now, the final difference, let me take with the use cases. So I can use for it, I can use for, yeah. Yes. What are the use cases, folks? What are the use cases? Okay, if I want to install operating system databases, at that time I can go with this. What about this? Caching, very good. Next, EFS, shared files. Where you want shared data, at that time you can go like CMS, social media, development environment, and even more. Next, next, can I go for backup? Can I go for archival? Can I go for web applications? Can I go for big data, folks? I'm talking about the S3. Can I go for web application? Can I go for big data? Yes or no? Right? Backup purpose, archiving purpose, web application, big data. There are a lot of applications we have for S3. There are a lot of applications we have for S3. And if I talk about the, yes, if I talk about the pricing model, so here pay per provision size. Pay per provision size. And here this is related to instance type. And if I talk about the file storage, pay per usage, that means how much storage you are using and what is the throughput of that. And here for object level storage, we have a different storage classes. How many days? How many days you are storing a data, and that too in a which storage class you are going to pay for it, right? So it's all about the storage request and how much you are utilizing that. Based on that, you are going to pay for S3 with EC2. So this is all about differences between the different storage classes and the explanation of everything. I hope everyone is clear, folks, with this explanation. I hope all are clear with the different storage types with the EC2. Okay, let's move on to the next topic called instance types. Instance types. So, folks, so now there are different types of instances are available for us. There are different types of instances are available for us, like a general purpose instance, compute optimized instance, memory optimized, then accelerated computing and storage optimized. So now you can see there are different types of instances with when should I use which instance type, right? What are the use cases and what are the different instance families are available. Now, the first one is general purpose instance. General purpose instance. So folks, as you know that instances are virtual server in AWS cloud. So now this EC2 offers various instance types, which allowing to select your CPU, memory, usage, and even networking resources which are required to run your application. So now folks, these general purpose instances are very much useful to design the web server, code repositories that require these resources in a equal parts. Now you can see here we have the example of instance type like T4G, this one, right? T stand for general purpose now, that to a general purpose bustable performance. T stand for general purpose bustable performance. This is processor version, version 4, and G is nothing but Graviton processor. Graviton processor. So let me tell you folks, AWS supports three different types of processes. First, A, second, G, and the third one is I. A stands for AMD, G stands for Graviton, and I stands for Intel. Right? I stand for Intel. So now, folks, recently AWS has added the one more processor. G is Graviton. First AMD, G Graviton, I Intel. Like last month, AWS has added one more processor called B200. B200, which is accelerated by NVIDIA Blackwell GPU. Again, I'm repeating, B200 is accelerated by NVIDIA Blackwell GPU, right? Now, the next one is compute optimized instances. So now compute optimized instances are suitable for compute intensive applications that benefits for high performance processor. Now, when should I use this? Let us consider I am dealing with batch processing workloads where I have a huge amount of data, then dedicated gaming servers, scientific ad server engines, and scientific modeling, and so on. Right? So on. I'll come to that. I'll come to that. Let me allow me some time to explain. Allow me some time. I'll come to that. I have one entire page where you can see all the information along with all the abbreviation, along with every series, along with all the processors. Okay. Right. So now, folks, compute optimize are specially designed for batch processing workloads, dedicated gaming servers, server engines, add-on server engines, and even scientific modeling, right? So now C7G, that means compute optimize. 7 is processor generation, Graviton processor. C6I, 6 processor Intel, right? So where you don't have the processor, you can use any type of the processor, right? If you don't have the processor type, Shivendra, at that time you can use any type of a processor. Now, memory optimized instances. Memory optimized instances are intended to provide a rapid performance for a workload that processes for large data set in the memory. So where you are going to process the large data set, like a databases, like electronic design automation workload, real-time analytics. So folks, any example for real-time analytics? Any example for real-time analytics? Any example? No. Yes. Financial market or trade? What is that? Stock market. Can I consider stock market? So stock market or a trading platform are the best example for real-time analytics. Now real-time caching servers, real-time caching servers, real-time caching servers, servers, caching servers. Folks, can I consider streaming, live streaming? For real-time caching servers, can I consider live streaming like YouTube Live, Facebook Live? Hello everyone. Can I consider real-time streaming, that to YouTube stream, Facebook stream, what we are doing, where catches the content to the users, right? And here is the option R5A. So R is nothing but a specific, what you call, yeah, a memory optimized instance type with the 5th processor generation with AMD processor. So always, every time you have a size here. The size might be a small, medium, or large, or 2x large, 3x large. It depends. There are different instance types are available. Now, the next, accelerated computing instance. So, accelerated computing instances use hardware accelerator or a co-processor to execute the task more effectively than software which is running on CPU. Folks, if you remember, that too from especially from 2005 to 2010, right? If my processor was not supporting high definition games, like I was trying to add something to my laptop or a desktop system. What is that? Especially I'm talking from 2005 to 2010, where the processor will not support some high definition. Yes, exactly. Graphics card. Exactly. So folks, can I call this graphics card is like a co-processor in that system? Can I consider this graphics card as a co-processor in that system? Right? So now here also it acts like a core processor to execute your task effectively then, which is running on CPU. Now, for which task you can use? I can use for floating point number calculation, graphics processing, data pattern matching, and even so on, right? So here we have P4, accelerated computing with the fourth generation you can use. Nowadays, NVIDIA is provided a separate processor for that, right? Now, yeah, one more thing, G4DN, you can see. So now G4DN. So G for graphic intensive with the fourth, fourth processor generation. And here, this indicate the specific option, and this is additional capability with Intel or AMD or any kind of a processor, right? Now, storage optimized instances. So folks, what is storage optimized instances? Storage optimized instances are designed to provide the application with tens of thousands of low latency random IO operations per second. So folks, now what kind of a workload you are going to consider? Let us consider when I have the high sequential read write access to the large data sets on a local storage. Any specific example, folks, for this? Where you are performing sequential read write access from the large data set, and that too which is available in a local storage. Any specific example? IRCTC? No. Local storage, but to local storage, where you are continuously performing read write operation. In memory DB, that is acceptable. Stock market prices, not exactly. Social media, online banking, yes. So folks, can I consider the banking example? Banking example where you are going to perform the sequential read write operation? Yes or no? Can I consider the banking example where you are going to perform the sequential read write operation continuously, and that too for a large database, large data which is stored on a local system, right? So here also we have a different types, L, M, 4, G, N. What exactly it means? So now LM means storage optimized with fourth processor generation, Graviton processor with an additional capabilities, right? So now folks, this is all about the storage optimized instances. Now let me show you one interesting thing. Now you can see there is a storage thing here. Yes. So folks, here you can see this is my instance family. C7GN. This entire we are calling it as an instance family. C is nothing but series. This 7 is nothing but generation, and these are the options. These are the additional capabilities. This entire thing we are calling it as an instance family. And this is size. And this entire total family along with the instance size, we are calling it as an instance type. Now, C for compute everything, the all abbreviations are given. C, D, F, G, H, everything. And here you can see AMD, NVIDIA B200, Graviton, and Intel processor. Right? These are the different processor which are available for us. I hope this document is helpful for you people. Let's move on to the next topic called AMI, Amazon Machine Image. Okay, so now folks, let's move on to the next topic called AMI. Let me zoom. Yes. Amazon Machine Image, AMI. So folks, AMI is nothing but Amazon Machine Image, which contains the information about the EC2 instance, what you are going to be launched. Again, I'm repeating, AMI is nothing but Amazon Machine Image, which contains the information about what you are going to be launched, your EC2 instance. Now, what kind of information? Like which operating system you are using, then which elastic block storage you are using, which instance type you are using, right? Which security groups you are using. Everything you will get the detailed information in this template, right? So now, folks, by using the same AMI, if I launch one EC2 instance, so the configuration will, what you define, it's available. Now, is it possible, like if I use the same template, if I launch the multiple EC2, So the configuration of the EC2 will be same or different? My question is clear? Same? Yes. Because what you have the template here, if you are using the same template to launch your EC2 instance, if you use for multiple EC2, the configuration will be same. If you want different, then you have to create a separate template for that. For example, for Windows is different, for Mac is different, for Ubuntu is different. Like this, you can create, right? So AMI is a virtual instance that includes templates for the root value of your instances, even which consist of launch permission to control the AMI launch instances, and even a block device mapping for the specific value which are attached to this particular EC2 instances, right? So now here we have one simple diagram where it is AMI. Yes, here. Let me take this diagram here. Okay. So folks, the diagram is visible, right? The diagram is visible to everyone. Okay. So now you can see if you want to create a AMI, within the AMI, you have to use the EBS also, EBS snapshot. Snapshots are nothing but the backup, right? So when you try to create AMI, right? So first you have to register this, and by using this AMI, you can launch a EC2 instance. That means you can create a EC2 instance by using the same AMI. By using the same AMI, you can launch the EC2 instance, right? And the one more option, by using this AMI, you can create or launch the EC2 instance. By using the same AMI, you can copy this AMI from one region to another region. Let us consider Pradeep is available in Hyderabad region and Gagandeep is available in Canada. So now this Hyderabad region AMI, if I want to copy from one region to another region, that is possible. That is possible. You can copy this AMI from one region to another region. Now, if you are not using AMI for longer duration, then deregister. If you are not using that AMI, then you can deregister or delete that AMI. That is also fine. Now, how we are going to create a AMI? How we are going to create a AMI? What are the methods we have? There are three methods. The first one is private, and the second one is specific AWS account, and the third public, right? Let us consider private. Private in the sense, when the users, let us consider the Pradeep is created one AMI. So this AMI will be used by only Pradeep because he created that AMI which is available in a private, right? No one can access this AMI. No one can use this one. That's why we are calling it as private. Now specific AWS account. Let us consider Pradeep is created one AMI and he want to share with this specific account. Let us consider Gagandeep is available with the 456 account and Pradeep is available with 123 account. If you want to share with this specific account, you can go with specific AWS account option. Now, if you want to publicly share your AMI where anyone can buy and sell the AMI, there is a place called AWS Marketplace. AWS Marketplace. So let me tell you folks, AWS Marketplace is the place where you can buy and sell AMI. It's like a OLX. It's like your OLX where you can buy and sell the material, right? But here AWS Marketplace is the place where you can buy and sell the AMI. So who all are there? Like community members, some third-party users, some of the AWS experts, community members, right? And even third-party users, and even you also available here. So you can create your own AMI and you can sell. That is also possible in the AWS marketplace, right? So first is private, then specific AWS account, then public, right? Now let me show you the first lab of your AWS Solution Architect Associate course. So folks, for that, let me search for EC2. I hope everyone have your folders now. I hope everyone have your folders now. Okay, just open that folder. Open that folder. In that, there is a lesson number 3. I hope my screen is visible. You can see lesson 3. The first assisted practice, creating an AMI image. So now, folks, you can see creating an AMI image. I hope everyone got this document, lesson 3 demo 1. Let me know. If anyone facing the issue, let me know, folks. All are ready with this document? Okay. So now, in this document, you can see objectives provided, tools required, and prerequisite. So what is the objective? To create a AMI from Amazon EC2 instance. So what are the steps to be followed? Creating an AMI. So folks, here Simplilearn is provided a very beautiful documents, because along with this snapshot, they are given every step. Open the AWS console, then click on EC2, right? Select the EC2, then click on new experience, then click on launch instance. Everything they are provided. Just you have to follow these steps. They were given the instruction along with a snapshot, right? So now, same thing, let me show you in the console. Now we are in EC2 dashboard, right? So here you can click on launch instance. Launch instance. And the name is, let me give the name called demo server. Okay. Now, here you can see AMI, Amazon Machine Images. Here we have for Linux, Mac, Ubuntu, Windows, Red Hat, SUSE, Debian. Just now, I click on this launch instance option. No any other steps. Raw. I hope it's clear. Just click on launch instance. Folks, one important thing, don't perform the task parallelly with me. Hello everyone. Don't perform the task parallelly with me. I'll give a separate time for this. Once I'll complete my demonstration, I'll give the time to perform your task. But parallelly, don't perform with me. Don't perform with me, because otherwise you are not going to understand a single point. Okay, just concentrate on demo now. Let me give demo, right? Demo server. You can provide any name. Here you can see AMI, Amazon Machine Images, right? Linux, and even more. So if you want to go for more AMIs, then click on browse more AMI. You can see quick start AMI 45. My AMI is 0 because I have not created any AMI here. That is the reason it's 0. AWS Marketplace 6,838 AMI. Some of the AWS and third party trusted AMIs, community AMIs published by anyone, 500 AMIs, right? So here is the place where you can buy and sell your AMIs, right? Now let me go back. Okay. Now click on launch instance, and here provide the name called demo server. Demo server. Okay. So now folks, if you see here in the AMI list, there are multiple AMIs are available in Amazon, but for practice purpose, only Linux 2023 kernel 6.1 AMI is available. Again, I'm repeating, you have to use 6.1 2023 Linux AMI, right? Where you can see entire thing, 64-bit architecture, AMI ID, then virtualization HVM, ANME enabled, and root devices EBS, elastic block storage, which is attached to this AMI, right? Now, let me select this free tier eligible. Now, next, here you can see the architecture. So there are two options are available, x86 64-bit x86 and ARM processor. So now I'll go with x86 architecture. Folks, I hope everyone remember there are different types of instance type what I completed before AMI, the topic T3.micro, T2.micro. Are you able to see this? T2.large, T3.micro, everything, the different types of instance types are available. General purpose, compute purpose, accelerated computing, storage, compute optimized, everything, all the instance types are available, right? So let me tell you one more thing. Even if the instance type is same for a different operating system, the charges will be different. Now you can see for T2.micro, T2 family, one virtual CPU, 1 GB of a memory, current generation is 2. For Windows, 0.0162 USD per hour. Ubuntu is different. Then SUSE is different. Linux based pricing is totally different. So like this, for every operating system, the different pricing will be there, right? And the very important folks, always you have to use T2.micro, not T3. If you use T3, then you are not able to launch your EC2 instance. Again, I'm repeating folks, this is pre-cooked environment for a practice purpose. That is the reason you have to use always T2.micro. T2.micro. Right? So if you choose any other instance type, then it's not possible to launch. Right? Who will decide what instance to be used? It is based on requirement, correct? It's based on requirement. So now T2.micro, right? So T2.micro is the one instance type which is enabled for us. Which is enabled for us, right? As I can see, everyone is fine with the pace. Okay. Now, this is for instance type. Now, folks, keep here. Keep here is like a additional security for your EC2 instance. So if you want to connect your EC2 instance by using CLI or SDK, at that time, this key pair are required, right? Key pair is like a additional security for your EC2 instance, right? Let us consider Yomi. Yomi is one of the software engineer who is working in one of the MNC, and right now he's located in Mumbai. Because of some work, he's shifting to uh, another city. So at that time, he locked the door. First, he locked the door of house. Once they done with the main lock, like main door lock, then he locked a gate also for additional security. Like that, here also, along with the security groups, we are providing a key pair. But make sure that when you create a key pair, it should be kept in a safe place. If someone will get the key, then you are gone. That is the reason I'm talking about the industry example, industry relevant examples. For example, now you're working in a development environment, right? In the development environment, you have one EC2 instance and you forgot that key pair, or someone got the key pair, then easily they can connect and destroy your entire architecture. So that is the reason when you create a key pair, make sure that it should be kept in a safe place. Now, right now I don't have any key pair. If I want to create a key pair, here is the option. The name is demo. There are two different types of key pair we have, RSA and ED25519. These are the two different types of keys which are available. Now, private key format. So do you want to go for PEM or PPK? Folks, PPK is like an older concept now, because for this PPK, we need a third-party application called Putty. So that is the reason we are not going with the PPK now. Let's go with PEM. Directly you can utilize. So once I click on create key pair, you are able to see a key will be downloaded on my local machine. Are you with me, folks? Demo 12 PEM key is successfully created. Prem, both are secure. Both are secure, but the strategy is different. Prem, both are secure, but the strategy is different. Okay. All right. So now the key is successfully downloaded. Now, folks, in local machine, can you see this? Sujay, demo 12.pem is successfully downloaded here. Are you with me, Sujay? In my local machine, in downloads folder, which is available now. So whenever you are connecting your EC2 instance, you have to import from the particular location. Then you are able to connect. Right? Now, networking setting, folks, keep as it is. Don't touch any of the option, because I am going to discuss this part in module number 5, networking concept. So right now, no need to think about this. Just keep as it is, right? Everything as it is. So folks, I hope everyone clear what I discussed till now. Shall I launch your first EC2 instance? Right? Okay, let's launch your first EC2 instance. Yes, finally we are at this state of launching the EC2. For that, what to? Okay, now you can see successfully initiated launch the instance. I am ready with my instance now. You can see here, folks, the name of the server, instance ID, and which is running now. And here you can see initializing. Status check is initializing. So here you should get 2x2 check pass. That means your AWS will check a system check and instance check, right? So system check with all the configuration is fine. Now instance check whether the instance is successfully deployed on the system. Everything will be checked here. Once everything fine, then you will get 2x2 check passed, right? Now, folks, this is your demo server. Let us consider I want to create an image of this particular server. So for this, you have to select the server. I am going to create the image. That means same configuration, one more template. Let me go to the action, and here is the option called image and template. You have the option called create image. Some participants, what they'll do, they'll not select this. Sir, I'm not able to see this option. This is disabled for me. Why? Because you have not selected the server. First, select it. Then go to actions. Then image and template. Then create image. So in this image, I'll give the name called example. Example, description, blah, 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 blah. Say reboot instance, it's up to you. When you select this, your EC2 will be reboots. The instance data is rest when the snapshot of attached volumes are taken. So it makes sure that the data is consistent always, right? So when your EC2 reboots, right? So data will be available, the snapshots which are available in the persistent storage here. Now you can see the EBS volume which is attached to our previous EC2, because in the previous EC2 the size was 8 GB. 8 GB. If you want to change the capacity, it's up to you. If you want to change the volume, it's in your hand. If you want to increase or decrease, it's up to you. No, sir, I want to keep the same one what I have for my previous EC2, then fine. Now let's click on create image. Shall I create, folks? Shall I create, folks? Okay, let's click on create image. So now you can see. Just now I created the image which is available in, but to please allow me some time, let me explain the topic, then we can discuss about the questions. Otherwise, it will be disturbance to others. It's my request now. It's my request, please. Now, here you can see, here we have the AMI option, images, what I completed. Folks, if you click on AMI, is it the same AMI what I created just now? Example. Is it the same AMI what I created just now, folks? Are you with me? Example is the AMI, right? What I given, right? Yes. Now let me show you in the instances tab. Instances tab, right? So now click on launch instance one more time. Let me show you one interesting fact. Earlier, my AMI was 0. Earlier, my AMI was 0. Now the new tab. Here I have my AMI. Let me click on this. When I click on my AMI, is it the same AMI what I created just now in front of you people called example, folks? Right? Even if you go for browse more AMI, in that my AMI was 0. Now it becomes 1, created by me. Just now I created a AMI with the description what I given. Example is the name. Is it available for me? So by using this AMI, you can launch multiple EC2 instances. Okay. So now let's move on to the next topic called placement groups. So now let's move on to the next topic called placement groups. Right? So for placement group is one of the feature. Placement group is one of the feature that enables a user to deploy interdependent instances. These instances are interdependent, right? Again, I'm repeating, folks, placement group is one of the feature of EC2 instance, which enables users to deploy a group of interdependent instances to handle. This is group of interdependent instances to handle your workload in a more efficient manner, right? So now here placement groups are nothing but this is one of the features that enables a user to deploy a group of interdependent instances where the one instances depend upon the another instances to handle your workload in a more efficient manner, right? If you have one EC2 instance, that means based on the configuration, its capabilities, it can provide the results. When I'm using placement groups, where I'll get the multiple EC2 instances and that too, each are dependent on other. And by using the capacity and capabilities, you are going to deal with your workload in a more effective manner, right? So here we have some important points. What is that? So up to 500 placement groups per account you can create. Up to 500 placement group per account you can create. And always a name of placement group should be unique, right? Always your placement group name should be unique. And it's not possible to merge a placement groups. It's not possible to merge a placement groups. Now, there are three different types of placement groups are available. There are three different types of placement groups are available. In that, the first one is cluster, partition, and spread. Right. So for these folks, we have like for the placement group, I have one custom diagram document. So what is this custom diagram? Let me tell you. Folks, in every session, I'll use the custom diagrams. These are the, like these documents are my personal collections. And these documents I collected from the official AWS page. In every session, I'll use this custom diagram to provide in detail information how logically works your placement groups. By using this diagram, you can easily understand. These diagrams are not available in the material section. These are the custom diagrams what I am using in every session. So these diagrams are taken from the official AWS page. Now, as I discussed, this placement group consists of three different categories. The first one is cluster, second is partition, and the third is spread. Now, what is cluster? So folks, a cluster placement group which consists of multiple EC2 instances, but it launches on the single or a same rack. Same rack. I hope everyone is familiar with the concept of rack in a networking. Everyone is familiar with the concept of rack in networking. Yeah, what is that? What is that? What is that? Rack. Okay, can I say that rack is a place where I'm going to host my servers? Can I say that rack is a place where I'm going to host my servers? Are you with me? Can I say that rack is a place where I'm going to host my servers? Right? So now by using this single rack, I'm going to launch the multiple EC2 instances. Right? By using a single rack, I'm going to launch a multiple EC2 instances. So if rack fails, then all the EC2 instances will fail. That is the mainly disadvantage. If rack fails, then all the EC2 instances will fail. Now let me show you some information. See, cluster, same rack in same availability zone. Always your cluster will work within the same availability zone. And that way provides a great network, low latency up to 10 Gbps bandwidth between the instances. Right? So what is the disadvantage? If rack fails, let us consider if rack fails, then all the EC2 instances will fail at the same time. Then there is no any EC2 which is available for us to provide a service. That is the main drawback. Or you can say disadvantage. So when should I use this? Let us consider I'm doing with a big data job that need to complete a fast access. Some of the application with low latency and high throughput. So folks, can I consider stock market as an example? Application with low latency, high throughput. Trading platform, can I consider? Hello everyone. Application with the low latency, can I consider a trading platform as the best solution? And even the instances. Why Prem? Why no? Why no, Prem? I mean to say yes. Okay. Specifying the no and saying yes. Okay. See, application with low latency and high throughput. That means here the EC2 instances want to communicate with each other. So instance like a low latency communication can be done. So that is the reason you can consider the trading platform is the best example, right? Now, the next one, partition placement group. Cluster is not suitable. How? How? Why cluster is not suitable? Let me take the complete what do you call a scenario. Let us consider you are running one high performance data intensive application like our real time trading platform. Let me explain. So now high performance data intensive application. So what we have, real time trading platform. Real time trading platform which requires the low latency communication. So cluster is one which provides a 10 Gbps bandwidth compared to other options. Cluster is one which provides 10 Gbps bandwidth between the communication. Do you have that option in other placement group? Satya, do you have any other option? This 10 Gbps of a bandwidth between the communication of instances. Do you have any other option? Satya, do you have any other option for low latency communication? See, we are talking about a low latency communication between the instances, right? So here, by using this solution, a best possible network performance, right? You will get through the cluster. And that is the reason we are using a cluster placement group. We have the strategies to overcome that problems. We have the strategies, but you will not get a low latency communication between the servers compared to cluster. Are you getting the point? So the main focus is communication between the two instances with the 10 Gbps of a bandwidth, right? So you like here in the cluster, we know that how to manage your racks. In some cases, if something went wrong, at that time it affects. But, but, but this type of a low latency communication you will not get in a partition or a spread. That is the main reason. I hope you got the point. Even I got the point. It's totally failover, correct. But that will be taken care. That will be taken care, right? Now, partition placement group. Partition placement group, folks, let me tell you, this is also can be used within the single availability zone. Single availability zone, right? And let me tell you here, the separate partition will be maintained. Up to 7 partitions you can maintain, right? Every partition have the separate rack, and these rack are related to this partition. If something went wrong, so that doesn't going to affect second and third. If second something went wrong, first and third will be not affected. If third something went wrong, first and second will be not affected. So here in your partition placement group, you can launch hundreds of EC2 instances with the separate partition, right? So in this partition, in a single availability zone, you can create up to 7 partition, not more than that. There is a restriction, right? Now, so up to 7 partition per SD with the hundreds of EC2 instances you can launch. The one instance, the instance of one partition do not share the rack with the instance of other partition, as I clearly discussed. A partition failover can affect many EC2 instances from the same partition, but it won't affect the other partition, which is available in same availability zone, right? So now let me take one simple example for this, for partition placement group. Now, let us consider you are building one mission critical fault tolerance application. I hope everyone is aware what is mission critical application. So what kind of application you can consider for mission critical applications? Banking, only banking, only banking. Folks, can I consider defense? Can I consider defense, weather forecasting, health, right? These all are mission critical fault tolerant workloads. So let us consider you are building one mission critical fault tolerant application that must resilient to a hardware failure. So now to achieve this, you want to distribute your instances across different partitions within the same region. So using the partition placement group, if one partition goes down, the second and third will be ready. If second goes down, first and third ready. If third goes down, first and second will be ready. Right? Yes, each partition is rack of partition placement. Correct. Every partition have the separate rack to launch your EC2 instances. Right? Now, spread placement group. Folks, spread is available with multiple availability zones. That too within a single region. The first difference. Spread is available with the multiple availability zone within the single region, like 1A, 1B, 1C. And here, a separate hardware and a rack will be maintained. Separate hardware and rack will be maintained. So within the same availability zone, a separate hardware and separate rack will be maintained. For this EC2, separate hardware and separate rack will be maintained. So same thing for 1B, 1C. Even if one EC2 instance goes down within the same availability zone, because a separate hardware and rack is there, that is the reason it doesn't going to affect the next EC2. That is the power of spread placement group. That is the power of spread placement group. If something went wrong for this EC2, even the same availability zone, that doesn't going to affect this EC2, because where you have hosted the separate rack and separate hardware will be maintained for this EC2. That is the reason. That is the reason spread placement group, even within the same availability zone, that doesn't going to affect other EC2. Right? Now, all EC2 instances will be located on a different hardware. So it span across the multiple availability zone within the same region, and it reduces the risk of simultaneous failure. That means even within the same region, if something went wrong for the first EC2, then it doesn't affect to the second one. And there is a limit. You can launch 7 EC2 instances per availability zone, not more than that. 7 EC2, not more than that. So when should I use this? Let us consider I have an application that needs a maximum high availability. Critical application that need to be isolated from a failure from each other. Let me take one specific example. Let us consider Shivender is one of the solution architect for organization. Right now, he is designing one highly available web application. Highly available web application with some load balancer and multiple application servers. And now Shivender want to ensure that the application remains available even if hardware failure occurs within the same availability zone. If hardware failure occur within the same availability zone. So now you can achieve this by using a spread placement group. So that is the power of spread placement group. Even if fails within the same availability zone, even it works. And let me tell you folks, placement groups are free. Placement groups are free. Just how many number of EC2 instances you are going to use, based on that you are going to pay for it. Okay. Now let me show you. Let me show you. Folks, when you scroll down, it's taking time. Okay. So now when you click on advanced details, here is the option called, where it is, placement group. Yes, here is the option to create a placement group. Right now, I don't have any placement group in my account. Right? Let's create a new placement group. Let's create a new placement group. I don't have any placement group right now in an account. Let me create a new placement and let me give the name called demo07. Demo07. So what strategy do you want to go? Cluster, spread, or partition? I want to go with the cluster. All right. Create a group. So now placement group is created successfully. If you go back, here still this option is not available. Let me refresh. One cell refresh. So here placement group demo07 strategy cluster with the shade no is available for me. All right. So now a demo07, what I created just now, the cluster is available for me. So whenever you're launching the EC2 instance, so if you select the cluster placement group, the EC2 will be deployed in that group and you can launch the instance. And let me tell you folks, by default, placement group will be not selected. If you want to use, then you have to create, then you can utilize that. Okay. So this is all about the placement group. Yes. Now let me take you to the next topic called metadata. So what is metadata, folks? What is metadata? What is metadata? As per your knowledge, what is metadata? Data about data. Okay, perfect. Then metadata about EC2. What you are expecting? Metadata about EC2. What you are expecting? Configuration details. Exactly. Yes. In metadata concept, you will get the information about the EC2 instance. Again, I'm repeating, folks. In metadata, you will get the information about the EC2 instance, like what is the AMI ID, what is the instance type, then what is the public host name, then network, what is the network, MAC address, instance ID, profile, everything you will get the detailed information. Now, let me show you. This is my demo. Sorry, meta server, right? Meta server. Select the Linux operating system, keep as it is, t2.micro, t2.micro, and here is the option. Here is the option. I'll go with proceed without keep here. Networking settings, I'll keep as it is. Once you scroll down, there is an option called advanced details. And here, folks, you have the option. Yes, metadata versions. You can see there are two versions are available for metadata, version 1 and version 2. If you see here, metadata accessible enabled, but only for v2. If you want to go for both versions, v1 and v2, you can select the first option. By default, it's only v2, and now you can go for v1 and v2 both. So let me tell you what is the difference between v1 and v2. So v1 is a simple method, right? There is no any authentication, but v2 is token based authentication. Token based authentication. So here first you have to put for a token, then you will get the information, right? So now this is v1 is not secure, v2 is secure, and v2 you will get 6 hours of a session to get the responses. So token will be generated and you can perform the task, right? So v1 is like just simple http get request, right? So now v1 and v2, I'm selecting both options, and now let me launch a instance. So now I'm successfully done with launching my second EC2 for meta server. Now, how to connect? So now select the meta server. If you want to directly connect your server, here we have the option called connect. So here instance connect. Instance connect. Now your EC2 will be directly connected by using instance connect option. So this is public IP address and this is private IP address of your EC2. Right? Let me show you. This is Amazon Linux 2023. Just now what I created the EC2. right? AMI along with the EC2 user. This is private IP 172.31.18.195, right? So folks, again, I have one document, a standard URL. Always, if you want to check the metadata of any EC2 instance, we have the command code 169.254, 169.254. Just copy and paste it. Folks, you can see curl HTTP 169.254, 169.254 for latest metadata. Right now, just enter. So now these are the different attributes which are available for us. Let us consider if I want to check AMI ID, just slash AMI hyphen ID. Enter. What happened? Yes. Now you can see this is the AMI ID of my EC2 instance. Right? Like this, if I want to check a MAC address. So this is the MAC address of my EC2 instance. So you can check it out, all the attributes, whichever you want. Then you will get the in detail information. Right? So it's a small topic, folks, called metadata. I hope it's clear to everyone. So now let's move on to the next topic called. Yeah, before that, let me ask a single question to you people. Folks, let us consider this is my EC2 and this is my S3 bucket. If I want to access this from, if I want to access a S3 bucket using this EC2, what I can do here? My question is, see, if you are accessing the bucket at that time, what AWS is designed the API you are using. But if EC2 want to access this S3 bucket, what is required? What is required? No. Shane, only IAM. Metadata? No. Credentials. Why you want credentials? In the previous session, I was taken. Yes, Shane, very good. Jamil, Shane, absolutely correct. You have to create a role. In the previous session, I was created a role, right? If I want to access the S3 bucket, I was created one role, and that too here I given S3 full access. Then I assumed a role to EC2. Right? I hope everyone remember, folks. Like last week, sorry, in the previous session, yesterday I was created one EC2 and S3 along with the role. Assume to EC2. Then EC2 can access a particular bucket now. All right. Okay. So now, folks, here we have next option called EC2 purchasing options. So now, folks, EC2 purchasing options. Folks, I have one question. This the topic is EC2 purchasing options. Now I have one question for, okay, let me take a question to you people now. So folks, I hope everyone is familiar with the geo connectivity. Now someone is using geo fiber connections, like someone is using 599, 1099, 1500, 2000, right? So now every month you are paying. If you pay in advance for 12 months, you will get 1 month subscription extra. Are you with me? You will get a 1 month subscription extra. Am I right? Right? So now here also what we are using the EC2 instances, right? So how to purchase that? How to purchase that EC2 based on which plan, right? So now here we have the different EC2 purchasing options. EC2 purchasing options, right? In that the first one is on demand. Now what we are using, if you are not selecting any of the plan, then by default it's on demand only. If you are not selecting any of the plan, then it's by default on demand only, right? Because here we don't have any upfront cost. There is no any upfront cost. And even this is very much suitable for short-term workloads. So that is the reason we are going with on-demand instances. If you are not selecting any of the instance type, then by default, it will be considered as on-demand instance, right? And there is no any upfront cost. No need to pay in advance here. Now, the next one is in saving plan, you have to commit for 1 or 3 years. And you will get the discount 65 to 70% of a discount compared to your on-demand instance. Again, I am repeating, folks, saving plan, you will get 1 or 3 years of a commitment and 65 to 70% of a discount. All right. Now, reserved instances. Here also 1 or 3 years of a commitment, but you will get a 72% of a discount compared to your on-demand instances. Why? What is the difference between saving and reserved plan? Let me tell you, folks. In saving plan, if you want to shift from T2 to M3 or M3 to R4, it's possible to change the instance family. But in reserved instance, if you are using R4, you have to use only R4 for this entire 3 years. You don't have authority to change the instance family, right? Now, might be you have the question, sir, where I can use this? In which use case? Let us consider Pranit is one of the solution architect for IRCTC organization, right? So now Pranit know that I am going to get this much of a traffic. That's why I decided to use R6.large for this IRCTC application. Now this R6.large application can run for 3 years. 3 years because Pranit know that for 3 years I'm going to get this much of a traffic. So that's why I decided to use R6.large. Even I already know that this much of a traffic I am getting. That is the reason I'll select a high-end instance type. So you can't change this. But saving plan, let us consider my workload. Now I'm using R6 here. But what I expected, I'm not getting that much of a workload. So you can downgrade your instance type from R6 to T4.large. So you are doing cost optimization by reducing, downgrading your instance type. That is nothing but saving plan and reserved instances, right? Now, the next is spot instances. So folks, in spot instances, you will get the 90% of a discount. Again, I am repeating, folks, you will get a 90% of a discount compared to your on-demand instance. Now, why I'm getting 90% of a discount? What is the reason behind that? So here in the different plans, those who are the clients, those who are selected the different purchasing options, some of the capacity or a memory which is not used, that is surrendered to AWS. So that kind of a space will be allocated to the user. Now, how exactly the spot instances work? Let me take with the single example. So folks, this is my, let us consider here we have one hotel or lodging facility. Yes, I was talking about these spot instances. Let us consider this is hotel and lodging facility we have. And here we have one manager. So folks, in this hotel, we have 100 rooms, right? So all the 97 rooms are occupied with the 1000 amount, 1000 rupees amount, right? Now, these 3 rooms are vacant. 3 rooms are vacant. And after 24 hours also, no one is occupying these rooms. So manager is thinking, what happened, right? Now suddenly one person will come and he'll ask for this room. Hey, can you give me this room? I'll pay 400. Everyone is already given 1000 rupees for a single room. Now he's asking for 400. Then manager is going to put one condition. Okay, I'll give the room, but there is only one condition. What is that? If someone will arrive greater than 400 value, if someone will arrive with the value of 500, at that time you have to leave the room. Are you with me, folks? Are you with me, folks? This scenario. Now someone is arriving here, he is bidding for 500. I'll give the 500. Then manager is given the condition. If someone is coming with more than 400, you have to leave the room, right? So same thing in spot instances. Let us consider For Vimal, the space is allocated. For Vimal, the space is allocated. Right? Now, suddenly, Satya Prasad will come into the picture. See, now a space is allocated to whom? I think I taken the name called, yeah, Vimal Singh, right? So now the space is allocated to Vimal Singh, right? And now Prem will come into the picture. So space is allocated to Vimal Singh, and suddenly Vimal is bidding. So Prem is allotted, like he's taken the space for $200, and suddenly Prem will come into the picture. He bid for 300. Now AWS will send a notification to whom? Vimal Singh. So this space is allocated to someone else. Please complete your task. And before 2 minutes, you'll get the notification from AWS. That is the reason you are getting 90% discount, right? So once the 2 minutes completed, this space will be allocated to Prem. Now Prem can utilize this space. And folks, because of this reason, AWS is clearly specified. Don't use any complex data or mission critical data or important data for spot instances. Don't use mission critical data or complex data or important data with the spot instances, because before 2 minutes it will be terminated, right? And when should I use this? The best example is batch processing. Why? Because where you left the last process, you can start from the same place. Are you with me, folks? In the batch processing, where you have left the last process, again you can start from the same place. That is the reason for batch processing. The best example is our spot instances, right? Now let me take the last option, dedicated host. Dedicated host. If I compare with all the options, dedicated host is too costly. Dedicated host is too costly. Why? Because an entire physical server will be provided to a single customer. Sorry, this is server, right? So entire physical server will be provided to a single customer, right? So here you control your placement of virtual machines, instances of the host, right? So performance is same as your instance family, right? But here you will get a more predictable performance. No other customer, AWS customers are sharing the hardware. So that is the reason, especially when we are using dedicated host, especially for a defense system, no one is going to share the resources at that time. Defense system, right? When you have some compliance requirement, right? Dedicated host means, let us consider, let me take one example. You need to run one Windows server with your own license. So at that time, you use a dedicated host to comply with your Microsoft licensing rules. At that time, you will go with dedicated host, right? So these are the different plans which are available for EC2, right? Let me start with the first topic of today's session, hibernation. Folks, any idea what is hibernation? I think many people are heard in the laptop also. Let me correct this. Okay, hibernation. What is hibernation, folks? System in sleep mode. Acceptable, power saving mode. Acceptable, only power saving, Nupur. Folks, what is the main agenda? What is the main agenda of that? Like, what is the goal of that particular hibernation process? What you are achieving by doing that? What you are achieving? Only power, Vimal. Correct, Rajiv? Exactly correct. Yes, exactly. Even you are optimizing the cost. Not only power, you are optimizing the cost. When you hibernate your EC2 instance, again, you can start from the same state where exactly you have left. And the very important, you don't have to pay for the hibernation setup. Like for that specific duration, you are not going to pay anything, right? So hibernation is a process where your system is going for sleep for a certain duration. And when you resume it back, again it starts from the same state, right? Now here we have a diagram. Excuse me. Folks, now here you can see I have an EC2 instance along with the EBS, right? So the first condition is if you want to do hibernation for your EC2 instance, make sure that your EBS should be encrypted. This is the first condition. Again, I'm repeating, if you want to hibernate your EC2 instance, make sure that your EBS volume should be encrypted. Otherwise, it's not possible to hibernate your EC2 instance. Now, operating system sends a signal to the system. Now, stop hibernate, right? Stop hibernate means now it starts from the stopping process to stop process. Folks, from stopping to stop, there is a process. From stopping to stop, there is a process. Folks, what is process in operating system? I'm talking about the process in operating system. No, not RAM. Folks, anyone heard about the process in operating system? Process. Operating system. Compute based on giving inputs, some task. Okay. Can I say that process is a program under execution? Process is a program under execution. Are you with me? Can I say that process is a program under execution? And what is that execution? From stopping to stop state. Are you with me, folks? I hope everyone is familiar with the operating system concepts. OS, operating system, threads, process, multi-threading, concurrency, right? See, process is a program under execution, right? From stopping to stop state. Now, your EC2 is successfully hibernated. This is my EC2. After EC2 stop, my EC2 is hibernated, and this EC2 is attached with EBS and instant store, right? So now, folks, my question is, when my EC2 is hibernated, am I going to pay for it? Whether I'm going to pay for it? No, 100% no. When your EC2 is hibernated, you are not going to pay for it, right? When you are going to hibernate your EC2 instance, you are not going to pay for it, right? But you are going to pay for only the EBS value. Only the EBS volume, because EBS is a place where it stores a current state of the system. That is the reason you are going to pay for the EBS value. And one more thing, whatever you have the data in the instance store, as you know that instance store which acts like a RAM, a temporary storage. When you hibernate your EC2 instance, all the data will be vanished. Totally the data will be deleted, right? And only the EBS data which stores your last state of the system, and even when you resume it back, it starts from the same state, right? So here instance store is nothing but temporary storage. It acts like a RAM. Now when you hibernate your EC2 instance, all the data will be vanished from the EC instance store. But when it comes for the EBS, all the data will be available. Even you can start from the same state where you have left. Now, folks, when you hibernate your EC2 instance, even public IP is also changed. When you hibernate your EC2 instance, even the public IP is also changed. The private IP will be same. Private IP will be same. Now, let us consider if I want to make my EC2 instance should not change the public IP, then we have the concept of elastic IP. So folks, elastic IP are the static IP addresses when you allocate to your EC2 instance, right? Even if you are hibernating also, then it never change the IP address, and these are chargeable. You have to pay for this. Elastic IP are chargeable. You have to pay for this. Even after hibernation also, you will get the same IP address. right? Now, there are multiple things we have. Like if I talk about the EBS value, right? Even if you are doing a hibernation of your EC2 instance, if you want to do any modification related to EBS, that is possible. If you want to do some optimization settings for EBS, that you can do that, right? And this hibernation is supported by the new operating system what we have, right? Now, if I talk about some limitations, these are the features of hibernation. Now, if I talk about some limitations also, in that the first one is, folks, when I am hibernating my EC2 instance, right, all the data from instance store will be deleted. Agree with me? This is also one of the limitations. When my EC2 instance is hibernated, right, all the data will be deleted, right? Now, the next. So, folks, now let us consider if I have more than 150 GB of a RAM. If I have more than 150 GB of a RAM, in that situation, it's not possible to hibernate. As per the architecture, AWS clearly specified, if you have more than 150 GB of a RAM at that time, it's not possible to hibernate, right? And the next, let us consider, folks, if your EC2 is hibernated for 60 days, then AWS have the authority to terminate that instance. Again, I'm repeating, if your EC2 is hibernated for more than 60 days, then AWS have the authority to terminate that instance. This is also one of the limitations you can consider for hibernation, right? So now, let me show you in the console. Let me go to the EC2. Now, let me launch the instance. I'm going to show you the hibernation option now. Okay. Now, see, let me give the name. Okay. Now, let me give the name called demo Linux. Already we are discussed this in the previous session. Just I'm going to launch directly to show you the demonstration like hibernation option. Folks, proceed without keep here. All right. So when you click on advanced details, here we have option. Folks, here we have option called hibernation. Here you can see there is an option, folks, stop hibernation behavior. It should be stopped, right? So first you have to enable. If you enable, then only you are able to hibernate your instance. If you are not enabled while launching the EC2, then it's not possible to hibernate your EC2 instance, right? And now what I'm doing, hibernation behavior is enabled and it should be stopped, right? Now, let me launch the instance. I got the error. Just now I got the error. Why? What is the reason? The reason is available on that screen. That's why I shifted. May I know the reason why I'm not able to hibernate, like why I'm not able to launch my EC2? No, I don't have that much of a RAM. Prem, I don't have that much of, no EBS. We have EBS and more than 60 days. Just now I'm launching. Yes, very good, Pradeep. Very good, Pradeep. You can see the answer from Pradeep now. You can see the answer from Pradeep. Why? What is the reason? What is the reason? The reason is your EBS is not encrypted. Your EBS, Vimal Singh, your EBS is not encrypted. Because of that reason, right? Let me show you. For hibernation, the root device value must be encrypted, right? I did the instance configuration. And where is your EBS value? Before advanced detail, here we have the configure storage option. Click on advanced, and this is the value, EBS value. And here you can see encrypted, not encrypted, right? Let's encrypt now. Okay, let's encrypt by using default KMS key. So what is that KMS? I'll discuss here. In detail, we are going to see in module number 5. Right now, just let me give the introduction. KMS stands for Key Management Service. It's a centralized repository where we are going to maintain a cryptographic keys for encryption as well as decryption. Now I'm using default key. Okay, let me launch the instance. So now my EC2 instance is successfully launched. Let me show you folks. Still it's pending. Yeah, now it's running. Usually if you go to instance state, right, these are the options. Yes, yes, Bhattu. EBS encryption is mandatory during the hibernation. That's why clearly specified. EBS should be encrypted. Otherwise, it's not possible. Now, let's select the server and here instance state. So usually this option is disabled until and unless you have to explicitly enable that, right? Now, if you click on Hibernate instance, click on Hibernate. I got the error. Why? What is the reason? Because my server is still initializing. If once it's 2x2 check pass, then you are able to hibernate your EC2 instance. Right? Right? So this is all about the demonstration for hibernation process, folks. Now, folks, if you see when you click on launch instance, okay, actually, I think I have not shown you the hibernation process, right? Let me show you. Let me hibernate your EC2. Now, let me hibernate. So select the server and here instance state, hibernate instance. So please focus on the state now. Just now I am done with the hibernation. Now folks, this running becomes stopping. And once the stopping will change to which state? From stopping to stopped state. Very good. From stopping to stop state, right? Now I have one question. Actually, I was waiting someone will ask this. So what is the difference between stop and hibernate? It means when we want to have a fixed public IP, example for IoT devices, we need to have elastic IP because they are always changes. The EC2 instance can go for restart. Perfect, Shivendra. You are absolutely correct, Shivendra. So now, what is the difference between stop and hibernate? What is the difference between stop and hibernate? Stop means AMI will boot again, startup will be higher. Stop losses the machine started, hibernate keep the state option. Very good. See, exactly. But to Anup, exactly correct. When you stop your EC2 instance, all the data will be totally deleted. It's not possible to take from the last state. But when you hibernate, it's possible to take from the last state of a system, right? So now even you can see here, folks. So now you can see here from stopping to stop. Successfully, my EC2 is stopped, right? So if I want to again start the instance by using the start method, again, I can start from the same state. So this is the way how we are performing hibernation. Now, folks, we have the topic called EBS, Elastic Block Storage. So here you can see I have the option called Advanced Details, right? Before this, we have a Configure Storage option. Configure Storage option, just click on Advanced, and here we have a different storage, different volume types. Storage type is EBS, and this is the name, and snapshot, that is nothing but backup. And here is the size. So here, folks, you can see there are different volumes we have. Different volumes we have. So what are those? What are those? The first one is EBS. Not possible, Arvind. Not possible. Okay. So now let me take you to the right. So now let me take you to the EBS volume, folks. Just a minute. See, here the different volumes are available. Okay, Arvind, your question is how to create EC2 without EBS, just with instance store. Okay, Arvind, let me tell you, this is not recommended, but that's why I'm clearly specifying not possible. You can do that, but there are a lot of modifications are required. Right? So you have to select the instance type, that too which support the instance store. Are you getting the, Arvind? Are you getting the point? You have to select the instance type which support the instance store. Right? So that is the reason. That is the reason. That's why I clearly specified not possible. But if you do in depth, it's possible. It's possible. Okay. Now, folks, here you can see the 8 GB. You can change the size and the volume type. Here we have the different volume type. The first one is solid state drive, SSD. Then the general purpose SSD, provision IOPS SSD. Right. So apart from this, we have a magnetic standard and then hard disk drive. So why we are shifted even if you check it out our laptop also, why we are shifted from hard disk drive to solid state drive? What is the main reason? What is the main reason behind that? Why everyone is shifted from HDD to SSD, solid state drive? Because it's too faster, which improved the IOPS, input output operations per second, right? Here you can see SSD, we have two categories, GP3, GP2, IO1, IO2, right? So these are general purpose. GP3, GP2 are general purpose SSD. General purpose SSD, which provides up to 16,000 IOPS. Again, I'm repeating, folks. General purpose SSD, GP3 and GP2, it provides 16,000 IOPS per volume, right? And the capacity of GP3 and GP2 is from 1 GB to 16 TB. And when should I use this? For example, I'm dealing with some low latency applications like our development and testing environment. At that time, you can go for GP3, GP2. Now, if you go for provision IOPS, SSD, IO1, IO2, let me tell you, folks, it provides 64,000 IOPS per volume. 64,000 IOPS per volume. Just think about the capacity, IOPS rate per volume, 64,000 IOPS and 16,000 IOPS, right? And now, when should I use this? When I want a workload which requires a more IOPS, more than 16,000. At that time, you can go with IO1 and IO2. Usually, we are going with IO intensive database workloads, right? And the capacity will be from 4 GB to up to 16 TB, what we have for IO1 and IO2. Now, if I compare with hard disk, HDD, right? Folks, hard disk, SC1 or ST1, there are two options are available. Here, the size will be 125 GB to 16 TB. And let me tell you the IOPS rate, folks, only 500 IOPS per volume, 500 IOPS per volume. Just think the capacity of this hard disk and provision. So general purpose, which provides a 16,000 IOPS. This is 64,000 and this is only 500. This is only 500, right? So now number of input output operations per second. How many number of input output operations per second your EBS volume can perform? So now you can customize as per your requirement, right? So delete on termination. When you terminate this, EBS volume will be deleted. Now encryption, as I discussed just now, if you want to encrypt a value, it's a optional, but when you are going for hibernation, it should be mandatory, right? When you're going for encryption, the key should be created. Here we have a default key. If you want to go with the custom key, key management service is a centralized repository where you are going to maintain a cryptographic keys, right? So here you can create your separate customer key and without sharing to anyone. At that time, for more security purpose, if you want to share with the client, at that time you can use that particular keys also. By using KMS, it's possible, right? So this is all about the EBS value, what we have in our AWS environment, that too for EC2 launching machine. Fine. So now, folks, this is all about the EBS. If I talk about the concept called load balancer. Now let's move on to the next topic called elastic load balancers. So, folks, are you people familiar with the load balancer concept? Like, what is load balancer? Yeah, let me zoom this. I hope the diagram is visible. I hope the diagram is visible. Yeah, let me take the acknowledgement, then we can discuss. I hope the diagram is visible. If it is still blur, if it is still blur, if it is still blur, let me specify this is WS1, web server 1, 172.16.0.10, web server 2, web server 3, right? 16.0.11, 12 different IP addresses. This is load balancer, amazon.com, client, route 53, amazon.com, 204.30.05. And these are the features: load distribution, fault tolerance, security. Okay. So, folks, let me tell you what exactly it is. In every session, I'll use the custom diagrams. In every session, I'll use the custom diagram. I hope everyone remember in the last session, I was taking the placement groups, right? Which was taken from official AWS page. Now, this custom diagram is created by me. Now, this diagram is created by me to clearly explain about how exactly this load balancer works logically. For that reason, in every session, I'll use this custom diagram, right? So, folks, if you want, you can take a snapshot, because if I start explaining, it will like a too many lines, everything I explained, so it's too difficult to read. So better, if you want to take a snapshot, you can take now, if you want. Otherwise, let me start. Jamil Basha, if I zoom more, then it's not possible to write anything. You can see it's already 115% zoom. Then I'm not able to write anything here. That is the reason. That's why I explained what are the things we have. I hope it's fine, Jamil Basha. Okay, thank you so much. Yeah, what is load balancer, folks? Elastic load balancer, any idea? Used to direct the traffic, distribute a load between the multiple servers, distributing traffic multiple servers. Okay. Any other answers? Traffic controller, load distribution, fault tolerance, and security. Frame, characteristics. All the characteristics. Okay, distribution of services based on the availability. Ensure that the workload is evenly distributed, avoid disruption. Okay. Yes, correct. Exactly, Priya. See, elastic load balancer, it distributes your incoming application traffic across the multiple targets. Again, I'm repeating, elastic load balancer, it distributes your incoming application traffic across multiple targets. It distributes your incoming application traffic equally to multiple targets. Now the target might be any EC2 instance, containers, or any Lambda function. Now, this load balancer, which distribute all the incoming application traffic across the multiple targets. So target might be any EC2 instance, containers, or any Lambda function. In our scenario, the targets are EC2, right? So now, folks, as you know that elastic load balancer is responsible to distribute a load among the registered target equally, incoming application traffic equally, right? So here we have features. The first one is load distribution. Now here we have 100% load for this load balancer. Target means EC2 instance, container, or any Lambda function. Only compute thing, not storage. See, Lambda is also one of the compute service. Arun, Lambda is also one of the compute service, serverless compute service. Okay. See, EC2, you know that containers, it's a standard way to package your application, such as code, dependencies, runtime, repository into a single object. That is container. Lambda is nothing but serverless compute service. So now the target might be any EC2, container, or any Lambda function, right? Now, here we have 100% load. The first one is load distribution, right? Now, elastic load balancer is responsible to distribute a load equally to registered targets. So now it starts dividing the load 33%, 33%, 33%. Might be you have the question, sir, what about that remaining 1%? That is also equally divided. That is also equally divided, right? Now, the next is fault tolerance, right? So now, yeah, frame, 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 frame. Yes, I got the response from frame. What I did just now what I taken here. Just a minute, let me explain. So here, I repeated a request, I taken a frame name to check. Yeah. So now, just now I taken a frame name continuously to check whether he's available in the session or not. Just I'm taking example. Please don't mind frame. Just I'm taking example. Just now, I called frame name to check whether he's available in the session or not. Frame. Suddenly I got the response. That means he is available in the session. Like that, elastic load balancer, it sends some heartbeat packets. Elastic load balancer, it sends some heartbeat package to check whether the web server is active or not, healthy or not, right? When load balancer sends a heartbeat package to the server, if suddenly got the acknowledgement, that means ELB declared as this web server is healthy. Like that, suddenly I got the response from Prem. Yes, please. That means I declared that Prem is available in the session. He is very active. Right? Now, Prem, 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 Prem. See, I got the response. But with some few delay, like you can consider 5 to 10 seconds of an interval. See, in that situation, you can't say that Prem is not available in the session. I got the response within 10 seconds, but I can't say that Prem is not available in the session. Might be Prem is busy in doing the labs. So I can't say that, hey, Prem is not available, I'll put the absent. No, Prem is doing lab work. So I can't say that he's not available in the session. So like that, this web server might be busy to provide a service to other customer. So you can't say that. This web server is healthy because the server is providing a service to other customer. Now in that situation, you can't say that the server is not healthy. For that, we have the concept called interval. So now I'll put the 2-second interval. Frame. Very good. I got the quick responses. That means this server is healthy. Right? Now, see, if I'm not getting the response from this web server, I can't call. Let us consider Prem is busy in doing the breakfast. Right? I'm continuously taking Prem name. Prem. I can't wait up to evening. I can't wait up to evening because Prem is busy in doing breakfast. I can't wait up to evening. Once he'll free, then I'll get the acknowledgement. No, I can't wait. So because of that reason, I'll specify 2-second interval along with 2 minutes of a duration. If I'm not getting with the 2 second of intervals, praying, 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 after 2 minutes also, then I declare as Prem is not available in the session. Prem is absent. Prem is absent. Like that, this web server is unhealthy. This server is not able to receive the traffic. Then I'll declare as unhealthy. Again, load distribution. Again, we have the 100% load. Now it starts equally dividing this load. 50% to this, 50% to this. Why? Because the first server is unhealthy. Unhealthy, right? Then the server 1, server 2 equally handle the traffic from a load balancer. Now, the third point, security. How this load balancer provides a security. So now when a client is requesting, to the elastic load balancer will equally divide the traffic, right? Now, after equally dividing the traffic, after equally dividing the traffic, from where exactly you are getting the responses, client is not going to understand. Because of security reason, elastic load balancer, it hides the public IP of the web server. From where exactly you are getting the responses, the customer is not going to understand that. Customer is not going to understand that from where exactly you are getting the responses. Because of security reason, elastic load balancer, it hides the public IP of every EC2 instance from where you are getting the traffic. That is the third feature of security of your elastic load balancer. Now, if I talk about the benefits, elastic load balancer are highly available, secure, scalable, and even flexible also, right? Now, here we have three different types of load balancer. In that, the first one is, let me reduce the font size, otherwise it's too difficult to write. Yeah, the first one is application load balancer, and the second one is network load balancer, and the third one is classic load balancer. Fine. So are you people familiar with the OSI model? OSI model, networking model, OSI, APSTNDP, APSTNDP. Application, presentation, session, transport, network, data link, and physical. For folks, which is the first layer now? Which is first layer? Which is first layer? So now, yes, which is the first layer? Physical layer. Pranit, it's physical layer, right? So no need to go in detail about the OSI networking layer model. So just this is physical layer, data link, network, transport, session, presentation, and application, right? So now here we have application load balancer. Application load balancer. What happened to this? Okay, application load balancer. So let me tell you folks, here it deals with the HTTP and HTTPS traffic. In application load balancer, always it deals with the HTTP and HTTPS traffic. And using the using the application load balancer, Always it routes a traffic to the targeted within the VPC based on the content of the request. It routes a traffic to the targets within VPC based on the content of the request, right? And let me tell you folks, in which layer it works. Application load balancer works in which layer? Any idea? Application load balancer works in which layer? Layer number 7, that is application layer. Layer number 7, that is application layer, right? Now, network load balancer, NLB. So folks, network load balancer, which deals with TCP, UDP traffic, right? And here also it routes a target, it routes a traffic in a target VPC regardless of the content request. Again, I'm repeating, it routes traffic to the targeted VPC regardless of the content request. And do you know, folks, in which particular OSL layer it works? Network load balancer. Don't go for the name. Don't go for the name. This is not similar with the name. Always data. No. Not third layer. No. Always it works with the transport layer. Fourth layer. Always it works with layer number 4. That is transport layer. And now this classic load balancer is the combination of both HTTP and as well as TCP. That's why it works in layer number 7 as well and layer number 4 also. TCP, UDP are like, see, classic load balancer is the combination of both application as well as network load balancer, right? Now, folks, let me show you the same thing in the console, how exactly your load balancer works. Let me take you to this console. So now, folks, let me open the document. I hope everyone have your folder, right? 58 MB folder, everyone. Everyone. Okay. Now there is a assisted practice number 6 using classic load balancer distributed traffic. Using classic load balancer distributor traffic, right? So folks, lesson 3 demo 6 using the classic load balancer to distributed traffic. I'll take step by step every step and I'll show you the document also because it's a lengthy assignment. Now what I'm going to demonstrate you people. So I'll take this step by step even along with the document comparison. So you will get clearly idea how exactly we are performing the task. Okay. Now let me show you the console. Okay. So folks, if you check it out, the first step, you have to create a security group, right? Now this demo is for creating a load balancer with the registered targets. With the registered targets. So first step is you have to create a first you have to create a security group. Now then you have to launch the instance with the different availability zone. I hope everyone know that how to launch an instance. Then how to launch an instance in a different availability zone, that I'll show you. I hope everyone know that how to launch a EC2. Folks, I hope everyone know that how to launch a EC2. In the previous session, I was clearly discussed, right? Okay. Then after that, I'll show you how to create a load balancer. Then how to deploy this classic load balancer to the EC2 instance. Now, what is the first step? You have to create a security group. Let me go to the console. And if you check here, there is an option called security group. There is an option called security groups. Let me go to the dashboard. See, here we have an option called security groups. All right. So now, folks, click on security group. Let me give the introduction. Because in detail, I'm going to discuss in module number 5. Security groups in detail, I'm going to explain in detail in module number 5. Let me give the introduction. Folks, security groups are the virtual firewall at EC2 level. Security groups are virtual firewall at EC2 level, where you are going to define your inbound and outbound traffic. Which traffic is allowed to your EC2 instance, that you are going to decide here. Again, I'm repeating, which traffic is going to allow for your EC2, that you are going to decide here by specifying inbound rules, right? Now let me take the name also the same, my HTTP server. Okay, then description. If you want, you can, otherwise you can leave that. Let me take as per the document. Okay, folks, don't change anything for this VPC. Keep as it is. Keep as it is. Don't touch this VPC part because we are using default VPC. Now click on add rule. As per your document, which traffic they are allowing? SSH and HTTP, and that too from anywhere IPv4. SSH first one, secure shell. SSH is nothing but secure shell, and that too anywhere from IPv4 address. Next, HTTP, anywhere from IPv4. Let me take one more rule. HTTPS, correct. Jamil Basha, correct. HTTPS. HTTP anywhere from IPv4, HTTPS anywhere from IPv4, right? As per the document, they are asking to allow SSH and HTTP anywhere from IPv4. Even I included HTTPS also, right? So now the traffic from SSH, HTTP, HTTPS is allowed to my EC2 instance. Fine. Now let me create a security group. Okay, let me create a security group now. This is lengthy demonstration. That's the reason step by step I will take your acknowledgement. Now I'm ready with my security group called my HTTP server. So what is this second step as per your document? Let me check. So I'm done with creating a security group. The next step is launching the instance with the different availability zone, and that too Linux 2 operating system, right? Keep here, see, keep here is not required. Let me take the name called HTTP server 1. Okay. Now let me launch the instance. Launch your instance. Arun, Yomi, my pace is fine. Arun, Yomi, Arun, Arun, are you with me? Okay. So now let me take the, okay. Now let me take the web server 1, HTTP server 1, the name. And here Linux operating system 6.1 AMI. Folks, no need to worry. If you don't have this 6. This AMI, Linux 2 AMI, you can go with 6.1. 6.1 is fine. And now instance type is t2.micro. t2.micro. Okay. And here keep here not required because we are not using not required. Folks, if you see the networking setting, right? Network settings in detail, what are the fields we have, that we'll see in module number 5. But right now, how to deploy, what is the condition? You know that. How to launch a EC2 instance, you know that. But how to launch a EC2 instance in a different availability zone? For that, you have to click on edit. And here you can see the subnet options. Keep VPC same as it is, default subnet. You can see the availability zones 1B, 1C, 1F, 1A, right? So shall I select 1A, folks? If you allow me, shall I select 1A availability zone for deploying my EC2? Right? You can select anything. You can select any of the availability zone. Again, I'm repeating, you can select any of the availability zone. So now I'm selecting 1A, right? So now firewalls. Do you want to use firewalls? Yes. I think just now I created one security group. Do you know what is the name of that security group now? Do you know which security group we have? Just now we are created, right? Is it the same security group what I created just now in front of you people? My HTTP server. Select this and along with a default one, right? So now first select this server, HTTP server what I created and default one. Might be you have the question, sir, why we are selecting default also? Default where I want to provide a more granular permission to my EC2 instance along with my HTTP server and default to provide a more granular permission HTTP server along with the default I am providing, right? Here you can see default along with the my HTTP server for more granular permission. Now EBS I'll keep as it is. Advanced details, right? So here we have user data section. Let me show you the document. So here we have a document. What is that? What is that? Folks, anyone? Anyone? Okay, let me explain. Folks, here you can see. Now here we have a script. We have a script. Yes, script. That too, bash. Using the bash shell, we are providing a script now, right? So I'm going to add a user data section, right? What is user data now? If I want to do the automation, let us consider automatically Apache server should be installed and the operating system should be started. So at that time, I'll use the user data. If you want to do some automation kind of a things, like here are the commands. Automatically the Apache server should be installed and then it should be ready to use, right? And sir, can we do manually? Yes. By using the SSH, by using the CLI, you can do manually also. But user data section is the section where you are going to do some automation, right? It installs your softwares automatically. That's the reason we are using, right? Now the first two lines are, you can see, command lines, right? So now yum update minus y. Folks, here it update all the installed packages on an instance. And this minus y indicates automatically says yes to your prompt. Automatically says yes to your prompt. And then yum install minus y httpd. So it installs the Apache HTTP server, that is HTTPD, using Amazon Linux package manager, right? Then systemctl start httpd. It starts the Apache web server immediately. Then it starts the Apache web server immediately. Then systemctl enable httpd. Now folks, it configures Apache to auto start on a boot, right? If the instance restarts or Apache runs, at that time it is required. Now echo, it's like a output message where you can see a simple HTML file which is homepage for your web browser, right? And now you can see hostname minus f. So here it insert the instances fully qualified hostname dynamically. That means here what is your EC2 instance private IP address, you will get the information here, right? And finally this is your what you call file, a file placed in Apache default document root. Finally, the data will be stored here. Now, let me copy this. Open a notepad. And paste it. Folks, make sure that the last line should be in the previous line. Sir, what is the issue? See, if you are not doing this, you will be redirected to Apache homepage. Again, I'm repeating, if you are not performing this task, then you will be redirected to Apache homepage. If you take the last line into the previous line, then only you are able to see this AWS network web server, right? Let me copy this. And paste in user data section, right? So folks, Shall I launch instance? All good? Shall I launch instance? All good? Everyone? Quick responses are really appreciated now. Okay, because I'm explaining all the steps and that too step by step, all the steps. Okay, let me launch the instance. We are taken into the same line. Gagandeep, we are taken into the same line. Yes, that is fine. Batu, that is fine. So now, folks, here you can see my EC2 is running. Let me show you. My HTTP server is still running. Right now, just now it started. So now, how to check whether my server is running or not? So just go to the instance ID, and here we have public IPv4 address. Copy it and paste it into the new tab. Copy the public IPv4 and paste it in the new tab. Folks, is it the message what I given in the document? Welcome to AWS Network Web Server along with the host name. Are you with me? Welcome to AWS Network Web Server with the private IP address 172.31.320.34. Right? So even if you want to check, you can. I pasted the IP address in the chat box. Please check it out. Right? I am ready with the first instance. Right? So as per your assisted practice, they are clearly specified in 2.6. Repeat the steps to launch second instance with a different availability zone. Right? Let me launch one more EC2 instance. Launch instance. So again, I have to launch one more instance with same steps. Only the thing is you have to change the availability zone 1A to 1B or anything. Okay, let me take HTTP server 2. I hope it's working, folks. I hope it's working to everyone. Anyone check? Anyone? Okay, fine. Thank you. So HTTP server 2. Okay. So now same as it is, the steps are same. Now all the steps are same. T2.micro, keep here without keep here. Only the modification is yes, Shivendra. Correct. Yes, but two. Correct. Correct. Don't perform the task. Don't perform the task, please. Correct, Batu. I'll give the sufficient time to perform this in the session. So now, as per the condition, we have to, I request everyone, please, 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 allow me some time, please. Let me complete because it's huge demonstration. I request everyone, please wait for a minute. Okay. So as per the condition, where I have to deploy now? In different availability zone as per the statement. Am I right, folks? So where should I deploy now? Shall I deploy in 1B? Shall I deploy in 1B? First EC2 is available in which particular availability zone? First EC2 is available in which availability zone? 1A. Now shall I deploy in 1B? As per your problem statement, you have to deploy in different availability zone. Shall I deploy in 1B? Okay, 1B selected, right? So again, I'm using the same security group, default, right? My HTTP server along with the default. Fine. Now, advanced details, I'll use the same user data. I'll use the same user data, but to make sure that it should be differentiated, right? So for that, I'll add here 2222. I hope everyone got the point why I'm differentiating. I should know for which web server my load balancer is hitting, right? Let me launch the instance. So how to check whether my server is running or not? How to check whether my server is running or not? By using IP address. Very good. Now this is my HTTP server 2. By using public IP, IPv4 address copied and paste it in a new tab. So folks, is it my second server? This is my first server and this is my second server. What I differentiated. Are you with me? Are you with me? Right? So this is my second server. So now folks, let me tell you. See, until and unless your first and second server are working properly, if you are getting, you got the message like both servers are working properly, then only go for creating a load balancer. Otherwise, don't go for it. If you are not getting this message, then don't go for creating a load balancer. Now I got the message. Let me go to the next step called creating load balancer, right? The name is called CLB demo. Let me copy this. Okay. And here, when you scroll down, there is an option called load balancer. Create a load balancer. Classic load balancer. Let's create now. Classic load balancer, create now. And the load balancer name is CLB demo. So now folks, internet scheme, how you want to route a traffic, right? Internet facing or internal facing. Internet facing in the sense, all the traffic will be routed over the internet, and that too it uses all the public IP addresses. And internal in the sense, it routes a traffic to the specific VPC, and that too using a private IP addresses. Again, I'm repeating, internal means specific VPC, that too using a private IP addresses, right? And if you create a load balancer with this specific schema, after creating, it's not possible to change this particular scheme. Now let me go with internet facing. And this is very important. Many participants fail here because, sir, in the assisted practice, they are given 1C. That's why I mapped that one. No, they have taken one example. Sir, in the assisted practice, they are mapped for 1C. That is the reason I also mapped the same thing. No. So where your EC2 are available, in which availability zone, you have to map that one. Now, where your EC2 are available, folks, in which availability zones? In which availability zones? I hope everyone know that. 1A and 1B. 1A and 1B, right? Done. Now security group default is available. Select my HTTP server. All right. Then, yeah, here you can see as per your document. If you want, you can add the response timeout 5 seconds, interval 30. In advanced settings, response timeout is 5 seconds and the interval is 30 seconds. Okay. Now, next, you have to add the instances. Here is the option to add. That means I'm going to register my EC2 instance with load balancer. This is registration process. Which two servers? HTTP server 1 and HTTP 2 server, what I created for my load balancer. Confirm it. Right? So now your two registered are successfully added, but still not registered. Right? So keep as it is and now create a load balancer. So folks, now you can see my load balancer is successfully created. And if you see these steps here, and that too, step number 4, deploying classic load balancer to EC2. Here, a 4.2 description tab is not there. Now this description is changed to, let me show you. Click on the load balancer and description is changed to target instances. So folks, here you can see in target instances, still it is out of service. The health of both servers are out of service. Why? What is the reason? Here the reason is also given. Folks, if your servers are unhealthy, out of service, you will get the reason also here. What is that? Instance registration is still in a progress. That means your EC2 instances are registering with the load balancer, which is taking a time. And once it becomes successfully registered, you are able to see in service. Both options are in service. If something went wrong, unhealthy threshold value, then you have to check it out your EC2 instance along with the load balancer. Now still instance registration is still in a progress. Let's wait for 30 seconds. Let me refresh. Folks, are you with me? Hello everyone. Are you with me now? Both are in service. Both are in service, successfully registered, right? Now, let me take a DNS name. Copy the DNS name, and then go to browser. Paste it. Folks, this is my first server. Are you with me? Are you with me? This is my first server. Are you with me, folks? This is my first server. Let me refresh. Let me refresh. Server 2. This is my second server. This is my second server. Let me refresh. First, second, first, second, first, second, first, second. So this is how your load balancer is distributing a load to the different servers. Okay, let's move on to the next topic, folks. Auto scaling. Let me go back to my whiteboard. Okay, so folks, again, there is a custom diagram. I have added HTTPS in security group, but URL with HTTPS not work for me as well. How it is possible, Gagandeep? Just now I shown you the results also. Okay, no issue. We'll see that. Okay. Otherwise, we'll stuck up in one topic only for entire 4-hour session. Let me check because in front of you only I completed the task. Let me show you once I'll visit the console again. Okay. So now, folks, again we have a custom diagram. Again we have a custom diagram. What whenever we are starting a new development, should we always start with the ELB, or when load is becoming higher, then we should go for ELB? Usually, when you are expecting a high traffic, we are going to use the elastic load balancer. It totally depends on the requirement of a client. It totally depends on the requirements of a client. If you are working, if you are designing an application for e-commerce website, then you have to create a load balancer. Okay. Right. Okay, folks. Here we have a custom diagram. Again, so what I created for you people to clear more about logical part, how your auto scaling works. Right. So now, folks, if you want, you can take down this snapshot of this diagram because this diagram is created by me to logically clear about the topic. This is not available in the material section. If you want, you can. So now, what is auto scaling as per your knowledge? What is auto scaling as per your knowledge? Increasing and decreasing the resources as per need. Okay. Prem, make it as all. Prem, make it as message to all because I have to, every time I have to switch the tabs. Increase, decrease the required resources automatically. Okay. Automatically adjust the capacity, automatically scale up down resources based on requirement, auto chain the number of web servers to manage the load, handle the load effectively. See, Exactly correct. According to the condition defined by the users. According to the condition defined by the users. Right? EC2 auto scaling allows them to automatically add EC2 instance and remove the EC2 instance as per the demand. So why we are using this auto scaling? To make sure that my application should maintain highly available. My application should be highly available, right? So as per the user defined condition, EC2 auto scaling, which allows the automatically adding the EC2 and removing the EC2 as per the defined condition by the user, right? Now, here you can see I have multiple web servers, right? And here we have CloudWatch service. Let me give the introduction to CloudWatch. CloudWatch is monitoring service in AWS environment, which monitor the entire environment and stores the data in terms of logs. Again, I'm repeating. CloudWatch is a monitoring service in an AWS environment, which monitors entire environment and store the data in terms of logs. Then ELB, as you know that load balancer, which distribute a load equally to the servers. Auto scaling, as per the defined condition, it increases and decreases the number of EC2 instance. Now, here you can see, I hope this is visible. Now, what I'm putting the condition, if CPU utilization is more than 70% for 5 minutes. Let me draw a diagram here itself. So what is the condition? If my CPU utilization, what happened to this? Yes. Let me draw a graph. So folks, this is CPU utilization now. 20, 40, 60, and this 80. That means 70 is here, a threshold value, right? So what is the condition if CPU utilization is greater than 70%? 5 minutes, 10 minutes, 15 minutes, 20, 25. This is time now. Okay. So now folks, as per the condition, if CPU utilization is more than 70% for 5 minutes, do you think this condition is true? Do you think this condition is true? Shivendra, Prem, Nupur, Shivendra, what exactly the condition? It should be for 5 minutes. Still, it is not completed 5 minutes. Again, there is a fluctuation. Now, folks, do you think this condition is true? Now, do you think this condition is true? Right? Because now the 70% of a utilization is done for 5 minutes. That is the reason it adds one EC2 instance to the auto scaling group now. Right? Same scenario. Let me take for less utilization. If CPU utilization is less than 40% for 5 minutes, one EC2 should be removed. So now let me take a graph. Right? And here we have time. Right? And here, let me specify this is 40%, 80, 120, right? So now this is my threshold. So now, folks, do you think this condition is true? No. Do you think this condition is true? Less than 40% for 5 minutes. Do you think this condition is true? Yes. This condition is true now. This condition is true now. So when it crosses a threshold value less than 40%, what we have the 4 instances, it removes the one of the instance from the auto scaling group, because as per the condition less than 40% for 5 minutes, it should remove the one EC2 instance now. Right. So now, folks, here we have the concept of, let me reduce. Yes. Here we have a concept of minimum, desired, and maximum. minimum, desired, and maximum. So now I'll specify minimum as 2, desired as 4, maximum as 6. So always try to avoid a same values 2, 2, 2, 4, 4, 4, 6, 6, 6. Avoid. Try to avoid that kind of a values. Now minimum number of instances means 2 instances. This is minimum. Desired is 4. This is desired. And maximum is 6. This is maximum now, right? So now folks, when I launch any auto scaling group, always it will be in a desired state. When I launch any auto scaling group, always it will be in desired state. 1, 2, 3, 4. Right. So folks, when I'm getting a huge amount of a traffic for my application, what is the maximum number of EC2 I can increase here? Automatically AWS can increase this. So maximum 6. Maximum 6. Right. Now let us consider I'm not getting any traffic. Hardly 2 people are accessing this web server. So at that time, minimum how much? Minimum 2. Because already you have defined this. Sir, only 2 participants are accessing, then why should I waste for 2? Because you have specified this. Even if it is 2 also, the 2 servers are available. Even if it is 2, then 2 servers are available. So always, when you launch any auto scaling group, it will be in a desired state. When a traffic goes down, minimum 2, and when the traffic increases, maximum 6 now. Right? And one condition, folks, one condition I want to specify here. Always make sure that desired should be greater than or equal to minimum. Desired should be greater than or equal to minimum. Now the condition is true. 4 is greater than or equal to 2. The condition is true. As per my example, the condition is true. Always use desired is greater than minimum. Right? Now, there are different types of scaling we have. Let me specify here. In the first one is scheduled scaling. Scheduled scaling. Then predictive scaling. And then dynamic scaling. Folks, now scheduled scaling, predictive scaling, and dynamic scaling. What is scheduled scaling? Folks, scheduled scaling is nothing but where already for certain duration, I am going to get the huge amount of a traffic. Before only I know that. Again, I'm repeating, before only I know that for this particular duration, I'm going to get the huge amount of a traffic. So now let me take the example. Can I consider big billionaire deals? Can I consider Flipkart Big Billionaire Days, Amazon Prime Sale, Black Friday Sale, right? In that, we know that for certain duration, I am going to get the huge amount of a traffic. That is nothing but scheduled scaling. Then what is predictive scaling? Folks, predictive scaling is based on historical data. Historical data. So can I consider weather forecasting is the best example for predictive scaling? Hello, everyone. Can I consider Shane? No. No, Shane. Can I consider predictive scaling example as a weather forecasting based on the prediction, a historical data you can use. Okay, one more example. Can I use machine learning algorithms? Can I use machine learning applications where I'm going to train the model based on the historical data? Vimal, why not? Vimal, why not? Based on the historical data, we are training the models. Based on historical data only, we are training the models. Machine learning also one of the example. Now, what about the dynamic scaling? What about the dynamic scaling? So sometimes the traffic is high, sometimes traffic is low. There is no any constant actual load. You can say that. Sometimes the traffic is high, sometimes the traffic is low. We are calling it as a dynamic scaling. Yes. Predictive scaling, historical data. Actually, Divakar, you can consider IRCTC example, that too for Tatkal. Tatkal scheduled scaling. From 10 to 12 p.m., 10 a.m. to 12 p.m., you will get the huge amount of a traffic for Tatkal booking. That is scheduled scaling. Okay. Now, dynamic scaling, sometimes the traffic is high, sometimes the traffic is low, right? Based on what you are getting the traffic, you are going to decide. Correct, Arun, correct. Now, folks, just now discuss these things. What are the benefits I'll get if I am using auto scaling groups? What benefits I'll get? Divakar, normal e-commerce application. Normal e-commerce application, when I have the high traffic, automatically it increases. When I have the low traffic, automatically it decreases. Apart from the Deepavali sale, right? Deepavali sale, or yeah, depends on traffic, correct. Yes, cost saving, very good. Cost saving. The next, what benefits I'll get? Cost saving is one. Yes, performance. So in terms of enhancing performance, I can say that I'm going to increase the application availability, right? Better fault tolerance, increased application availability, lower cost, right? And even, folks, when I'm talking about the auto scaling, it monitors every instance health. It monitors the health of every running instances. If something went wrong, if instances failed or unhealthy, AWS automatically replaced with the healthy instance. That is the power of auto scaling. And even it balances the capacity across the availability zone. So within the single, always your availability zones works within the region, and that to multiple availability zone if you want. If you want, you can balance the workload. That is also possible. Right? Now, let me show you. Right? So now, let me show you auto scaling group. All three types are used in CloudWatch. CloudWatch is monitoring service, Divakar. You can use anything. It's a monitoring service. Okay, now go to auto scaling groups. If you scroll down at the left side, we have the option called auto scaling groups. Right? So now, folks, let me create a auto scaling group. Let me create. You can see in the dashboard itself what I explained: minimum, desired, and maximum size. When it is required, it will be scaled out as needed. Now let me create a auto scaling group. So for this, you want a template. For this, you want one template. Let me open that. Just a minute, folks. Let me open that one step I have. Okay. So now you can see I have one document. Yes. You can see this document, right? So folks, let me show you this console. In your document, let me show you the document also. Just a minute. Shiva, in the last session itself, I shared this folder, entire folder. Is it your first session, Shiva? Oh my God. Then how you will catch the things in the previous session and today's session, what we have completed? Okay, no issue. Please go through the recordings and I'll share this document also. No need to worry. Please go through the recording, Shiva. And let me share this document in the chat box also. After this demo, I'll share entire folder. Okay. After this demo, I'll share entire folder. Now, folks, here we are going to configure manual and dynamic scaling. right? So for this, in your assisted practice, folks, they are not given a steps how to create a template. Again, I'm repeating because I'll get the same message while you guys are performing. So I request everyone, please concentrate. You don't have steps how to launch a template in the assisted practice. For that, I'm maintaining a separate document for this. So you can refer these steps if you want, right? So now, if you want to launch one EC2 instance, you want an AMI. So like that, here we are creating a template of that and we are launching the EC2 instance. Let's create a launch template. Divakar, my pace is fine to you now? Okay. So now the name is called, let me take the launch template name called example. Description, blah, 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 blah. It's up to you. Do you want guidelines? It's up to you again. Now, which operating system do you want to use for that auto scaling group? Let me take quick start. Okay. See, first you have to click on auto scaling groups, but to auto scaling group, create auto scaling, provide. Now you have to create a launch template. Launch template. Okay. Name is called example. This is description, blah, 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 blah. And guidance. If you want, you can. So quick start. Let me take quick start. And this is my Linux operating system, right? 6.1 AMI. That 5.1 is removed now. 6.1 is available. This is very important. You have to include your instance in a template. Otherwise, you will get the error. So T2.micro. T2.micro, right? Keep here without, don't include keep here in the template. Network, keep as it is. Everything keep as it is. No need to change anything. Click on launch template. Shall I create a launch template? Clear to everyone? Shall I create a launch template? Click on this. Now launch template is created. All right. So if you see the launch template option also, the example what I created, it's available for me. Now go to auto scaling group. Already the steps are placed. Already I given in the chat box these steps because in the assisted practice, they are not specified. Let's click on create auto scaling group. Fine. So here, give me the name called demo. Today's date is 13, demo 13, right? And launch template. Is it the same template what I created just now called example? Is it the same template just now what I created in the example? Select this. So once you select the template, you are able to see the configuration, instance type T2.micro, everything, AMI ID, everything you are able to see. Then click on next. And here you will get the options. Here you will get the option. This is VPC and this particular auto scaling group should map with which availability zone. I want to select 1A and 1B. Now your auto scaling can do a auto scaling in 1A and 1B region because I have selected both availability, not region, both availability zones, 1A and 1B. Next. Now here it asks, do you want to attach the load balancer? If you want to attach, you can select this existing load balancer you can use. Now attach the new load balancer. Here itself, AWS is given the option to create a new load balancer and you can attach. Right now, as per the assisted practice, we'll go with no load balancer, right? Right. So I'll go with no load balancer. Keep as it is, then click on next. Now configure storage. Sorry, configure group size of scaling. As per my example, desired is 4, minimum is 2 and the maximum is 6, right? Desired is 4, minimum is 2 and maximum is 6. Now keep as it is, click on next. Notifications, optional. Tags, optional, right? Review it. Once review, click on create auto scaling group. Shall I create auto scaling group? All good, folks? Okay. So now you can see updating capacity. Now my question is, when you launch auto scaling group, in which state, how many number of EC2 you have here? Desired is 4, minimum is 2, maximum 6. When you launch any auto scaling group, what will be the updated capacity now? From Prem, it's 4. Desired, Shivendra 4. Prashant 4. Exactly correct. Always it will be desired state. So still it's updating. Sometimes it takes 1 or 2 minutes of a time to update. Why it's taking too much time? Folks, are you with me? Are you with me, folks? How many number of instances are available? 4 at desired value. And if I show you the dashboard of EC2 also, let me show you. Earlier, I was created a demo for Hibernation HTTP server for load balancer. If I refresh this, folks, 1, 2, 3, 4 are 4 EC2 instances which are running right now. How it is possible, folks? A power of auto scaling. 4 EC2 instances are successfully launched. Now, let us consider I want to attach a auto scaling group. In some scenario, auto scaling group is fine. But in some scenario, let us consider I want to attach a auto scaling group to main server. Let us consider this server 1 is main server and I want to attach this server 1 to auto scaling group. Select the server, go to actions, and here is the option called instance settings, right? And folks, attach to auto scaling group. And here make sure that your auto scaling group and the main server should be in a same availability zone. If you remember, my first server is 1A availability zone. Are you with me? If you remember, for the load balancer, what I created, my first server is available in 1A availability zone. Are you right? So now if you see here, demo 13, 1A, 1B auto scaling group is mapped, right? So now this demo 13 you are attaching with your main server. Let's attach. So this is like just now I attached your auto scaling group with the main server successfully. So now folks, if I show you the auto scaling group capacity, let me refresh. Now desired value and instances are changed. Why? What is the reason? Why it is changed now? Why it is changed now? Yes, one main server is added to the desired value. That is the number. That is nothing but a desired capacity value. How we are added to the main server. So now, folks, let's move on to the next module. That is module number 4, storage services. Right. So now, folks, in this module, I am going to discuss about the storage service. As you know that in every module, we'll get this scenario, a day in the life of cloud architect, right? So you are a cloud architect in an organization and have been asked to identify the cloud services for data intensive e-commerce company. Your task includes establishing scalable, highly available, secure database system to manage data effectively, implementing version control to preserve, retrieve, and restore every version of the object in the database, and ensuring the data encryption for high security. So using the standard SQL queries on the data and providing an option to upgrade the volume type to adjust the database performance as needed. Now to achieve this, we have some few concepts in this lesson that will find the solution for given scenario. So now folks, what are the learning objective? By the end of this lesson, you will be able to create Amazon S3 bucket to store a data and objects in the cloud. Enable versioning in Amazon S3 bucket to enable data protection. Demonstrate static website web hosting using the S3 to optimize the cost and enable the scalability. Share Amazon S3 bucket between the multiple account to centralize the data storage within an organization. So these are the learning objective. After this, you can take a backup and sync the data with Amazon S3 to provide a data durability and redundancy. Transfer of files from S3 to on-premises storage to perform data analysis on-premises. So these are the learning objectives, or you can consider outcomes. Once you complete the module, you are able to answer the questions based on these topics, right? Now, let me discuss about the introduction of S3. So folks, as you know that S3 is object level storage. S3 is object level storage, where you are going to create buckets. So what is this bucket? Bucket is like a container which holds the object, And here, these object might be anything, whether it is image, audio, video, PDF, doc, anything. The object might be anything. There is no restriction. You can store any kind of a data. And let me tell you folks, this is unlimited storage. Unlimited storage. And you can create up to 10,000 buckets in an account. Again, I'm repeating, you can create up to 10,000 buckets in a single account, right? So folks, no doubt these buckets are unlimited storage. You can store any kind of a data. There is no restriction. But 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 there is a small restriction. What is that? What we have the objects in the bucket, it should not cross more than 5 TB. Again, I'm repeating, the object should not cross a more than 5 TB. For example, if I have a 4.8 TB object, that means you can store n number of objects. There is no restriction, but it should not cross 5 TB. Only this condition, right? And when I'm talking about the object, it's an object level storage. Each object contains 3 information. What are those? The first one is data. Then second, metadata. And the third, key, unique identifier, right? So now folks, data, what exactly it contains? Metadata about object. That means when it was created, what is the file extension, what is the size of that particular object, when it was created, file, then size, everything. You will get the detailed information about the data. That is nothing but metadata. Now, key is nothing but unique identifier. So every object in the buckets are identified uniquely. Every object in the buckets are identified uniquely, right? So that is the reason every object have a unique identification with a specific ID. Fine. So these all are the basics of S3, and that too object level storage. So now folks, what I completed in the first slide, here you can see the same information. S3 is simple storage service. It's a web-based storage service which is offered by AWS. So especially we are using for archiving and backupping a data online. So let me tell you folks, S3 is more popular for archiving purpose, and if you want to take a backup data online. So let me tell you, this S3 is highly reliable service, and that too where you can store, retrieve and manage a large amount of a data seamlessly, and that too from anytime from anywhere, right? Now, what are the different, like here, features are available for S3? In that, the first one is availability. Folks, always your S3 data is highly available, right? As you know that it provided 99.99% of a assurance. Your data is highly available. And now it ensures that your data is accessible and reliable at all the time, right? Because high availability is one of the crucial for your application that requires a continuous access along with what you have stored a data. Now, scalability. So as you know that scalability is one of the standard feature of S3. So because of this reason, it makes an ideal choice for wide range of application. That too from small scale to enterprise level solution where you can store a massive data storage. Now, durability, folks. Durability. So now, S3 it ensures that the data is well protected and resilient against the potential failure. Right? It's a redundant storage across the multiple facilities and the devices that guarantees your remains highly available and secure. Now, performance. How we can increase the performance? There is a concept called multi-part upload. How we are increasing the performance? There is a concept called multi-part upload. Let us consider I have the object with the 4 TB. So now the 4 TB object will be equally divided 1 TB, 1 TB, 1 TB, and then finally stored in the bucket. So this process we are calling it as a multi-part upload. If the object is larger, then it will be equally divided, then it will be stored in S3. And this option is not available in the console. Multi-part upload is not possible through the AWS console. You can go for CLI or SDK to perform this multi-part upload options. Now, cost efficiency. So folks, just a minute. Yes, cost efficiency. Here we have S3 different storage classes. So based on that, you are going to pay for it, right? Now, security. Ports S3 supports SSL, Secure Socket Layer data transfer, which encrypts your data while it being transferred over the network. So now SSL encryption, it helps to prevent the unauthorized interception and also which ensures your data remains secure during a transit between your application and S3 storage. So here S3 is responsible to perform SSL is responsible to encrypt your data when it is traveling from your application to S3 bucket. That is nothing but security, right? If you read or pull the data from S3 to other data lakes, will the cost increase or on the AWS side? We read or pull the data from S3. See, some of the storage classes we have should be for retrieving also you have to pay for it. Some of the storage classes we have for retrieving also you have to pay for it. Not all. Clear, Surbi? Okay. Now, components of S3, which is already completed. What is bucket? Buckets are containers. Keys are nothing but unique identifier. Regions, a geographical location where we are going to create a S3 buckets. Now, buckets, this slide is also completed. Buckets can store text file, images, videos, and even more. Any number of objects can be stored in a bucket and total bucket size is 5 TB. How many of you agree this statement is correct? How many of you say this statement is correct? Shane, Surbi, Riju, Yomi. How many of you say this statement is correct? It should be, it should be, it should be 10,000. It should be Bucket size or object size? Bucket size or object size? It should be object size. Any number of objects can be stored in a bucket. The total object size should be 5 TB, not more than that. Now, here you will get the complete control. For example, here you will get the complete control. For example, let us consider now Rupesh is created a bucket. Now Rupesh can decide who can create a bucket. Now Siva can create a bucket. Kiran can retrieve a bucket, right? Siva can create a bucket. Then Prashant can retrieve the bucket. Surbhi can delete a bucket. So being a owner of this bucket, Rupesh is going to decide who can create, who can retrieve, and who can delete the particular bucket, right? So these all are the components of S3. Let me move to the whiteboard. Let me load the whiteboard because it required a more explanation. Where is my whiteboard? Whiteboard. Let me open. I hope all good. Let me change the whiteboard. Let's proceed for it's taking time to load. Let me cancel this. Okay. Now the next is storage gateway. Okay, that's fine. So folks, now the next topic is called S3 storage classes. S3 storage classes. I hope it's clearly visible, right? I hope it's clearly visible. S3 storage classes. Okay. So now folks, I know as you like, even I know that last 15 to 20 minutes are very, very crucial because even I know that everyone is active for this entire 4 hours. That last 15 to 20 minutes are very crucial. Even I know that. So let me take one interesting example to explain this S3 storage classes. Everyone, 100% everyone will activate suddenly. Let me take one example here, right? So folks, when we are using the storage classes, right? As you know that it's a S3 is unlimited storage where you can store any number of objects. If you're not selecting any of the storage class, then by default, it will be stored in standard. If you are not selected any of the storage class, then by default, it will be stored in S3 standard. S3 standard, right? And let me tell you, this is costly also. Compared to other storage classes, this is costly also. But if you're not selecting any of the storage class, by default, it will stored in S3 standard, right? Now, folks, which is, let me take one example to explain the remaining storage classes. What happened to this suddenly? Again, expect just a minute. What happened? Again, stuck just a minute. Why it's taking too much time? Okay, so I think okay. Now again, it's stuck. Yeah. So now, folks, let me take one example to explain the different storage classes. Folks, which is recently released MUI, which is recently released MUI, any MUI, which is recently released Mirai. Okay, Sayara. Okay, Bengal files. Okay. So let me take a Sayara movie because it's more popular, right? Let me consider Sayara movie because it's more popular now, right? So let me consider Sayara movie. Folks, let us consider for this Sayara object, I'm getting every day 10 million requests for this object. 10 million requests per object, right? So always S3 standard is the best solution because it instantly stores the data and instantly retrieves the data. Instantly stores and retrieve the data, right? If I'm getting 10 million requests per day, so that means I'm going to store this object here in this standard, right? In the standard. For time being, I'll not discuss about the intelligent tiering. Now, infrequent access. Folks, do you think are you going to get the same number of hits for this Sayara movie after 30 days? Do you think are you going to get the same number of hits for this Sayara movie after 30 days, after 1 month? Right? So let us consider after 30 days, if I'm not getting that much of a hits, then why should I pay more? Then it will store in infrequent access. After 30 days, a object of Sayara movie is available in infrequent access. Right? So now the third next option is one zone infrequent access. So what is this one zone infrequent access? Folks, if I talk about the S3, all the data will be replicated in 3 availability zone by default. All the data replicated in 3 availability zone for high availability purpose, right? Now, what is one zone infrequent access? When your data is stored in one zone infrequent access, the data will be available in only one single availability zone. Exactly correct. Exactly correct, Jyoti. So now the data will be available only in single availability zone, right? So now, folks, AWS itself clearly specified don't use one zone infrequent access. If you have critical data or mission critical data or any important data, why? What is the reason? What is the reason? Why AWS is clearly specified don't use? Yes, if the data is lost, it's not possible to recover it back. If data is lost, then it's not possible to recover back. There is no backup, right? Now, folks, do you think after 90 days, are you going to get the same number of hits for your Sayara movie? Do you think after 90 days, are you get the same number of hits for Sayara movie? No. See, might be here after 3 months, you are getting 10K, 10K, or let me consider 1K also. After 3 months, Sayara movie will be like 1K hits. 1K hits for this Sayara object, right? So again, the cost is less. This cost is less. But if you want to store a data, once you are stored a object in S3 Glacier, if you want to retrieve a object, it will take time from 1 minute to 1 hour. 1 minute to 1 hour to retrieve the object. Again, I'm repeating, in S3 Glacier, it takes 1 minute to 1 hour to retrieve a object, right? Now, after 90 days, it's available in Glacier. Now, folks, do you think, are you going to get the same number of hits after 180 days? Here might be 100 views per day after 6 months. Am I right? Are you going to get the same number of hits for your Sayara movie after 180 days? No. Then why you have to pay more? Then again, this is less costly, deep archive. And here, after 180 days, that means after 6 months, hardly I'm getting 100 views or 10 views sometimes. So that is the reason I'll keep the object in deep archive. Now, intelligent tiering will come into the picture. Intelligent tiering will come into the picture based on access pattern. This Sayara movie object, based on access pattern, it shifts the object, right? So here, after 90 days, I'm not getting that much of a traffic. Intelligent tiering is responsible to shift the object from Glacier to deep archive. Glacier to deep archive. These are the frequently accessed, these are infrequent access. Now, folks, in deep archive, in deep archive, If you talk about the retrieval time, it takes from 1 hour to 12 hours of a time to retrieve the object. Again, I'm repeating, it takes 1 hour to 12 hours of a time to retrieve the object from the deep archive, right? After 180 days. Now, intelligent tiering is responsible to shift the object from one storage class to another storage class based on access pattern. And let me tell you folks, for intelligent tiering, it's like a subscription fees. You have to pay monthly basis. You have to pay monthly basis if you are using the intelligent tiering, because intelligent tiering is responsible based on the access pattern. After 30 days, if I'm not getting that much of a responses, intelligent tiering will automatically shift that object to Glacier, then deep archive after 6 months, right? Now, let me take one more example. Intelligent tiering, you know that it shifts the object based on access pattern, right? So after 30 days, after 60 days, after 90 days, after 180 days, it shifts the object. Now, let me take one example. I hope everyone is familiar with the Titanic. I hope everyone is familiar with the Titanic, right? So as per your knowledge, where this Titanic object should be available? Where it should be available? Titanic, where it should be available? In Glacier Deep Archive? Very good. Very good. Okay, let us consider Titanic is complete. Titanic was released in 2000. Just I'm taking example. Titanic was released in 2000, right? So now it's available in Deep Archive. Folks, this is 2025. Everyone is very excited. And suddenly, hey, Titanic is completed 25 years. Everyone is very excited. Again, they are visiting to this object. Hey, Titanic is completed 25 years. Let's go to movie. 25 years. That is the reason. Again, we are going for Titanic. Now I am getting every day 10 million requests for this object. Do you think maintaining the object in deep archive is the best solution? Do you think maintaining the object in Glacier Deep Archive is best solution when I'm getting 10 million requests per day? Yes. So now intelligent tiering based on the access pattern, it shifts the object to standard. It will shift the object from deep archive to standard based on the access pattern. I hope everyone clear, folks, by taking the Sayara and Titanic movie, how your intelligent tiring work with the storage classes. Everyone, everyone. Okay. Yes. So now, folks, let me show you the assisted practice. Sorry, a first task, how to create a bucket. Let me take a first task, how to create a bucket. Intelligent tiring is a service now in S3 storage classes, but there is something called S3 lifecycle management, which is manual process. In that, it's a storage. It depends on the situation, right, Shivendra? But is this moment is logical moment or actually data transfers? Shivendra, it's a logical moment because the object is stored in the S3 buckets. S3 buckets, right? Which terminology define the access pattern? Terminology, if I talk about the, yeah, you can consider number of hits, Pranit, number of hits. You can say that hits. How many hits you are getting for that particular object? So right now, I don't have any buckets in my account. Are you agree with this? Are you agree with this? I don't have any accounts in my account. I don't have any buckets in my account. Let me show you. Let me show you. I don't have any buckets in my account. Let me create a bucket. So there are two options are available. General purpose and directory. General purpose means all the storage classes can be utilized. Directory means only one zone storage class, which is specially designed for low latency use cases. Let me create a demo 13, today's date. Folks, no need to worry about these options. In tomorrow's session, I'm going to discuss every option. Just let me try to create a bucket. Arey, why I'm not able to create a bucket? Folks, here you can see bucket with the same name is already exists. What exactly it means? But just now I shown you I don't have any buckets in my account. Then how it is possible? How it is possible? How it is possible, folks? Yes, a bucket name should be always unique because S3 is a global service. S3 is a global service. Again, I'm repeating, S3 is a global service. When you type any bucket name, it check it out in all the 38 regions, whether this bucket name is already exists, not in region, Vimal. Again, I'm repeating, it checks with all the entire number of 38 regions, whether the bucket is available, right? So demo 3 is already available. Let me make it as unique with the numerical value. Now let me create a bucket. Now I'm able to create a bucket, right? So here I have one document for S3 naming conventions. Just let me naming. What happened? Yes, let me share this with you people. Yeah, you can see here, these are the rules for general purpose bucket rules. You can see here, minimum 3 characters, 63, maximum characters, all the rules they are given. Yeah, let me take the first topic of today's session, that is version control. Folks, let me give one scenario to you people now. Let us consider Prashant is using one system, right? Like he's using one laptop, right? Now in that he's creating one folder called ABC. Within the ABC folder, we have a file called XYZ. So now there is a folder called ABC and Prashant is maintaining a file called XYZ. Now folks, if Prashant is trying to copy one more file called XYZ, then what happens? Then what happens? System will warn, okay, show error, same name file exists, overwrite. Overwrite or not allowed. Old file is overwritten. So folks, if you, I hope everyone is aware about this scenario. Like nowadays, you will get one pop-up. Do you want to maintain both copies or do you want to replace with the existing one? Are you with me? Are you with me? You will get the pop-up. Do you want to maintain both copies or do you want to replace the existing one? Right? Or want to maintain the both copies? Exactly. Exactly. Now, version control is one of the feature in S3 bucket. This is my S3 bucket now. Okay. See, version control is one of the feature in S3 bucket, right? So usually this versioning is used to keep and maintain the multiple variants of the same object and that too in a same bucket. Again, I am repeating folks, versioning is used to keep, let us consider this is one single object. Versioning is used to keep and maintain the multiple variants of the same object in this same bucket. This is main object and these all are variants of that the same object, right? If you have a single object, you can maintain the multiple variants of the same object and that too within a same bucket, right? And even it is also used to preserve, retrieve and restore the earlier version of the object which is stored in S3 bucket. Now I have one object, I am storing a multiple variants of the same object. Now let us consider I have deleted this object, right? And the previous version of the object becomes main object. If I deleted this object, then previous version of the object becomes next object. If I delete this, then previous version of the object becomes next object. So now folks, again I'm repeating, versioning, it allow you to store and preserve a multiple variants of a version of the same object in a same bucket, right? Each time when you upload a object, S3 will automatically maintain the previous version as well. So what exactly it means? It means that if you overwrite or delete a object which is versioning enabled bucket, right, which is versioning enabled bucket, now the previous version remain accessible and not permanently lost. So you can retrieve, you can restore, and even you can permanently delete a specific version of the object. That you can do here, right? And here we have three different states of versioning. What are those? In that, the first one is unversioned. Then second is versioning enabled. And the third one is versioning suspended. Okay. So unversioned means a bucket is available, but you can't maintain the multiple variants of the same object. Bucket is available, but you can't maintain the multiple variant of a same object. Versioning enabled means the bucket is created. You can create a object multiple variants. You can create for a single object, you can create a multiple variants. That is possible. Unversioned means it's not possible. Here it's possible. Versioning suspended. Any idea, folks? Any idea? What is suspension here? Versioning suspension. No idea? Okay. See, let us consider no longer support of versioning. Object created in the deleted with the copies. Earlier given, later removed. Very good, Barun. Very good. So now, folks, versioning suspended it means, let us consider Barun is one of the solution architect for his organization, right? And now Barun is created one S3 bucket. With versioning enabled. When he was enabled the versioning, there are lot of storage it's occupied. So again, you have to pay for that, right? So that is the reason after analyzing 2 months data, being a solution architect, Barun is decided, hey, it's huge amount of data and I am going to pay a huge amount of for this object, which is not required for me. So after that, after 2 months analysis, he decided to suspend this. What exactly it means? Suspend in the sense, after the suspension, whatever objects you are putting into the S3 bucket, here it will not maintain multiple variants, right? Before that, whatever you have the multiple variant, that will be maintained. But after suspension, whatever you upload an object to this bucket, all the objects will not maintain a multiple variants, right? That is nothing but suspension. Right? So now let me show you the same thing in the console. I hope all are ready with your labs. If I'm not wrong. Now let me change the region. Okay, folks, yes, 3. Yeah, how does it knows the object are same as only based on the name? Zenum, name is nothing but a unique key identifier now in this scenario. Okay, it's a quick concept. That's why I'm giving now because still it's loading. Unique is now the name is nothing but a key unique identifier now. See, Here we have two buckets, like two different types as I discussed. So now let me give the name called demo. Demo, today's date is 14. Let me make this bucket as unique. Otherwise, it's not possible to create a bucket, right? So now folks, can you see this? There is an option called bucket versioning. Even from AWS best practice, you can say that one of the best practice always enable bucket versioning, right? So folks, let me tell you, even sometimes what I heard, you will get the question based on the bucket versioning in AWS Solution Architect Associate Examination. What is the main use case of bucket versioning? So to avoid the accidental deletion, we have a versioning concept. Again, I'm repeating, folks, to avoid the accidental deletion, we have a versioning concept, right? So here we have disable and enable option. Let me create a bucket. All right. Now, let me upload a object into this bucket now, what I created just now, right? So here is the upload option. Just click on add files. Okay, let me add downloads. Okay, let me click on template. Let me upload, folks. Okay, upload successful. Now you can see, folks, I have one launch template.txt. Let me upload one more time. Done. Okay. Now again. Okay. So folks, now this is my bucket, destination bucket. How many times I uploaded the bucket, this particular file? How many times I uploaded the particular file now? Excuse me. 3 times. Then as I can see, only one document I have here. But as I can see here, only one document I have. So here, folks, there is an option called show versions. So now you can see 1, 2, 3. Three different time what I uploaded the same file with the different version ID. So as I clearly specified in the previous session, also every object in the bucket are identified by the version ID. So if I delete, let us consider I'll delete this object. Let me delete this. All right. So here you have to type delete. Okay. So once I delete the object will be marked as delete marker and it will be available in versioning. Let me show you. Folks, now no object because the object is successfully deleted from the bucket. Now here it's available in versioning with the delete marker. With the delete marker. Are you with me, folks? Are you with me, folks? With the delete marker, this particular object will be available for us. Now, if I want to permanently delete, if I delete this permanently, the previous version of the object becomes the main object. Now, let me delete permanently. Once, yeah, you can see here the permanently delete option I have. So, folks, let me tell you, once you permanently delete the object, what you have deleted, it's not possible to retrieve it back. Once you permanently delete the object, it's not possible to retrieve back, right? So now the object is successfully deleted. If you go to the bucket, folks, in the bucket, I have the previous version of the same object. Are you with me? Once I deleted successfully the object, permanently deleted, now the previous version of the object becomes my main object. And here, again, the versions are available. Again, the versions are available, right? So these are the different versions. Even, yeah, let me show you where exactly you will get the, what you call, a suspension, option. Go to properties. Encryption, yeah. Okay, this is permission, right? Let me check. Bucket, yes, here itself, bucket versioning. See, enable suspend. Even after the creation of a bucket, after the creation of a bucket also, if you want to suspend, after suspension, no object will be considered as versioning. But how to identify what is the different in different version? The document is same. Shivendra, document is same. That's why I clearly specified a single object, multiple variants. The same object, multiple variants we are maintaining with a different version ID. Yomi, the copies are maintained. The copies will maintain, the versioning copies will be maintained. Even if you want to retrieve back, you can select the object and download that. Versioning, that versioned objects will be always available for you. Okay. Zanam, can we change the unversioned bucket to versioning enabled once we created? Yes, you can. Zanam, you can. You can, Zanam. Garima, when we have added a deleted text permanently from where the previous one came. When we had a deleted the text permanently from where the previous one came. Garima, how many times I uploaded the document? So it takes the next previous one. What I uploaded will be the current object. What I uploaded the second time, it will consider as current object. The remaining will be considered as version. Okay. Why do we need to maintain the different version of the same object? Any technical reason behind it? Yeah. But too, as I clearly specified, the main use case of versioning is to avoid the accidental deletion. To avoid the accidental deletion, if one of the object is deleted permanently also, by using the previous object, you can utilize. That is the main use case. It means we need to maintain at our end. It means we need to maintain at our end with version ID what are the changes. Correct. Exactly. Folks, there is a concept called, sir, one more time, version suspension. Okay. Vimal, see, you are a solution architect for your organization, right? So now you are dealing with a S3 service. S3 service, and here let's think in organization level. See, here you are going to store some huge amount of data in the organization, right? And the bucket is versioning enabled. For every object, it maintains the multiple variants. Every object, it maintaining multiple variants when I am trying to upload multiple times, right? So no doubt the space is more and you are going to pay for it. So being a solution architect, after analyzing 2 to 3 months, then you got, I am paying some extra amount because still I am not using that one. Still that versioning I am not using, but why should I pay? So at that time, I'll suspend the versioning. After suspension, whatever I'm uploading the objects, it will not maintain multiple copies. So you are going to pay for your original object. That's it. I hope it's clear, Vimal. Okay. Next, Jinesh, can we upload any type of lake? Anything. Jinesh, it's a object level storage. You can store anything. It's a object level storage, Jinesh. Okay. You can upload anything. I hope it's clear, everyone. Okay. Now, folks, there is a concept called cross-region replication. Yeah, Arun. After suspension, only the latest copy will be available, or all the previous? All the previous. Up to suspension, whatever you are maintaining, everything will be available for you. Arun. After that, what you upload, then it's not possible to maintain. Clear? Okay. I hope it's clear to everyone, right? Okay. I'll give the time to perform the task. Now, folks, cross-region replication, CRR. So you can see here, first bucket and this is second bucket, right? So now, folks, cross-region replication is one of the bucket level feature. Cross-region replication is one of the bucket level feature that enables the automatic and asynchronous copying of an object across the bucket in a different or a same AWS regions. Again, I'm repeating, folks. Cross-region replication is one of the bucket level feature that enables a automatic and asynchronous copying of an object across the bucket in a same or of different AWS region. So now, folks, this cross-region replication is a feature which is specially designed to enhance the data durability and even not only durability, even availability by maintaining redundant copies of your object in the multiple region, right? If you are maintaining the same data in the multiple region, then when should I use this? What are the use cases? So folks, can I use for disaster recovery? Are you with me? Can I use for disaster recovery? Right? See, if this particular bucket is failed, this bucket, now disaster is occurred at this bucket. Now you can rely on the replicated data in the destination bucket for a data recovery, right? And here, folks, when I'm talking about the asynchronous process, it means that the object replication occurs automatically in the background, that without affecting the performance or a latency of your application, right? So whenever asynchronous comes, asynchronous copying of an object, that means automatically in the background without affecting the performance, it performs the task, right? And let me tell you, folks, even if you want to do like, even if you want to use MFA for that, like a multi-factor authentication for cross-region application, that is also possible, right? You can use for disaster recovery, even you can use for even region outage. At that time, you can use this cross-region replication. Now, let me take you to the console. So now, shall I consider this as a source because already we have created this bucket? Shall I consider this as a source? Okay. Shall I consider this as a source? Already I have the content, right? Right. So now let me create a destination. Destination. So let me make it as unique. Okay. Now keep as it is. Bucket versioning enabled. Yeah. One thing is, if you want to do the cross-region replication, make sure that both buckets should be versioning enabled. This is the condition. Again, I'm repeating, when you are doing a cross-region replication, make sure that the both buckets should be versioning enabled. Right? Now let me create a bucket. Right? So now my source and destination. Demo is source, destination is a destination bucket, what I created. Now go to source. Go to source. So let me show you one more thing, folks. I don't have any objects in my bucket. In destination, I don't have any objects in my bucket. But same thing, if you see source, here I have some objects along with the versions. Right? Now go to source. And here, folks, there is an option called management. Click on management. As I clearly specify frame, you can use same or a different region. It's up to you because this is our pre-cooked environment. It's up to you. You can use same or a different region. I'll show you. Just allow me some time. Allow me some time. Now here you can see replication rule. Replication rules, right? So create, again, I'm repeating, folks, in management, here we have replication rules. Create a replication rule now. Put the name demo 14, today's date. Now, so it should be status always enabled, right? Rule will be enabled or disabled. Now source bucket, frame. I think it's frame. Yeah, frame. This is my source bucket, right? And do you want to go for more specific for the objects? You can apply the prefix for the filter. Right now, I don't want to go for it. I want to apply for all the objects in the bucket, entire bucket, right? So now you have the option, choose bucket in the same account. If it is same account, you can directly choose the bucket from here. If you want to go with another account, what is required, folks? Let us consider I want to do the cross-region replication with different account. Let us consider this account is belongs to Prem and the another account is belongs to Shubham. At that time, what is required? Access? No, 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 no. Why you want role? Why you want role? First, think at the layer one, then everything, role, access, permissions, everything. If I want to communicate with you, what is required? Let us consider Riju is available in Mumbai, I am available in Bangalore. If I want to communicate, so what I'm using, whether you will check whether I have a permission or not to check. Oh my God, no, no, no. Which ID, Pranit? Which ID? Which ID? Yes, Shane. First thing, you require the account ID. You want account ID of the next person, and the bucket name you can select. You can select, right? So now choose a bucket in the this account. Right now, I am using from this account. Let's select. I hope everyone know that destination is my bucket where I'm going to replicate. Am I right, folks? Destination is a bucket where I'm going to replicate my data, right? Choose path. Choose path. Fine. After selecting the path, here, see, permission to access the specified resources. The role should be created. And let me tell you, no need to think about this. Click on create new role. AWS will take care about this. Just click on create new role. AWS will take care about this. So no need to think about that. Then it's additional features if you want. Replication RTC, replication matrix. So RTC is nothing but within a 15 minutes, the object will be replicated in the destination bucket, right? There is a special feature, and these all are the special feature. Replication marker, delete marker replication. These all are the special features. It's up to you being a solution architect, whether should I use or not. It's up to you, right? These are additional features which are available with cross-region replication. Now click on save. Okay. So now there is a pop-up. Do you want to replicate all the objects or do not replicate the existing object? That means now it's asking, do you want to replicate the all the object which is available in source bucket to destination? Yes, I want to replicate. Submit it. Okay. Now, are you people familiar with the batch operation? Are you people familiar with the batch operations? Everyone? Yes or no? Simple. No worries. I'll explain. If no, I'll explain. Okay. What is that? Majority of the participants are saying yes. Let me take the input, then I'll discuss. What is that? Okay. Let me explain. So, folks, can I say that batch processing is nothing but a bulk number of processes are going to be executed at specific time? Are you with me? Can I say that a bulk number of processes are going to be executed at specific time? Right? So now, folks, here it starts copying an object from source to destination. And here you will get the complete report. That means whether any task failed. Now, do you want the report only the failed task or all tasks? I want all the tasks, whether it is completed or failed, everything should be recorded. And where you want to maintain the report, I want to maintain the report in the same account. And that too, whether do you want to go with source or destination? So I want to store the report in destination. See, again, I'm repeating here. I am providing the path, whether it is successfully completed or not completed, a copying of an object, everything you will get the report. And where I'm storing now in the destination bucket. Fine. And again, permission. Again, I am new role. AWS will take care. We don't have to do anything for this batch processing. Let's click on save. So now, folks, once I click on save, Yes, you can see successfully created the job ID. You can see here. Just now what I created, status is new, replication, operation is replication. See, total number of objects. Once it starts copying of an object from source to destination, you are able to see the how many number of objects are copied and how much it is completed and how much it is failed. If something went wrong, why it is wrong, everything will get the detailed information and what is the percentage it is failed. Right now, this is all about the batch processing, like how your cross region replication is doing from source to destination. Now let's move on to the next topic called S3 lifecycle management. So now folks, S3 lifecycle management, in simple terms, you can say that it's a manual process. Manual process. If you remember in the previous session, I was discussed about the S3 storage classes, where intelligent tiering is responsible to shift an object from one storage class to another storage class based on access pattern, right? Now, here we have a different storage classes, right? Let us consider this is standard. In S3 lifecycle management, you are going to manually specify the number of days. Here in standard, I want to maintain the object for 30 days. Here in infrequent, I want to maintain for 45 days. In archiving, I want to maintain for 90 days. In deep archive, I want to maintain for 180 days. What I'm doing now, I am specifying my object should be available in this storage class for 30 days. After that, I'll shift to the infrequent access. After that, 46th day, I'll shift to the glacier. After this, I'm going to shift to the deep archive. Why I'm doing this? Why I'm doing this? What is the reason? Why we are doing this? To save the cost. Absolutely correct. Absolutely correct. Right? Exactly. So to save the cost, because standard is costly. After 35 days, I want to shift to 45 days, a next storage. After 90, a low cost. 180, too low cost. Right? Now, folks, in the previous intelligent tiering system, as I discussed with the example of Titanic, when I'm getting a huge traffic for the Titanic object, which is available in deep archive based on the access pattern, it shift to the standard. Now, in this lifecycle management, it's purely manual process, right? The major difference between your S3 storage classes and here manual process is here we don't have any reverse gear. That means if for this object, even I'm getting a huge traffic, it's not possible to shift this object to previous storage class. Are you with me, folks? It's not possible to take the object to the previous storage class. Why? What is the reason? Because already you have defined the number of days. Number of days, and even you will get the option after how many days you want to delete the object. If you put 178, it will not accept. Why? Because up to 180 days, the object will be available in storage. So you will get the message, it should be greater than 180. You can put 181, anything. Then after certain duration, the object will be deleted. You can't use 160 because the object is available up to 180 days in a deep archive. Then how you can delete that object? After 180 only, you can specify at the 181 day, the object will be removed. Right? Now, so folks, this S3 life cycle management, right? Actually, we are doing this operation to manage our objects in a cost effective manner throughout the entire life cycle. Exactly correct, to save the cost. To save the cost, but everything is manual. And even let me tell you, folks, the intelligent tiering is also considered as one of the storage class. Again, I'm repeating here in manual process, the intelligent tiering is also called one of the storage class now. So here we have two types of actions. What are those? The first one is first transition action. Transition action. And the second one is expiration action. expiration action. So now what is transition action, folks? Now this particular actions, it deals with moving an object from one storage class to another storage class. One storage class to another storage class. Again, I'm repeating here, transition action, it deals with moving an object between the different storage classes at specific time. At specific time, what you're defining, based on that, the object will be shifted, right? So no doubt, which helps to optimize the cost. Now, expiration action, the name itself indicates expiry. So now this particular actions, it delete the object after certain period. Again, I'm repeating, folks, it delete the object after certain period, and even it ensure that the data should not store the longer than necessary time, right? Longer than necessary time. Now, this S3 lifecycle management is a XML file which contains the information like rules and predefined actions which can be applicable to S3 objects and the rules entire lifetime. So now this S3 lifecycle management you can access by using AWS console, CLI, then SDK. These are the options. When you apply any lifecycle configuration rule to the bucket by storing the lifecycle rules, it will applicable to the sub resources which are attached to the buckets. Right? Now, same thing, let me show you in the console. Okay, let me take this only, source demo bucket, go to management, and here is the option called lifecycle rules. Create a lifecycle rule. I think someone has taken the question, how we can avoid the costing, more costing. I hope he's with me now. If I'm not wrong, who's that? Hitesh? Hitesh? Someone has taken the question, sir, how we can avoid the costing? What are the best practices? He's with me now. Not Shivendra, not Riju, Prashant. Okay, no issue. Is it Bhattu? Not sure. I think not Bhattu. I think some other participant. No issue. Okay, no issue. Fine. Someone has taken the question how we can optimize the cost, versioning and all. So you can use the lifecycle management, right? Let me put the name called demo 14 for rule name. And do you want to apply a specific objects? No, I want to apply for all the objects, right? Acknowledge. So these are the life cycle rule action. In that, the first. So now you can see, folks, the two important actions in that, the transition and expiry, right? If you scroll down, I don't have any option. When you select this transition current version of the object, it consider transition non-current version of the object between storage classes. That means this will be versioned objects that will be considered, right? So now if I selected transition current version of the object, acknowledge it, you can add here. And now I don't have any expiry option. Let me take the expiry current version of the object. Now here I'm able to see the expiry of the object also. Let me add some values. Standard, let me add 30 days. Next, folks, you can see here intelligent tiering as a storage. Let me take 60 days. One zone, 90. Next, flexible retrieval. Make it as 180, or it's up to you. Let me take it as 150. Now, deeper kind. Let me take called 365. All right. So now, folks, if I provide a delete after object creation, that means here you can delete the object. If I'll give the value called 333 also, you will get the message. It should be greater than 365 value. Greater than 365 value. Now, if I use 366, then it will accept. If you same thing here, if you change this to 210, right? Okay. So 28. Okay. So now let me give the 279. Here you will get the message. The value should be greater than 280 now. So folks, this is all about the manual process S3 lifecycle management. Let's move on to the next topic called access control. Access control. So folks, what is access control as per your knowledge? What is access control as per your knowledge? How you will define this access control? How you will define this access control now? Who can access what resources? Superb, Kiran. Permissions. Very good. Yes, you can consider roles also, Sheng. Acceptable. Okay. By considering an input, can I consider who can access what type of access read write? Very good. Okay. Let me take more simple terms. Can I call it as basic read write operations or read write permissions? Are you with me? Access control, can I say that the basic read write permissions? Yes. Can I consider basic read write operations? Exactly. Access control, access control is nothing but granting the basic read write permissions. To whom? To other AWS accounts. To whom? To other AWS accounts. So it's all about the basic read write permissions to other AWS accounts. So by default, the account that owns the object can access and grant the other user to access through the ACL, right? So by default, all the objects belongs to the owner of the object. If you want to provide access to another user at that time, you can use ACL, right? Let us consider here we have a one bucket and this is 123 and the owner of bucket is but two, right? So now there is another account called 456 and here the user is Jidnesh, right? And now you want to provide a cross account access. There are multiple options we have. By using the ACLs also, you can provide access to other accounts, right? There are multiple options we have. Now let me take three different scenario. Now folks, the first is if you want to change the default behavior of this, oh my God, what happened to this whiteboard? Just a minute. I think suddenly changed. Okay. Let me take the three scenario in that the first one is, this is my first scenario. Folks, if you want to change the default behavior of this object ownership, then you have, see, if you want to change the default behavior of this particular bucket, then you have to change the object ownership, right? Using the object ownership only, you can change the default behavior of this bucket ACL. Now, if you disable, disable the ACL, if you disable the ACL, that means all the objects of this bucket will belongs to only bucket owner. Again, I'm repeating, folks. When I disable the ACL, the bucket owner automatically owns every object of the bucket. No one can access that, right? And the third, if I want to provide a access control to other user, so what are the different options we have, folks? If I want to provide a access control to other resources, what are the different options we have? What are the different options are available for us? If I want to provide a access to other bucket. Many options we have. Many options. If I want to control the access, what are the different options we have? Can I use IAM? Very good, Pranit. Can I use IAM policies? Are you with me? Can I use IAM policies? Then, very good, ACL. Then, one more point everyone is missing. Very good, Vimal. IAM role. IAM role. Right? IAM policies, ACL, IAM role, and there is something called SCP. Anyone heard about this? Service control policies? Prashant, there is a concept called bucket policy. Using that also possible, bucket policy. Then we have service control policy. Let me explain what is service control policy. So folks, usually service control policy will be used in multi-account environment. And this level we are calling it as OYO level. This is organization unit. OYO level, organization unit. If you want to apply a policy at OYO level, then we have a concept called service control policy, SCP. Always SCPs are used in multi-account environment with multi like AWS organization service, right? So here SCP will be applied. Why? Only the childs, only the childs which are inherited to this parent will be shared the properties of this particular node. That is the power of SCP. Now, as I clearly specified, folks, if you want to provide, if you want to share the bucket between the multiple accounts, you can use IAM policies, right? Resource-based policies, then ACLs, right? Cross-account access. If I want to go for cross-account access, you can go with IAM roles and even more options, right? So, folks, as I discussed even in the previous topic also, there are different types of replications we have. Cross-region replication, same region replication, and the one more is replication with the time control. That means within a 15 minutes, this is one of the feature. Within a 15 minutes, it copy all the object from the source to destination. Now, let me show you about the ACL. We don't have assisted practice for this, but let me show you. When you click on create bucket, here is the option. Folks, are you able to see this? As I clearly specified, when the time comes, I'll discuss about every part. Just now we have completed versioning. Now, here we have object ownership. This is recommended. Disable means all the object of that particular bucket will be owned by the only bucket owner. Objects in the bucket owned by the only this account. Right? If you want to access to this bucket and objects specified using the policies. So when you enable this, objects in this bucket owned by other account. So using ACLs, you can provide a permission to access with the other customer. So ACL is one of the method. You can use IAM policies, IAM roles, bucket policies, and this ACL also. When you disable, all the buckets are secure. All the objects within the bucket are secure because only owner can access. When you enable, it's up to you how you are going to provide access to other customer. And if you want to change the behavior of this bucket, always you have to change the bucket ownership. Then only it's possible. Right? So folks, this is all about the ACL now. If you have any questions, let me know so we can discuss. A simple topic, it's not much complex. So if you have any question, let me know. Otherwise, just put on the message as no. So we can proceed with our next topic called storage gateway. If you have any, these are small topics, folks. These are small topics. Okay, let me take the questions. But once we create the bucket with disable ownership, later can we change it to ACL? Yes, you can. You can. Shall I show you? Just a minute. See, already I created the bucket. All right. So here we have permission options. Can you see this? Block public access, edit. But two, are you with me? In the permission section, you can do that but two, right? Even if you want to use the bucket policies, object ownership, ACL, everything is available. It depends after the creation also if you want to allow. Clear but two? So now folks, let me take you to the next topic called storage gateway. Storage gateway. So before going to storage gateway, what is gateway folks? What is gateway? How you will define the gateway? Let me design a single, yeah, okay. And this is fine, okay. Routes, entry and exit point. The next. Entry point, okay. See, just now taken one analogy here. This is one house with this boundary with compound and gate. So can I call this gateway single entry, single exit point? Are you with me? Can I consider this gateway as single entry, single exit point? Right? Okay. Now this is one house along with the boundary and a gate. Right? So now if I want to connect from this premises to so-called society, right? So-called society, if I want to connect at that time, this gateway is available for me, whether it is to entry or exit. Fine. So this environment is totally different. This environment is totally different. Now, same thing. This is my on-premises environment. And here we have storage gateway. And this is my AWS environment. This is my storage gateway. Right? In simple terms, if I want to extend the capability of on-premises data center to AWS environment, at that time, I'm using storage gateway. Are you with me, folks? When I'm using storage gateway, if I want to extend the capability of my on-premises data centers to AWS environment, at that time, I require storage gateway. So now, see, here I've taken the name called storage gateway. Let us consider if I have any type of a gateway, whether it is storage gateway also, how I can improve the performance of the storage gateway or any gateway. I'm not taking specific storage gateway. After 5 minutes, I'll take the storage gateway. How I can improve the gateway performance? What are the factors I can consider here? Folks, I hope my question is clear. What are the factors I should consider if I want to optimize a gateway performance? Correct, Prem. Correct, Prem. It acts like a bridge. By adding more resources to the core CPU memory usage, very good, Satya Prasad. First point is acceptable, Satya Prasad. First is acceptable, where you can add the additional CPU resources to the gateway host. Even you can add the additional CPU resources to the application environment, right? And even folks, if you want to perform this kind of a, what do you call, if you want to perform at this level of a read write permission, so what kind of a storage I can use here? What kind of a disk I can use here to get this level of a performance, which provides the highest IOPS? Yes, which provide the highest IOPS. Very good. So here you can use the SSD, a high performance disk. You can add the resources to the gateway host. You can add the resources to the application host, and even you can increase the bandwidth between your application and gateway. These are the things when it comes for the gateway performance. Right? These are the things you have to keep in mind when you want to increase the gateway performance. Adding the CPU resources to the application, adding a CPU resources to the gateway, increasing the bandwidth between the application and gateway, and even you can add the SSD disk for the high IOPS rate. Now I have one diagram. So now you can see, I hope the diagram is clearly visible. Folks, the diagram is clearly visible. Diagram is clearly visible. Okay. So now you can see here, this is my on-premises environment. Now you can see there is a diagram. This is my on-premises environment, right? And this is my AWS environment. See, in simple terms, even layman can understand why we are using storage gateway. As you can see, if I want to extend the capability of my on-premises data centers to AWS at that time, I'm using storage gateway, right? Now, logically, how it works. Here you can see in on-premises, we have file gateway, volume gateway, tape gateway, right? So using the different protocols, what we are using. So storage gateway in between, we are using between on-premises and AWS environment. If I want to connect from on-premises to AWS environment, here we are using a strategy called direct connect. Direct connect is a strategy where you are going to connect from on-premises to AWS environment. There are different options are available. You can use site-to-site connectivity. You can use direct connect. You can use VPN connection. There are multiple options are available. So being a solution architect, you know that which particular option should be selected in which particular situation. And this you are going to see in detail in module number 5, that is networking. Might be next week. Okay. So next week we are going to see how the site-to-site direct connect VPNs are going to work, and being a solution architect, which option you have to select. Right now, let us consider Arun is one of the solution architect for ABC organization. Okay. Now, Arun is one of the solution architect for ABC organization. So now, storage gateway, which serves as a crucial component for this ABC organization. And now they are seeking to build a hybrid cloud storage solution. This ABC organization, they expecting a hybrid cloud storage solution. How? By seamlessly integrating your on-premises environment with a cloud storage, right? So now this ABC organization can enhance the accessibility, scalability, and cost efficiency, where you will get the vast array of cloud services, where storage services, different storage classes, backup, archiving, FSX, right? Even automated backup. There are different options are available, right? So when I'm talking about a collection, a hybrid solution, it is a collection of hybrid cloud storage service that bridge the gap between your on-premises data centers and virtually limitless cloud storage which is available on AWS platform. Again, I'm repeating, it bridges the gap between your on-premises data center and virtually limitless cloud storage which is available on AWS platform. Now, for ABC organization, it empowers to use a cloud storage seamlessly while maintaining hybrid architecture. Hybrid in the sense, it combines the both benefits of on-premises infrastructure as well as cloud services. Again, I'm repeating, it combines the benefits of both on-premises infrastructure as well as AWS environment. So this is the power of storage gateway. So we have an introduction level of the storage gateway, folks. If you have any questions related to this storage gateway, let me know. So this is how your storage gateway works in the AWS environment, and that too on premises to AWS environment. If you have any questions, let me know so we can discuss. Otherwise, we can proceed with our next topic called, can you please increase the diagram size? Okay, Gagandeep, this much? This much is sufficient. Okay, let me zoom from one side. Is it fine, Gagandeep? It's almost 150%. Let me take the next side. This is Assume for on-premises environment. I hope it's fine, Gagandeep. How can we decide what to select for storage gateway? How to decide what to select for storage gateway? Are you talking about the requirements of storage gateway or operation of storage gateway? Pranit, see, even if I talk about the storage gateway, there are different gateways are available, like file gateway, volume gateway, tape gateway, right? So how you are going to take the decision? What does my application expect? What is the primary use case? What, like, where do I want to data to live long time, right? So these are the factors. Based on that, you are going to select. Storage gateway is common, whether it is file gateway, volume gateway, or tape gateway, it's up to your requirement. I hope you got the point, Pranit. So now we have the option called encryption. So what is encryption, folks? Even at the first day also, I was discussed about the encryption. What is encryption now? What is encryption? How you will define this? Encoding a data, very good. Protecting the data, very good. Can I say that converting from plain text to ciphertext? Very good. Plain text to ciphertext, encoding to decoding, readable form to non-readable form, right? Readable form to non-readable form. Here we have a different options. There are different encryption types. Let me tell you, folks, by default, if you are not selecting any of the type, that means if you are not selecting any of the encryption type, by default, it will be considered as SSE S3. In every operation, we are not selecting any of the options. So by default, it will be encrypted by using SSE S3, right? And let me tell you, this is totally free service. SSE S3 is totally free service, right? And here it uses the AES, Advanced Encryption Standard 256 algorithm, which is one of the strongest block cipher to encrypt your data, right? So there is no any additional charge. It's a free of cost. Now the second option is server-side encryption with KMS. When you select this option, it asks you, do you want to choose from the KMS keys? Always there is a default key available for you. If you want, you can create default one. You can use default one. No, if you want to enter the ARN, create a key, copy the ARN. That is also fine. No, I want to create an entire new key. Entire new key. That is also possible. And folks, let me tell you, this is chargeable. KMS is key management services chargeable. You have to pay for it. All right. Now, how to create a KMS key? Let me click on that. Folks, here we have option symmetric and asymmetric. Symmetric means what? Single key will be used for encryption and decryption. But here asymmetric means public and private key will be used. Public and private key will be used to decrypt a data. Correct. ARN means Amazon resource name. But if I take a network, how you will identify a system in a network? By using what? In a network, using the IP address, you are going to identify the machine. Like that, in AWS environment, ARN, Amazon resource name, is the unique identification for every service. Like S3, KMS keys, EC2, like that for every services, even IAM user, IAM roles. For everything, we have ARN. Okay. Now, symmetric, asymmetric, single key, and public private key. For what purpose you are using? For encryption and decryption purpose. Right? For encryption as well as decryption purpose. Click on next. So provide the alias name. Display the name of the key. Let me take demo 14. Same. Okay. Description is optional. Leave it. Next. So what are the key administrative permissions? This is also optional. Key administration permission to whom you want to give. Let me take myself. 328 is the username. Select the user. Click on next. What about the usage permission? Same usage permission I'll provide to myself for demo. And these are the options. Sorry, this is the key policy what we have. Automatically it will be generated. Then click on next. Sorry folks, sorry for this inconvenience. See, yeah, just now I created a, yeah, still you can review this. You can review the key and then you can click on finish. Now you have successfully created a KMS key, demo 14, all right? So folks, this key is available for you, right? And now if you want to use this key, now it's available. Is it the key what I created just now in front of you people? Is it the key what I created in front of you people, that demo 14? Yes, select the key and create a bucket. Bucket name, demo, make it as unique, then create a bucket. Now the bucket creation is successfully done. Now might be you have the question, sir, is it possible to modify the encryption type after creation of a bucket? Then yes. Yes, the answer is yes. You can go to the, sorry, not this. We have created the bucket called 7373. And here we have properties, right? Default encryption, you can change. If you want to change from KMS to SSCS3, you can go for this. Okay. There is one more type we have, dual layer server side encryption. That means at the board layer, encryption will be done. And this is like you are going to pay more for this. If you want more advanced security and more features, at that time, usually we go for this. Okay. Now, let me show you this key. Let us consider I'm not using this key for longer duration. So first, if you want to delete directly, it's not possible. If I want to delete this key directly, it's not possible. First, you have to disable this. First, you have to disable this. Once you disable, then you can make, even after disable also, you can't delete directly. You can make what you call schedule key deletion directly, which is not possible. And here you can specify the duration from what you call 7 to 30 days. You can specify the duration from 7 to 30 days, right? So now I'm specifying 30 days. After 30 days only, this key will be deleted. Confirm it. Now, once I confirm, after that only the key will be deleted. That means after 30 days, your key will be deleted. Let us consider, no, again, I'm going to use the same key. In that situation, you can cancel the key deletion. That is also fine. Then you can use the same key if you want. If you want, you can enable and you can enable again. You can use the same key as per your requirement, right? Again, you can use as per your requirement when you enable back. So folks, this is all about the S3 encryption, what we have. Okay. So now folks, let's move on to the next topic called FSX. So folks, FSX is also one of the family of a service that makes easy to launch, run, and scale a shared storage which is powered by a popular commercial open source file systems, right? Again, I'm repeating, folks, by using this FSX, where you can easily launch, run, and scale a shared storage, right? So, folks, this FSX supports two different popular commercial file system. The first one is FSX for Windows File Server, FSX for Windows File Server, and the next one is Lustre, Amazon FSX for Lustre. Let me focus on Windows File Server now. Okay, then we'll go for Lustre. Folks, Windows File Server, FSX for Windows File Server is managed by AWS. And let me tell you, this is specially designed to provide a fully native Windows file system capabilities, right? So Windows file system capabilities, that too in AWS cloud. Again, I'm repeating, folks, why we have this FSX for Windows File Server? Because this is specially designed to provide a fully native Windows file system capability in AWS cloud. And now this Windows File Server, it allows the seamless integration with AWS environment. So because of this reason, it makes an excellent choice for Windows-based application as well as a Windows-based workload, right? Now, and folks, let me tell you, this Windows file server, as you know that, it is designed to provide the fully native Windows file system capability. And even this is specially designed to scale as per the growing demands of your application. Now, user can easily adjust the capacity and the performance of their file system to meet the change requirement, right? So now, folks, this scalability part, is very essential for the workloads that experience fluctuating demands. Fluctuating means sometimes it's high, sometimes it's low. So at that time, this is very important. Now, FSX for Windows Server can be accessed by using the protocol called SMB, Server Message Block Protocol, right? And apart from that, it allows a seamless integration with Windows-based application. Windows-based applications, right? And even it makes an easy to move existing file workload to AWS environment. That too without any modification. That too without any modification, right? Now, apart from this, this is specially designed to provide advanced administrative features. Like what do you call a simplifying data management and even user access, right? So now even a quota means a maximum limit for the users, right? And user can restore the enhanced usability, and system will provide overall productivity of every services. Apart from this, there is one more important feature. So now this FSX is integrated with Microsoft Active Directory, right? So now FSX is integrated with Microsoft Active Directory, which allows your organization to manage the existing management of infrastructure, and even this integration will streamline the process, a user authentication, access control, providing more advanced features to the end users, right? So now these are the important points about the FSX for Windows. Now, first, okay, Pranit, first point is Windows file servers are specially designed to provide a fully native Windows file system capability in the AWS cloud, right? Now, if I want to deal with the Windows workloads, so now it's a native file system capability which is provided in the AWS environment, right? Now, what are the benefits I'll get? What are the benefits I'll get here? If I talk about the benefit, the first one is it builds on a Windows server. It builds on a Windows server. Now, this is simple and manageable. And folks, SMB protocol, if I compare with the other protocols, SMB is the lowest cost, which provides flexible performance, secure and compliant, and even broadly accessible. So these are the benefits for FSX for Windows. Anyone heard about the Lustre file system? Anyone? Anyone heard about the Lustre? Anyone? Windows, everyone know that. If I want to work in a AWS environment, at that time, we'll go for a Windows FSX for Windows. Anyone heard about the Lustre? Folks, I hope all the 40 participants are with me. All are with me now? No? Okay, have heard but not in detail. Fine. Folks, Lustre is also one of the file system here which have the ability to deliver a high speed processing. Again, I'm repeating, folks. Lustre is have ability to deliver a high speed processing. What is that high speed processing now? Folks, let me tell you the data throughput which exceeds more than 100 GB per second. More than 100 GB per second. Again, I'm repeating, folks. Now this Lustre have the ability to deliver a high speed processing, and that too the data throughput is up to 100 GB per second. So now this throughput is one of the essential for a performance intensive application that required some real-time analysis and quick data access. So because of this performance, this is widely adopted by the HPC community. Anyone heard about this? Folks, HPC community. Because of this performance, this is widely adopted by HPC community. Anyone heard about this? I'll come to that. HPC, high performance computing. Again, I am repeating. Divakar, give me time. I'll explain that example also. Yes, high performance computing. So, Lustre file system is adopted by HPC community and to its scalability because of the scalability and performance characteristics, right? So, when you are using this Lustre file system, it brings the benefit of performance capability to AWS environment. Because of that reason, it provides the reliable and fully managed solution to the performance critical workload. Right. So now, no doubt, Lustre is designed to handle a high performance computing workload. Now, Divakar, what type of a workload? What are the use cases? What are the use cases? Can I consider data analytics? Can I consider data analytics as one of the HPC workload, high performance computing workload? Folks, can I consider scientific simulation? Can I consider scientific simulation? Folks, I hope now the trending one. Can I consider the machine learning? Machine learning also one of the high performance computing workload. Data analytics, scientific simulation, machine learning, where you are going to train a models. Right? No doubt, these provide some exceptional performance. And because of that reason, we are using a Lustre file system, which are valuable assets for your organization for fast data processing. Right? Now, Lustre is integrated with one more service. This is my Lustre and this is my S3. Now, integration with Amazon S3, it opens the new possibility for a data access and collaboration. So you can access a large scale data set which is stored in this S3 using the Lustre file system, right? Even it enables efficient data sharing and analysis, right? So Lustre file system is given a two deployment option. In that, The first one is Scratch, and this one is persistent. Let me give the hint what exactly it is. Scratch is like instant store, persistent is EBS. So now can anyone define? Scratch is instant store and persistent is EBS. Temporary permanent. Very good, Shane. See, Scratch file system means it stores a temporary data. It stores a temporary data, right? And here the data can be stored up to 14 days, not more than that. Scratch is temporary, which stores the data up to 14 days, not more than that. Persistence. So now persistent, it includes the durability throughout the automatic backups and even which is suitable for long-term storage, right? So here, this particular option is preferred to store a critical data that required some persistent storage, reliable storage. At that time, you can go with this option, right? Now, if I talk about the benefits, so folks, what are the benefits I'll get if I'm using Lustre? What benefits I'll get if I'm using Lustre? Just now I discussed many things about this Lustre file system. High performance computing, very good, very good. High performance computing. Scalability is also one of the part, right? Scalability, right? Then next, high performance already available. Scalability, reliability. Let me take reliability also. Next, yeah, someone is given the answer. A new like integration with S3. That is nothing but seamless access to S3. Very good. Next, scalable, fully manageable, and you will get something, right? Something to deployment options. What are those? Scratch and persistent, multiple deployment option. Multiple deployment option, right? So these are the benefits of Lustre file system. If we talk about the FSX for Windows as well as Lustre, right? Okay. So now, folks, here we have two services. The first one is Glue, and the second one is Athena. Glue and Athena. So anyone heard about the Glue service? Anyone? Because no. Okay, let me tell you. Okay, if you're not familiar with the Glue service, are you people familiar with the ETL? At least heard about this nowadays, which is more trending also. ETL jobs. ETL. See, Glue is serverless. Glue is serverless data integration service. Glue is serverless data integration service. Serverless means no need to think about provisioning, updating, patching. Everything will be taken care by AWS. Glue is serverless integration service that helps you for ETL data, that to extract, transform, and loading from the various sources into the centralized data store, right? Centralized data store. So usually these ETLs are used for preparing a data for analytics purpose. Extraction, transformation, or you can say extracting, transforming, and loading. So you can get the data from the various sources, that too for a centralized data store, right? So what are the features of this Glue service? Here we have a concept of data catalog. Might be you people are heard about this. These are some new terms. Then data catalog. See, data catalog is nothing but data catalog is used to store a metadata about the data set. Again, I'm repeating, data catalog is used to store a metadata about data set. Now, ETL jobs, where you are going to perform extract, transform, load. How? By using Python script to transfer your data. And here we have one more feature called crawlers. Anyone heard about the crawlers? Okay, let me tell you folks. Crawlers are used to automatically detect the schema and update the catalog. Again, I'm repeating, automatically detect the schema and update the catalog. Are you people familiar with the schema? Are you people familiar with the schema? Okay, can I call schema is nothing but the systematic representation of a data? Can I call this schema as a systematic representation of a data? Right? So schema is nothing but systematic representation of a data. Now crawler will automatically detect the schema and update the catalog. As per the data set, metadata will be updated. And the fourth feature is serverless. Serverless. No need to think about provisioning, updating, patching. Everything will be taken care by AWS. So this is for Glue service, which is specially designed for ETL jobs. Now, Athena. Athena is also one of the service in AWS. Let me give the hint. Let's see how many of you are going to answer. This is my S3 bucket. Okay. Now SQL. Okay. Arrow mark should be like this. Let me know how you are going to define this Athena. Querying service. Where are root? Answer is correct, but incomplete. Querying service where? Accessing data in S3 using SQL. Very good, Shane. See, let me tell you folks, Athena is also serverless service. So folks, this is also, Athena is also one of the serverless interactive query service, right? Which allows you to run SQL queries directly on stored data which is available in S3. Again, I am repeating, the data which is stored in S3, you are going to do the query by using SQL. So again, Athena is serverless. If I talk about the features, Athena is also serverless. No need to manage your infrastructure, and it works with the S3. And here it supports the SQL. No need for database engine. Directly, you can perform a queries by using SQL services. Correct. Correct, Shivendra, but you are not going to use the database engine directly. But still you can perform the queries by using SQL service. That is the power of Athena now. So we have only introduction for Glue and Athena, folks. See, Glue is a service where you have to create some crawlers first. First, you have to define this Glue and Athena. See, Pranit, if you talk about the Glue service, in Glue service, you have to define the data catalog, ETL jobs, you have to create the crawlers. Then you can perform all the ETL jobs now. Okay, let me take one simple example, Pranit. Let me take one simple example. Let us consider you have one company. I'm talking about the Glue now, Pranit, and other participants also. Let me take one simple example for Glue and Athena. Let me take Glue first. See, you have one company who generates who collect the log data from S3. Again, I'm repeating. You have one company which collects the data from log data from S3, and you want to clean and transform that before storing it to Redshift data. Let me design the scenario. Might be you'll get the clear picture. See, here we have S3 bucket. Okay, this is my S3, right? And now from this S3, your company is collecting a data from S3, right? And now you want to clean and transfer before storing to Redshift database. Now you are going to clean and transfer before storing to Redshift database. So now first step is you have to create a crawlers. You have to create a crawlers to catalog a data in S3. Catalog in the sense you are going to add a metadata about the dataset in S3, right? After this, you are going to perform ETL jobs. to clean, extract, transform, and load, to clean and transform with the data. Once your data is successfully performed ETL job, then finally the data will be stored in Redshift, right? So after that, you can store a process data in the Redshift database. I hope you got the idea for this Glue service now. Pranik and the other participants, right? Now, let me take Athena example. Okay, can you repeat again? Shall I repeat? Okay, let me take this example again. See, here we have S3 bucket, right? So now the data S3 will generate some log data and your company is storing this data here, right? Now company is collecting a data from S3, right? And then you want to clean and transform before it's storing to database. Now S3 data will be stored in the company. Then if I want to store in Redshift database, you have to clean that. ETL job should be performed. So for that, you have to create a crawlers. First, you have to run a glue crawlers, right? Crawlers is nothing but automatic detecting a schema and updating the catalog, right? So now you have to use the crawlers to catalog a metadata in S3. So in S3, you are going to add a metadata and the data set about the data set, right? So this is metadata about the data set is available here. And now you are defining the schema. Now by using the crawlers, right? For the crawlers, you are going to define the metadata and its schema. And once it is defined, successfully processed, then you are going to perform the ETL jobs, where it cleans, transforms, and loads the data to Redshift. Before storing to the Redshift database, ETL job should be performed. Extracting, transforming, and loading. Then it will be loaded into the Redshift database. Arun, I hope it's clear. Surabhi, crawlers are automatically detecting a schema and updating the catalog. No need to manually specifying a schema or anything. Automatically it will detect. That is the power of crawlers. Now, if I talk about the Athena, now if I talk about correct, now about Athena. After schema defined, can we also move to other data lakes? Yes, you can. You can, Surbi. You can. That is also possible. Okay. Now, if I take the example of Athena, right? So now let me take the example for Athena, right? Okay, let us consider. Now, let us consider Pranit is data analyst. Pranit is data analyst and want to analyze the customer transaction log, which is available in S3 bucket. Again, I'm repeating. Pranit is data analyst, want to analyze a customer transaction log stored, which is available in S3. Now, first thing, you have to store all the transaction into S3 bucket, right? Now, folks, if I want to create a data catalog, which service should I use? If I want to create a data catalog, which service should I use? Glue service. The first thing is, the first step is done. Now, all the transaction will be stored in S3 bucket. And now in the second step, I am going to use the glue service, right? Glue service to create a data catalog. And now after creating a catalog, I am going to run the SQL queries using the Athena service to analyze the data without setting up a database. This is all about the Athena service now. Again, I'm repeating, folks. Now in the third step, I'm going to do the query on the S3 bucket using the Athena service to analyze the data without setting up a data. This is also one of the example you can consider for data analysis. I hope it's clear to all the participants now by taking two examples for Glue and Athena. So now, folks, let's move on to the next module, that is networking. Very interesting module, like our storage and all the modules, right? So now folks, in this module, we are going to discuss about the network related part. Here the topics are VPC, networking and content delivery, right? Folks, I hope all are with me because this last half an hour is very crucial for the participants. I am ready for anything, but I want the responses from all the participants now. All are with me now? Let's start with the next module, folks. Yes, thank you for quick responses. Thank you so much. And one thing I want to specify, this is fourth day session, right? And I really appreciate, and up to fourth session, I really appreciate all the participants, and everyone is very interesting and very interactive. Everyone is very interested to learn something. I'm very happy for this. Really, I appreciate all the participants, especially everyone in this batch. Everyone is very interactive. Everyone is asking the question. I really appreciate your efforts. Thank you so much. So now, folks, let's move on to the next module called VPC networking and content delivery. As you know that in every module, we'll get a scenario, a day in the life of cloud architect. So being a cloud architect, what is your responsibility? Cloud architect in an organization and has been asked to address security concerns about moving the company infrastructure to the AWS cloud. The company has outlined a specific requirements. They seek an entity that can attach to any AWS resources, defining its access permissions. Instead of distributing long-term credentials like username, password, or access keys, the company requires a solution offering temporary rights to application when they interacting with AWS resources. They aim to manage governance, compliance, operational audits, and risk assessment within the AWS accounts. The security and compliance of application on AWS should align with the company's standards. So now John's responsibility include setting up an AWS account and utilizing the AWS command line interface to engage with AWS services and resources. He must also master using the AWS identity and access management to ensure the secure access to AWS resources. To achieve this, he will learn a few concepts in this lesson that will help you to find the solution for given scenario. Now, what are the learning objectives? Folks, by the end of this lesson, you will be able to configure IAM and its policy to ensure secure access management, create and configure CloudFront distribution to distribute the content globally, create and configure VPC endpoint to privately connect AWS services without public internet exposure, implement a range of routing methods to manage a network traffic efficiently. So folks, these are the objectives, or you can call it as outcomes. Once you complete the module, you are able to answer the questions based on these topics. So in this, they are directly started from security group and NACL, but I don't want to directly go for security groups and NACL. Let me take a new whiteboard for basics of networking, then we can go for it. Okay. Let me take basics of networking in AWS, then we can go for security group and NACL. Let me share the screen. Still it's taking time. Still it's taking time to load my new whiteboard. Just a minute, folks. Let me cancel directly. It's taking time. Okay. What is networking, folks? What is networking? Let's discuss what is networking. What is networking? How you will define networking? Connection of multiple devices, Folks, what is networking? Connection between sharing the resources across over configuring multiple devices, connecting different devices for data transfer, connection between source and destination or between the different object devices, build communication, connecting computers and IoT over the internet. Okay, almost all the answers are correct. Connection between the different devices or data transfer. Okay. Still it's taking time to open. Okay, so connection between resources. Yeah, by considering your all inputs, can I consider networking is nothing but establishing a connection between two or more devices to share the resources. Simple terms. I'm using two simple terms, what you are given the input in the chat box. Can I say that networking is the concept where I'm going to establish a connection between two or more devices to share the resources? Are you with me? Can I say that? Even anyone can understand the definition now. Connection between two or more devices to share the resources. Simple, right? Now, I hope everyone remember, like when I was explaining about the load balancer, I think in yesterday's session, right? In the load balancer concept, I was clearly specified, don't think about this networking part. Networking part I'll touch in module number 5. I hope everyone remember, folks, the previous session itself. Don't think about the networking part. I'll touch this networking part when the time comes. So this is the right time to discuss about the VPC, subnet, everything. I hope now the diagram is clearly visible. Again, there is a custom diagram. Folks, the diagram is clearly visible. Okay. Now, folks, this is custom diagram again. Yeah, sure. Just allow me a minute. See, again, this is also one of the custom diagram what I'm using for networking purpose. So folks, this diagram is created by me to clear more about a logical part about how they are interacting with each other, right? So diagram is created by me to clear about the topics. So now here you can see first is VPC, Gagandeep, VPC, Internet Gateway, NACL, Network Access Control List, Public Subnet, Route Table, Security Group, EC2. Fine. Now, let me take one by one. VPC, Virtual Private Cloud, right? Now, let me take first VPC. Again, let me show you, folks. Here we have VPC, right? Let me take one by one. VPC stands for Virtual Private Cloud. Virtual Private Cloud, right? So virtual private cloud is an isolated area where you can deploy your AWS resources. Again, I'm repeating, virtual private cloud. VPC stands for virtual private cloud. It's an isolated area where you can deploy your AWS resources. Like in the previous session, you are created one EC2, right? You are deployed in this VPC. You are created one load balancer. You have deployed in this VPC because it's an isolated area. No one can enter without your permission. Let us consider this is Gagandeep VPC. Now, Gagandeep is the owner. Without Gagandeep permission, no one can enter. This is Divakar VPC. This is Santosh VPC. This is Shivam VPC. Now, without Gagandeep, without Divakar, without Santosh, without Shivam, no one can enter this environment. No one can enter this environment, right? So it's a service which isolate the resources. Now Divakar is going to use EC2, S3, or we have RDS, relational database service. Then we have KMS. Everything is going to deploy. All the he services is going to deploy in this VPC because it's an isolated area. No one can enter without your permission. Right? Now, folks, by default, per region, you can create 5 VPCs, not more than that. Up to 5 VPCs per region. If you want more, then you have to contact AWS support team. If you want to increase this quota, If you want to increase the quota, you have to contact AWS support team. Then only it's possible to increase the number of VPC, right? Now, let me take one simple example. Folks, are you people familiar with the term called plot, where you are going to build your house? Plot is fine or site is fine? Which term is fine for you people? Where you are going to build your house? Both are fine. Any? Okay, that's super. Now let me take one simple example here. Okay, let me take plot, because majority of the participants are asking for the same called plot. Now this is 60/40 site. 60/40 site. Okay. Now, okay. Now let me take. Okay, this is my VPC. Fine. Okay. So now, folks, if you see here in this diagram, first VPC, just now what we are completed. Now we have subnet. Subnet. What is subnet now? Let me discuss. Let me zoom out. Okay. Now what is subnet? Subnet is nothing but range of IP addresses. A range of IP addresses. Again, I'm repeating, folks. What is subnet? Subnet is nothing but a range of IP addresses. That means within a single VPC, how many IP addresses I can utilize. Correct. Exactly correct, Shivendra. Now, what is subnet? Subnet is nothing but a range of IP addresses. How many number of IP address I can utilize in this VPC? Are you getting the point, folks? How many number of IP address I can utilize in this VPC? That is nothing but subnet. And this subnet is divided into two types. The first one is public subnet and the second one is private subnet. Okay. This is public subnet, the range of IP addresses that customer can interact. Private subnet, the range of IP addresses within VPC they can interact. Right? Now, let me take this 60/40 site. Folks, now here I have one gate and this is my sit out. I'm talking about the 60/40 site, right? And this is hall, dining room and all. This is public area now. This is public area and this is private area of your house, right? Now, here we have kitchen, then bathroom, washroom, and a bedroom, everything. Now, folks, let us consider a new person arrived to the home. This new person can access the public area. Am I right? Am I right, folks? This new person can access the public area. Yes or no? This new person can access a public area. Now, this new person want to access the private area of your house. Then he should take a permission from a family member. Are you with me? A new person want to access the private area of that house. At that time, that person should take a permission from a family member. Then only he is allowed. He or she is allowed, right? Now, same thing. Let me take with VPC. This is public subnet. And this is private subnet. Right. Let us consider I have Flipkart website. Flipkart website. Okay. So for this Flipkart website, everyone is able to access the website. All are able to access this Flipkart website. All are able to access this Flipkart website. Everyone. That means I should launch one EC2 instance. One EC2 with this Flipkart app. All the customer can access this application. It should be in a public area, right? Now, my question is, do you have access of Flipkart database? Hello, everyone. Do you have access of Flipkart database? No? Why? Because it's available in private subnet. If you want to access this private subnet resources, you have to take permission from public subnet, family members. Are you with me, folks? If you want to access this private subnet, at that time, you have to use you have to take the permission from family members, from public subnet, then only it's possible. Now, this EC2 want to interact, then there is no restriction because family members can interact with each other. They can access all the rooms, everything, hall, kitchen, everything, right? So if someone from outside, if they are trying to access the private resources, they have to take the permission from public subnet. I hope it's clear, folks, about the subnet, how your VPC works in the production environment. If I take the website example, e-commerce application, I hope everyone clear with this plot and VPC concept. Hello, everyone. I hope everyone clear. Okay. Yes. Now, let me discuss about the subnet. I have one more diagram for subnet. Let me show you that. Let me show you that. Where it is? Where it is? Yes. Folks, here you can see there is a concept called subnet, right? So now, are you people familiar with the IP addresses? What is IP address, folks? What is IP address? Yes, as I can see the inputs, unique identifier, identify the device's access, network layer address, equipment, combination of 16-digit number, separate by dot. Very good, very good. See, IP address in simple terms, I can say that a unique identification for a system in a network to identify that machine, right? So now there are two types of IP addresses we have, IPv4 and IPv6, right? So both are supported in AWS. Do you know, folks, what is the size of IPv4 addresses? What is the size of IPv4 addresses? 32-bit. Very good. Superb. Very good. Then what about IPv6? 32-bit is for IPv4. What about the IPv6? It's 128-bit. Superb. So in AWS, both are supported, but in our scenarios, we are using IPv4 addresses, 32-bit, right? So now, folks, here we have the concept of CIDR, classless interdomain routing. Classless interdomain routing. Here you can see 172.31.0.0/16. 16 is nothing but /16 is nothing but a masking value which determines how many IP addresses you can use in a subnet. Sorry, VPC. Again, I'm repeating CIDR, classless interdomain routing, right? Classless interdomain routing, which determines how many number of IP address you can utilize in a VPC. Now, this 16 is nothing but masking value. In this example, you can see the VPC value is 16. We are calling it as a masking value. Now, folks, let me discuss the calculation how the IP addresses are allocated by using CIDR. So what is the size of IPv4 address now? Size of IPv4 address 32. What is the masking value? Masking value 16. Very good. 32 minus 16. If I'm not wrong, it's 16. 16, right? So now 2 raised to 16 is how much? If you calculate this, how much? 2 raised to 16 is 65,536 IP addresses you can utilize in a single VPC. Folks, 65,536 IP addresses can be utilized. Let me take that same example. Okay. So folks, again, here also a 60/40 site, and this is VPC. This is public subnet. Okay, let me divide. This is AZ1. What happened to this? Just a minute. All right, just a minute, just a minute, just a minute. Just a minute. Yes. So now, what happened to this? Okay, now it's fine. So this is AZ1 and this is AZ2. Okay. Now I'll divide. This is public area. This is private area. This is public area. And this is private area. Now same thing, I'll divide this. Now I'm constructing with one building with, I'm constructing one building with for a commercial purpose. Let us consider this is block A, this is block A, and this is block B, right? And this is public area, private area. This is public area and this is private area, right? Same thing. Now, just now I calculated for VPC up to how many IP address I can use? 65,536 IP addresses I can use now, right? So folks, the maximum IP address what you can use in a single VPC, that is 65,536, right? Right, folks? Now you can see a first 65,536 I can use a IP addresses. So first 4 IP addresses are reserved, 0, 1, 2, 3, and the last one is like 36, 65,536, right? Last address is also reserved now, right? So now folks, now if you see in this diagram, we have subnets 172.31.0.0/20. Folks, now the maximum number of IP address 65,536 I can use. So always make sure that you should not use a masking value less than 16. You can't use 15, 14, 13, 12, not available. Not possible. Why? The maximum range of IP addresses for a single VPC is 65,536. So you can use 17, 18, 19, 20, it's up to you. Now, folks, if I calculate IPv4 32-bit minus 20, what is the answer? 32 minus 20 is 32 minus 20 is 12. 2 raised to 12 is 4096. Are you with me? Can you see this? 4096 addresses. 4096 addresses. 4096 addresses. 4096 addresses. Are you with me, folks? Everyone. Here 4096, 4096, 4096, 4096. Here I can, in this side, I can put 4096 objects here, 4096 objects here, 4096 objects here, 4096 objects here. This is how we are calculating. Let me take one more example. One more example. See, now I have a VPC range called 10.0.0.0/16. Okay. If I calculate this, 32 minus 16 is 16 and 2 raised to 16 is 65,536. I hope this part is clear. Everyone? Everyone, this part is clear? A quick responses are really appreciated. Okay. Now this is subnet 1. Yes, correct, Surbi. 32 is IPv4 size. IPv4 size. That's why 32. IPv4 size, 32 bit. Now subnet 1 IP range is 10.10. See, 16 is nothing but masking value. It determines how many IP addresses you are going to utilize in that VPC. Right? So maximum 65,536 IP address you can utilize. Not more than that. Not more than that. If you use 15, then it increases this value. So the maximum capacity of a single VPC is 65,536 IP addresses. That is the reason. Clear, Sujay? Clear, Sujay? Okay. Let me complete, then I'll visit again. Okay. See, now this is for VPC 65,536. Now I'll use subnet value 10.0.1.0/24. Now, folks, what I'm doing, this is my VPC. I can create up to 65,536 IP address within this. I can put the objects, right? So what is the subnet 1 value? How many IP address I can use in subnet 1 and subnet 2. Let me calculate. So subnet 1 value is now 10.0.1.0/24. So now how it starts? The range will be 10.0.1.02. Folks, if it is 24, how you will calculate? 24 means 32 minus 24 is 8. 2 raised to 8 is 256. Clear? So that means within a single subnet, you can use 256 IP, not more than that. So now the range is 10.0.1.0 and up to the maximum range 10.0.1. Up to how much? 256? 256 or how much? Always it starts from the 0 means it should be 255. It should be 255, right? Let me take second subnet. Now 10.0.2.0/24. Now value is, if I take 32 minus 24, how much? 32 minus 24? 8. 2 raised to 8 is again 256. Here I can use 256 IP addresses. And what will be the range now? 10.0.2.0. So up to how much, folks? Very good, Shivendra. Up to how much? 10.0.0.2. Up to 255. So how it works? How it works? First 2.0, 2.1, 2.2, 2.3, 2.4 up to 255. After this 3.0, 3.1, 3.2, 3.3, 3.4. It continues. It continues. Right? Why 24 is considered? See, Jyoti, now you have one plot. This 60/40 site is yours. So it's up to you because you are the architect. Do you want to build a 2-meter hall or 3-meter hall? It's up to you. Whether you are going to use 24 or 26, as per your requirement, you are going to decide. But maximum size is 60/40. Within this, you can do anything. So that is the reason 65,536 IP addresses. So it's up to you. Do you want to use 20,000 here, 20,000 here? It's up to you now. I hope you got the point, Jyoti. Okay. So Yomi, first 0, 1, 2, 3 are reserved, and the last 255 is used for broadcasting purpose. 255 will be used for broadcasting purpose. Perfect. Okay, folks. A quick revision. VPC, Virtual Private Cloud, right? Virtual Private Cloud. It's an isolated area where you can deploy your AWS resources, subnets, a range of IP addresses, right? So up to 5 VPCs you can create per region, and subnet up to 200 subnets you can create in a single VPC, right? Now, in the subnet, there are two categories, public subnet and private subnet. Even what I taken the example with 60/40 plot size example, right? And how to calculate the subnet IP addresses range, I was taken in the previous session, CIDR calculation, right? So this part is about the range of IP addresses, how you can determine. So maximum range of IP addresses in a single VPC can be used 65,536. Okay. Now, folks, the next component is, these all are VPC components. Now, route table. Now, folks, what is a route table? So, folks, let me tell you, route table consists of collection of routes. What is route table? Route table is nothing but collection of routes. So what exactly this route determines? It determines how exactly you are. Please maximize the picture. Okay. Now it's fine, Arun. It's already 111%. Then I'm not able to write anything. Okay, let me zoom. Yeah, once just have a glance on it. I hope it's fine now. Okay. Because if I write something, it's too difficult to write. Okay. Yeah, fine. So I'm talking about the route table. A route table is nothing but collection of routes, which determine how exactly you are going to route a traffic to the destination, right? Now, this is route table security group EC2. If it is not visible, I'm like orally, I'm specifying the components, route table, security groups, EC2, NACL. Okay, let me zoom out. So now, folks, as I clearly specified, these route table consists of routes, which determine how exactly you are going to route a traffic to the destination. Right now, this is my subnet, and this is my route table. Usually, this relationship will be there, right? So whatever the traffic is there in route table, what you have the address, the traffic will be routed to internet gateway. Now, can I connect a multiple subnet with the single route table? Can I connect multiple subnet with the single route table? Is it possible? Yes, from Yomi. What about the other participants? Can I consider multiple subnet with the single route table? Yes, it's possible. It's possible. Now, same, let me reverse this scenario. I have only one subnet, and these are my multiple route tables. Now, is it possible? Is it possible, folks? A single subnet with the multiple route tables. Multiple route tables. Yes or no? Just I'm taking my scenario. We don't want multiple route table. Just I'm taking scenario. Is it possible? My question. Is it possible? Zanam, why we need? That is only my question. Is it possible to use? The answer is no. Answer is no. Let us consider I'm in a Bangalore. Right now I'm in a Bangalore. So I'm using Gmap. In that, what I'll put the first destination, M0, then Kaban Park, then Vidhan Sauda, right? Then Vishweshwaraya Museum. Like this, I'll put the multiple destination. Even Gmap will be confused how to reach the destination, right? So if you put the multiple destination, it's not possible to reach to the destination. That's why this is not possible. But multiple subnet can be connected with the single route table. That is possible. Okay. This is all about a route table. Now, here we have security groups. If you see here in the diagram, let me show you first. So folks, as you know that this is custom diagram, what I created for you people to clear more about the logic, how exactly it works. Now, security group is virtual firewall at EC2 level, right? Security group. Let me discuss here. Okay. So now, folks, security group. So what is security group now? Let me define it. The things. This is my EC2. Okay. So now, folks, these are inbound rules. Inbound rules, and these are outbound rules. So even you can say that incoming traffic, outgoing traffic, right? So now what is security group? Security groups are virtual firewall at EC2 level. Again, I'm repeating, security groups are virtual firewall at EC2 level. So now here we have the concept of inbound rule and outbound rule. Now what is inbound rule? You can set rules to define which incoming traffic is allowed to your EC2 instance. Again, I'm repeating, folks. Here you can define which incoming traffic should be allowed to your EC2 instance. So it includes a specific IP ranges, or you can use a port number or any protocol, right? Folks, I hope everyone remember in the last session, we are we are using the security groups, and that to load balancer concept. Am I right? Am I right, folks? In the previous session, I was taken a security groups in the load balancer concept where we are allowing STTP, STTPS, and SSH 443 then 80, and this is 22. This traffic we are allowing, right? So inbound rules that allowed to your EC2 instance, which include the specific IP ranges, port numbers, and even protocol. Now, outbound rule. Outbound rule, you can establish a rules for a outgoing traffic from your EC2 instance. Now it determining what connection your EC2 instance can initiate, right? And let me tell you folks, a default behavior. If you have just now created a security group, what is the default behavior? Now always all the incoming traffic is blocked and all the outgoing traffic is allowed. This is default behavior. Again, I'm repeating, default behavior, all the incoming traffic is blocked, inbound traffic is blocked, and outbound traffic is allowed. So you must explicitly set the rules to allow the inbound traffic, right? And now here we are calling it as stateful in a nature. It's a stateful inspection. Again, I'm repeating, stateful inspection. Security groups are always stateful inspection. What exactly this stateful inspection? What exactly it means? If you allow any request from the IP address to enter, right? If you allow any request from the IP address to enter, the response is automatically allowed regardless of outbound rule. Again, I'm repeating, folks. What is stateful? What exactly this stateful means? If you allow any request from the IP address to enter, right, the response is automatically allowed only, regardless of outbound rule, because it maintains a history. If I am allowing 17.10, just I'm taking example, a partial IP 17.10, that means now traffic will be allowed. So now after allowing whatever you are allowing the incoming traffic, by default outbound is also allowed only, regardless of outbound rule. So why we are calling it as stateful? Let me take one simple example. What exactly this stateful? Here I have one apartment, and for apartment I have one security guard. Now there is a third person who is visiting to this apartment. Okay, so now this security guard will check who are you, why you are here, what is the reason, to whom you are visiting. Everything he is going to cross check. Once everything is fine, everything is cross verified, then only he'll allowed to go to the apartment. And once the work done, folks, again he's leaving the apartment. Do you think the security guard is going to ask again, who are you, why you are here, what is the reason, to whom you are visited? Do you think that security guard is going to ask again? Why? No. Why? Why? What is the reason? What is the reason behind that? Why is not asking? It's already past the security. That means, can I say that he's maintaining a history in terms of some documents, registered documents? Can I say that he's maintaining history? So he is maintaining history. That's why we are calling it as stateful. I know that I only allowed this traffic. That is the reason I am without what you call authentication. I'm allowing the traffic to go from my EC2. That is the power of stateful, because it maintains a history, right? So folks, this is all about the security group. Now we have a NACL. NACL. This is also one of the virtual firewall. This is also one of the virtual firewall. Let me specify NACL. Network Access Control List. Network Access Control List. This is also virtual firewall at subnet level. This is also virtual firewall at subnet level. So if I talk about the default behavior, all the incoming or inbound traffic is allowed. All the outbound or outcoming traffic is always allowed. This is default behavior, right? And here we have a concept of rule processing. So what is that rule processing? Let us consider. Here I have rules. These are the multiple rules. Okay. Now, which is minimum value now? in this rule set, which is minimum value. In this rule set, which is minimum value, 100 exactly. See, now always your rules are processed in a order. Always in NACL, rules are processed in order. That too, starting with the lowest number rule first. Always it starts with lowest number rule first. So as soon as the rule matches the traffic, the evaluation stops and the traffic is allowed or denied accordingly. Again, I'm repeating, folks. Here we have a concept of rule processing, right? Always it starts with the lowest number rule first, right? As soon as the rule matches, the traffic is evaluation stop and the traffic is allowed and denied accordingly, right? Yes, access rules, whether the traffic should be allowed or not. These are all access rules, right? And now folks, here you can see about default behavior is all the incoming and all the outgoing traffic is allowed. Now, if I talk about inspection, this is stateless. This is stateless in a nature. This is stateless in a nature. Why we are calling it as stateless? Because it doesn't maintain history. Does not maintain history. Now, let me take one example. This is this is airport now. And here we have passport officer, right? Now, let us consider Battu. Battu is leaving India for some work. Okay. He's going to Dubai. So he's leaving morning at 6 a.m. from Delhi, right? So passport officer is going to verify everything. Okay. Now, once everything is successfully authenticated, then he can travel to Dubai. Okay. Now he reached to Dubai and again in evening again, Batu is back to India, right? So here passport officer is there. Do you think this passport officer can say that, hey, I know the Batu, no need to show the documents, you can leave? Do you think this passport officer can say that? Can I say that? No, right? So can I relate? This is stateless. Can I say that this is stateless? Because this passport officer is not maintaining any history. This passport officer is not maintaining any history, right? So even if you are back evening at 5 p.m., hey, I know the but two. Can't say that. Everything will be checked, then only is going to allow to your location. Then only it's possible. So this is the default, like a stateful inspection, stateless inspection of NACL. So here you can specify the rule number. Okay. Now, here in the NACL rules are the rank from always lowest to the highest number, right? If traffic matches to the lower number rule, the system is ignore any conflicting higher number values, right? And then a different type of traffic, protocols, ICMP, like TCP, UDP, ICMP, right? Then even what is the source, what is the destination, and let me tell you, here it supports both allow and deny both. Here it supports allow and deny both, right? So now, if I talk about the security groups, if I talk about the security group and NACL, right? Now, folks, can I get the differences between security group and NACL? Let me take the input, at least 3. What are the differences between security group and NACL? Security group is on EC2 level. Very good. Very good. At EC2 level. Very good. Now, at subnet level, this is stateful. Very good. And this is stateless. Very good. Next. Yes, Prashant. That is stateful and stateless. Maintain history. Now, one more difference. One more difference. No. Security group by default incoming not allowed. Okay, if you are talking about the default behavior, okay, that is also acceptable. All the incoming traffic is blocked and outgoing is allowed. And here all the incoming and outgoing is allowed. That is also one of the difference. But one more important difference here, it supports only allow rule. Only allow rule. Here it supports allow as well as allow or deny both. Again, I'm repeating, folks. Here it supports only allow, right? So allow rules. What exactly it means? Only what to define the traffic is allowed. Any traffic not explicitly allowed is automatically denied. Again, I'm repeating, folks. Any traffic not explicitly defined is allowed is automatically denied, right? So that's why it supports only allow rule. And here it supports both allow as well as deny, right? Allow as well as deny. Both traffics are supported, right? So folks, in I think in the previous session also I was discussed about the IP addresses. There are different types of IP addresses we have. Public IP address, private IP address, elastic IP address, right? Public IP addresses are reachable over the internet, right? Public IP address is always reachable over the from the internet, and user can use these address to communication between your instance and internet, right? Private IP addresses are not reachable over the internet. Again, I'm repeating, private IP addresses never reaches to the internet. And here, if you want to do the communication between within a VPC, let us consider if I want to do the communication within the instance, right? Instance with the database and all within a VPC, private IP addresses are used. Now, elastic IP addresses. Elastic IP addresses are the static IP addresses which are associated at account level, and these are chargeable. These are chargeable, right? Now, let me demonstrate these all things what I discussed just now in the theoretical part. I hope all are ready with your labs, if I'm not wrong. Not multiple security groups, Arvind, multiple inbound rules. Not multiple security group, multiple inbound rules. Can we have EC2 instance multiple security group? Yes, 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 Arvind. Okay, I thought you're talking about the inbound rule. See, yes, as per your question, you can have multiple security group. If you remember, Arvind, let me give a quick glance. If you remember in the previous session, in the load balancer example, I was taken default along with the my HTTP what I created. Are you with me, Arvind? If you remember in the previous load balancer concept, I was created two security groups along with the default and my web server what I created in front of you people. Yes, you can. You can. For example, the first security group is allowed HTTP, HTTPS. And the second security group, I am allowing with the SSH. So multiple security groups are allowed, right? Okay. I hope all are ready with your labs. A quick confirmation. You are not performing any task right now, but sometime it takes time to log into your labs. I hope you are ready with your labs. Hello, everyone. Are you ready with your labs? Okay, thank you so much for quick confirmation. Now, let me demonstrate a demo for VPC in the previous session along with today's session, what we are completed, right? So now parallelly, I'll design what I'm doing here. Parallelly, I'll design a diagram, what I'm doing here. Okay, let me create first. Okay, so now let me show you. Folks, this is my dashboard of VPC, right? These are multiple features which are relevant. You can say that multiple services which are available with VPC, right? So now let me create a VPC. So now first, as you know that default VPC is also available for your quick workload. Now let me create a VPC. Folks, when you click on VPC only, here we have two options. Sorry, VPC, when you click on create VPC, I have two options. First is VPC only, and the second one is VPC and more. VPC and more, right? When you click VPC and more, everything will be taken care by AWS. Even a project name, what is the CID array and range and tenancy, how many availability zones are available, how many number of public subnets, private subnet, NAT gateway, everything. Just you have to click on create VPC. And let me tell you, folks, AWS is given a very beautiful presentation of your VPC. If you click on this, all the subnets are active. As you know, public subnets are routed through the public route table to the internet gateway because these are reachable to the customer. Private subnet, these are not reachable to the internet. Always it routes the traffic within a VPC. Now you can see if I focus on within a VPC, two route tables are active. Two route tables are active along with the two subnets, private subnets. And same thing if I click on internet gateway, public subnet with the two public subnets are available in the different availability zones. Right now, let me create entirely new and that too custom as per my requirement. I'm going to create, right? And the name is my demo. Okay. So here, let me give the CIDR range 10.0.0.0/16. So total, how many number of IP addresses will be allocated to this VPC, folks? If I talk about the 10.0.0.0/16, 65,536. Very good. 65,536 IP addresses will be allocated. Now let's create a VPC. Okay. So now VPC is created. So what is the next step? Excuse me. Now, folks, what is the next step? Let me create. So what is required? I'm ready with my layout. So what is required? I should construct hall, bedroom, and all, right? Kitchen, everything. So can I make it as subnet? This is my public subnet. Okay, this is my public subnet and this is my private subnet. Okay, right. Let me create a subnets. Here at the left side, we have option to create subnet. Okay, now here default subnets are also available. Let me create new subnet. So now, Batu, can you give me your 6040 site? I want to build my house. Be practical. Batu, can you give me your site, 6040 site? I want to build my house. What's your answer? Batu is thinking now. What should I say, sir? Am I right, Batu? What's your opinion? Still is thinking. No. Exactly. Exactly. See, no one will give your side, like no one will give their side. Why? Because they are purchased. Same thing. Here I have multiple land. If you construct in different plot, like if I'm going to construct my house into the Batu plot, it's not possible, right? It's not possible. So what I purchase the land, that is my demo. I should create a subnets, right? So here, this is my public subnet. Okay. Now availability zone 1A, right? 1A. And the range is 10.0.0.0/17. So 32,768 IP addresses can be utilized, right? Now let's create a subnet. Successfully created public subnet. Now let me create another subnet, private. This is my private subnet. Okay. Same availability zone, and the IP range, make sure that it should be not overlap. 10.0.128.0/17. So here also 32,768 IP addresses can be utilized. Let's create a subnet. So both subnets are successfully created. Now, folks, as per the diagram, right now for time being, don't think about private subnet. Let's think about public subnet. After public subnet, what is the next step? Let us consider this customer want to access the public subnet. So what is the next point is required? Why you want security group? Whether we have created any EC2 here, we are not created any EC2. Yeah, if you want to create a NACL at the subnet level, you can create a NACL, right? If you want to create a NACL, you can create a NACL here. So here you can see there is an option called NACL. Yeah, just a minute. There is NACL network ACLs. Network ACL. So here you can create a network ACL. So name is my NACL. My NACL. Select VPC. My demo. Right? Let's click on create network ACL. So now see, my NACL is successfully created. Right? If you click on NACL, here you can see. You can associate to your subnet. Still it is not associated. Now which subnet you want to associate? I want to associate to public subnet. Save the changes. Right? So now this NACL is associated with public subnet. If you want to edit the inbound rules, you can add the rule number. Here you can add the rule number. Rule number 100. Custom TCP. Right? Custom TCP. Or I want to go with the STTP. Right? Then it should be allowed or denied as per your requirements. Right? Now it's allowed. If you want to add one more, HTTPS, right? Whether it is allowed or denied, it's up to you what you are adding, right? If it is allowed, save the changes, right? So now I'm done with NACL. Zanam, I hope you got the idea. Zanam, yes, that's why I'm asking time. Just allow me some time, so each and everything will be taken. Now, after this NACL and public subnet, if the customer want to route a traffic, what is required? Riju, what is required? Very good, Shane. You should have one route table. You should have one route table. Are you with me, folks? Are you with me now, everyone? I hope my pace is fine to everyone. My pace is fine. Whether I'm going too fast, too slow, all good? All good to everyone? Okay, that's fine. Superb. So now you can see I have a route table, right? Now, let me create a new route table. The route table name is my routes. Okay, select the VPC. My demo, what I created. Click on create route table. So now, just now I'm done with the route table. Is it possible to route the traffic from public subnet to route table now? By seeing this diagram, is it possible to route the traffic from public subnet to route table? Is it possible? Reju, is it possible? Shankar, is it possible? By seeing the diagram, do you think this public subnet can route the traffic? Bhattu, do you think if I am, let us consider I want to route the traffic from public subnet to route table, do you think I can? There is a gap, right? Bhattu, there is a gap, right? Then there is no connection. How it is possible? So you have to associate your route table with your route table with your route table with you have to associate your route table with public subnet, right? So here there is an option after creating route table. There is an option called subnet association, right? When you click on subnet association, there is an option edit subnet association. Now I am going to attach my public subnet with this route table, right? After association, then done, then done. So now the association is done, but I should inform to public subnet all the traffic should be routed to route table, right? Now, here you can see the subnet association is done. So what is next? From route table, where it should route a traffic, it should reach to the customer. Where it should route a traffic. So what is destination here? Before that, some gateway is required, right? Internet gateway, very good. So now here we have internet gateway. So let me tell you folks, internet gateway is a VPC component that connects, which establishes the communication between your VPC and internet, right? Internet gateway is a VPC component which establish a communication between your VPC and internet. Now you have to create internet gateway. Let me create internet gateway now. Let me create internet gateway. So the name is my IGW. Okay. Create internet gateway. So internet gateway is successfully created and directly it's asking, do you want to attach to the VPC? Yes. Which VPC? My VPC, what I created. Attach internet gateway. Now successfully done with attaching internet gateway, right? My internet gateway is attached. Anything missing? Anything missing here? Route table to internet gateway. Arvind, very good. Very good, Arvind. Jyotimay, very good. You have to associate. That means here you are going to route all the route table traffic should be routed to internet gateway. So for this, you have to edit the routes. Go to route table and here my routes, what I created, click on this. And here we have option edit routes. So now add route here. Always for your internet gateway, there is a standard IP 0.0.0.0/0. Again, I'm repeating, for your internet gateway, always 0.0.0.0/0 is standard IP, what we have, a CIDR range. Now, from my route table, which is target, in this list, which is target, from my route table, which is my target in this list, everyone, exactly, internet gateway, select. I think just now I created one internet gateway in front of you people. Are you with me? Is it the same internet gateway? Is it the same internet gateway what I created? My IGW, save the changes, right? So now successfully my internet gateway now is connected. This route table routes the traffic to the internet gateway and now customer can access this, right? So this is all demonstration of how your public subnets creates a NACL and how it routes to the route table, then it connects to the internet gateway and reaches to the customer or a client, right? Now, folks, let's move on to the next topic called, already we are completed internet gateway and there is another topic called NAT gateway, internet gateway and NAT gateway. So what is internet gateway, folks? As I discussed, internet gateway is one of the VPC component that scales horizontally, right? Redundant, which offers a higher availability. Even you can say that internet gateway, which enables the communication between your VPC and internet. Again, I'm repeating, internet gateway that enables the communication between your VPC and internet, right? So whenever you are using the internet gateway, there are two main purposes. There are two main purpose of this internet gateway. What is the first one? Folks, always it acts as a target in the VPC dash. Let me take the answer from you people. Always Your internet gateway will be target from where? Internet gateway will be target from where? Your internet gateway will be target from where? Very good, Jyoti Moy. Exactly correct. From a route table. Always it acts as a target in a route table, that route table to the internet, right? Always it acts as a target in the VPC route table that targets the internet gateway. And next is it handles the NAT, network address translation of the instances with the public IPv4 addresses. Anyone heard about the NAT, network address translation? Folks, anyone heard about the NAT in networking? Network address translation. So always NAT. Anyone heard about the NATing? Yes. What is that? What is that? Let me take the input from you people, then we can discuss. See, discussion, it clears the topic. That is the reason I'll discuss. Private to public IP addresses. Perfect. Very good, Yomi. See, NATing. NATing is a process of converting from private IP addresses to public IP addresses. Exactly correct. Right? So now, folks, here we have a concept called NAT devices. NAT devices. Network address translation devices. So now, folks, these NAT devices, which allows the private subnet to connect their internet, like to the connect to the internet or any other AWS services. Let me give a quick recall for the previous diagram. So folks, in the previous diagram, I was discussed only public subnet. Now here is my internet gateway, right? I'm talking about public subnet now. Sorry, private subnet now. As I clearly discussed, let me discuss this private subnet part after some half an hour later. Now this is the right time to discuss. So I was discussed about the public subnet till now. This is private subnet now. If you want to, again I'm repeating folks, what is NAT devices? The NAT devices, it allows the instance which is available in a private subnet want to connect to the internet. At that time, we require the NAT devices. Let us consider I have one EC2 instance in this private subnet, and this private subnet want to connect the EC2. Sorry, this private subnet EC2 want to connect the internet gateway. At that time, NAT is required. Let me complete. Zainam, again I am requesting you. Let me complete the topic. Let me complete the topic because your answer is there. Your answer is there. Let me complete. Then you will get your answer. Okay. See. Now I have, again, let me design this diagram. This is only public part. And here we have internet gateway. And now, as you know that private subnet cannot connect to the internet, right? And now there is a scenario if my EC2 want to, this EC2 is available in private subnet and this EC2 want to connect with the internet. In that situation, I'm going to use NAT devices. In simple words, NAT devices which allows the instance in a private subnet to connect the internet or any other AWS services, right? Now, there are two different types of NAT devices we have. The first one is NAT gateway. Right now, what we are using. The next is NAT instance. NAT instance. So let me tell you folks, NAT gateway is a new concept. Now what we are using, right? And this is highly available. NAT gateway is highly available, fully managed by AWS. This service is provided by AWS, right? And it is designed to automatically scale and it can handle up to 45 Gbps of a bandwidth. Up to 45 Gbps of a bandwidth. And let me tell you, folks, these NAT gateways are always inherit in the redundant availability zone, within the same availability zone. Because of that reason, it makes them a more resilient option for the production workload, right? Again, I'm repeating, folks, about the NAT gateway. NAT gateway is highly available, fully managed service by AWS, which is specially designed to automatically scale, and it can handle up to 45 Gbps of a bandwidth. The power of NAT gateway. Now, these NAT gateway are also inherently redundant within the same availability zone. Because of that reason, it makes them a excellent choice, that too for production workload. Now, if I talk about the NAT instance, this is older concept. Before NAT gateway were introduced. So now user have to launch one EC2 instance here. User have to launch one EC2 instance. Then you have to perform NAT operation. And let me tell you, folks, this is purely self-managed service. Purely self-managed approach where user is responsible for availability, scalability, or any update or a patches for the instance. Everything should be taken care by only the user. No one is going to help you in this case. Right now, in simple terms, you can say that nowadays we are using NAT gateway because it's a fully managed service. NAT instance is like an older service. Now, folks, if I do the comparison, this is my NAT gateway and this is my NAT instance. What are the differences I'll get? What are the differences I'll get? Auto scaling, where auto scaling, this is AWS managed, very good. And this is self-managed, the first difference. Auto scaling is also one of the difference. So NAT gateway, it supports auto scaling. Shane, here it supports auto scaling, but here no auto scaling. You have to configure. Next. Next. Any other differences? Folks, performance. Which performance is high? NAT gateway performance is high or NAT instance is high? Excuse me. Which particular NAT device performance is high? NAT gateway. Okay, agree with you. Then it's low. Why it is low? What is the reason? Why it is low? What is the reason? See, I'm agree with you. Performance is low, but why? Because of no auto scaling. EC2. Yummy, a very good attempt. Exactly. EC2, the reason is when you launch any EC2, it depends on the configuration. Are you with me, folks? Depends on instance type. So now, whenever if you want to do the NAT instance operation, you have to launch EC2. Now this EC2 means it's restricted to the configuration, depend upon instance type. It will not cross the limit of this configuration. Are you with me, folks? Are you with me? Instance type means there is a specific configuration. Based on that only it performs. Yes or no, folks? Are you with me? Are you with me, folks? I'm talking about the performance. Always the performance of this NAT instances are limited because it depends on instance type. That is the reason. That is the reason. And now, if I take one more difference here, scalability is also scalability. What auto scaling, what we have that comes under the particular scalability part, right? So always performance is high and performance is low for the NAT instances, right? Now, here, folks, if I talk about a NAT instance's characteristics, first thing, bandwidth and scalability. Multiple protocol support like TCP, UDP, ICMP, and even a NACL, network access control list will be supported, and even concurrent connections also supported. Now, if I talk about limitations, so single elastic IP you can use for this NAT gateway, right? Even around some of the routing constraints we have, even know like some of the things, some routing constraints also we have. Based on that, these are the limitations, right? Now, folks, I have one custom diagram. Let me show you for the NAT gateway. Here you will get the clear picture. Here you will get the clear picture. Let me show you that. Yes, here I have the diagram. So, folks, let us consider this diagram is, there are two diagrams we have. This is diagram A and this is diagram B. Okay. Which diagram is for internet gateway? Which diagram is for NAT gateway? By seeing the diagram, you can understand which diagram A is NAT gateway or B is internet gateway, or A is internet gateway or B is NAT gateway. How you will identify? A is internet gateway, B is NAT gateway from Arvind. Jaishankar, A is internet gateway, B is NAT gateway. B is NAT gateway, A is internet gateway. Right? Hello, everyone. Exactly correct. You can see here, this is internet gateway, which is connected to the internet. By using internet gateway, you are connecting with the internet gateway, right? So now you can see always your public subnet will be connected to internet gateway. Now in this NAT gateway, right? Now let us consider I have one EC2 instance here in a private subnet, and this EC2 want to do some updates, patches, and for updating and patching, again it should connect with the internet. So at that time, as you know that, what is the strategy if I want to connect the internet with the private subnet resources? NAT gateway, right? So as you know that what I have the private subnet resources in EC2 here, when it's trying to connect a internet gateway, here we are using NAT gateway. So now this private IP address, as you know that the NAT devices which converts private IP to public IP. Now this private IP will be converted into public IP, then it will be connected to the internet gateway. Through the internet, all the updates and packages are successfully downloaded. Zainam, I hope you got the answer for your question. That's why I taken a time, right? Because private subnet resources can't directly connect to the internet. So if you want to access the internet from the private subnet resources, make sure that a public subnet here, a NAT gateway should be always deployed in public subnet, because here always your private subnet resources have the private IP. This private IP will be converted into public IP, and NAT gateway will convert that and connect it to the internet. And once updation, everything is done, here it provided to the specific EC2, right? So there will be a two route table in B. Yes, correct. Exactly correct, Arvind. Exactly correct. A two route table. Correct. In the same availability zone, two route tables. For public is different, private is different. Right? So this is all about internet gateway and NAT gateway. Now let's move on to the next topic called VPC endpoints. VPC endpoints. Now, folks, VPC endpoint, it enables a user, it enables users to connect their VPC to other AWS services, And the twist is, without using without using internet gateway, NAT devices, VPN connections, or any direct connect. Again, I'm repeating, folks, VPC endpoint, it enables user to connect their VPC to other AWS services without using internet gateway, NAT gateway, VPN connection, and even direct connect. Then how we are connecting? So now VPC endpoint provided two different types of VPC endpoints. So what are those? Let me discuss. Types of VPC endpoints. Types of VPC endpoints. In that, the first one is interface. Interface endpoint, and the second one is gateway endpoint. Gateway endpoint. So what is endpoint? Endpoint is nothing but which this is also one of the feature that enables a user to connect their VPC to other AWS services by using, without using internet gateway, without using VPN connection, without using site to site, or without using direct connect, right? So what we are using, there are two types of endpoints we have. The first one is interface endpoint. The second one is gateway endpoint, right? Okay, before going to this, why we want endpoints? Why we want endpoints? First thing, any idea, folks? As I clearly described, now this is one of the features that enables a user VPC can connect with the other AWS services without using internet gateway, NAT devices, direct connect, or any VPN connection. Then why we want VPC endpoints? Then we can go for next. So now, folks, as you know that VPC endpoints, which enables the user VPC to connect with other AWS services without using internet, NAT devices, then VPN connection, direct connections, right? So now we are using two types of endpoints, interface endpoint and gateway endpoints, right? Now interface endpoint. So let me tell you, folks, interface endpoints are powered by AWS private links. So always interface endpoints, which is powered by AWS private links, which allows a secure and private communication between your VPC and other AWS services through dedicated network interface. Again, I'm repeating, folks, interface endpoints are powered by AWS private links, which allows the secure and private communication between your VPC and other AWS services through a dedicated network interface. Dedicated network interface. And here you can connect with all the AWS services. There is no any restriction. Now, gateway endpoint is specially designed to only two services. Gateway endpoints always deals with only two services. The first one is S3 and the second one is DynamoDB. What happened? Just a minute, folks. What happened to this? Suddenly whiteboard changed. No, that's my whiteboard. Yeah. Just a minute. Sorry for this inconvenience. Just allow me a minute, folks. Yeah, you can see. Again, I'm back to my whiteboard. Yes. So I was discussing about the gateway endpoints. So gateway endpoints are specific to S3 and DynamoDB, and it provides a scalable and cost-effective solution for accessing these services from a VPC, right? So now, even here also without traveling to the public internet. Let me tell you, folks, this interface endpoints are chargeable. You have to pay for this. And these gateway endpoints are totally free, right? Interface endpoints are always chargeable and the gateway endpoints are totally free now. If I do the comparison, between your gateway and interface, let me take some important point here. interface, and this is gateway endpoint, right? And these are the differences. Let me take. So first, any difference? Any difference between interface and gateway? Good. Okay, cost. Chargeable, not chargeable. Okay, this is chargeable and this is free service. Okay, so now next folks, one more important difference. At least I'm expecting two from you people. Others I'll discuss. All AWS services, yes. Here it supports all services. And here it supports only S3 and DynamoDB. So folks, if you remember, as I clearly specified, in interface endpoint, exactly, very good, Jaishankar, very good. So here in interface endpoint, always it routes a traffic by using dedicated interface. That is Elastic Network Interface, ENI. Am I right, Jaishankar? Always it routes a traffic by using dedicated ENI, Elastic Network Interface. And let me tell you, in gateway, always it uses a route table to route a traffic. Again, I'm repeating, folks. Here, interface endpoint, always it uses the ENI, Elastic Network Interface, to route a traffic. In gateway endpoint, it always uses the route tables to route a traffic. Let me take one more difference. So folks, let us consider you have S3 free service and S3 chargeable service. Which one you will prefer? S3 free and S3 chargeable. Which one you will prefer? Free. Then why they are given S3 in both cases? S3 free also, S3 chargeable also. Why they are given? What is the reason? Let me tell you, folks. The reason is S3 chargeable, it provides some additional features. S3 chargeable, it provides some additional feature. What kind of a additional feature? What kind of a additional features? Like even using the interface endpoint, you can connect with on-premises to S3. That is possible. So here on-premises environment will be supported, but here on-premises not supported. Again, I'm repeating, folks, when it comes for the S3 with on-premises, let us consider I want to extend my on-premises storage to S3. At that time, you can use a interface endpoint, which is supported here. But if you want to go with S3 with the on-premises is not supported. That is the major reason for interface endpoint. Sorry, gateway endpoint. The major difference you can say, and free and chargeable service, right? See, yeah, can you explain the third difference? See, here we are using dedicated ENI, Elastic Network Interface. ENI, Elastic Network Interface. So ENI, those who are not aware about the ENI, this is basically a virtual network card, right? It's like a LAN card for your computer, right? So now ENI is a private IP, which is, even you can say that, secondary IP, right? It consists of private IP, secondary private IP, and public IP, MAC addresses, security groups, subnets, everything. And now you can attach and detach. You can attach and detach for your EC2 instances. Why ENI is important? Basic networking and even a multiple network interfaces you can use, which is highly available, right? So now if I want to route a traffic from the any specific resources in an interface endpoint, always it uses the ENI. Now I taken the example for EC2, right? For other resources also, you can route a traffic by using ENI. Now, with comparison with the gateway, if you want to route a traffic with the gateway interface, always it uses the route table. Through the route table itself, it route a traffic. Even when you are performing a demonstration, lab demonstration, in that you can clearly differentiate. When you select interface, you will not get the option of route table. When you go for gateway, at that time you will get the option for route table. Sujay, I hope you got the idea. Can you explain one more time? Okay. See, this is chargeable service. This is free service. First thing. And here it supports all the AWS services, right? All the AWS services. And here S3 and DynamoDB. Right? So first, all AWS services and S3 and DynamoDB, right? And here we have a dedicated endpoint, right? So interface endpoint, which now VPC will talk privately to certain AWS services like S3, DynamoDB, SNS, SQS, Secret Manager, and even more. I think someone is having a question. Let me answer now itself. That person also. Let me check. Yeah, Zanam. Interface endpoint, how your VPC talks privately to your AWS services like S3, DynamoDB, SQS, SNS, and even more services. Right? When you create an interface endpoint, AWS provisions one or more ENI for your subnets. Each ENI gets private IP address from your VPC. These ENIs are managed by AWS, not you. Everything will be taken care by AWS, right? And now, when you're using ENI, it acts like an entry point, like a private door for your AWS services. Now, your EC2 or any other VPC resources that sends a traffic to the ENI with the private IP. So now AWS that routes it across the AWS backbone to the service endpoint, right? And let me tell you folks, one important point, never, this traffic will never going over a internet. Never, right? Now, the next, what we have the gateway endpoint, always gateway endpoint route a traffic over the route table, what you have created. So based on this collection of route, it routes a traffic. And the last point, Jyoti, here, interface endpoint, it supports the on-premises environment also. Let us consider I want to extend my environment I want to store my additional data, a huge amount of data in S3. At that time, the interface on premises will be supported. But here, on premises will be not supported. I hope you got the idea, Jyoti. I hope this 4 explanation is clear now. Okay. Now let me take you to the demonstration. Here, folks, if you see, there is an option called endpoint. Zainam, I hope you got your answer. Okay. Thank you for quick response. So now you can see here, folks, there is an option called endpoints. Right? I don't have any endpoints. Let's create a endpoint. So now this is my interface. My interface endpoint. And these all are the different categories. Now I'll go with the AWS services. If I type ES3, let me show you. If you select ES3, are you with me, folks? Both gateway and interface both are available. If you go with the interface, chargeable, gateway, free, right? And let me show you the difference. When I select interface, I'll not get any option for route table. But same thing, if I go with gateway, I'll get the option to select route table. That is the major difference how you are going to route a traffic. Now let me take, for this, let me take EC2. Why should I go for same service? Let me take EC2. And I got the option called interface, right? So now all the traffic with Let me take default now. Keep as it is. Create an endpoint. Right. Let me go to the creating next endpoint. This is my gateway. Gateway endpoint. Okay. Now let me go with gateway. Let me select yes3 now. Yes3. And here is the option. Right. So select the route table, which one you want. Now create a endpoint. So just now successfully I created a VPC endpoint for interface as well as gateway. Now let's move on to the next topic called VPC peering. VPC peering. Yeah, just now I got the input. As I am every time asking whether if my pace is fast, let me know in the chat box. Again, I got the two responses. Like out of 36, two participants are thinking I'm going fast. Even from day one, I'm specifying if you think if I'm going fast, let me know in the chat box. And when I was started the session and after 1 hour also, I was taken the input. If I am going fast, let me know. And I got the input. There is no any issue. Everyone, I got the response as fine. And suddenly when we are taken a survey and two participants, they are thinking I'm going fast. I request you one more time. From day one, I'm requesting. And again, I'm requesting. If you think if I'm going fast, let me know in the chat box. Again, I'm repeating, if I'm going fast, let me know in the chat box. After asking multiple times also, if I'm getting the same response, then I'm not a magician, folks. Please let me know if I'm going fast. Let me know in the chat box so I can reduce the pace. Okay. So now, folks, let's move on to the next topic called VPC peering. Okay. So there is a topic called VPC peering. So now VPC peering that establish a connection, VPC peering connection that establish a direct and secure link between two VPCs. The first one is source and the second one is destination. Right? Peering means it should be one-to-one. Now, peering connection that establish a direct and secure link between two VPCs. Now, user can create a multiple VPC peering connection for each of them. And whenever you can see here, this is my source and destination, I'm giving one name. Now, if you see, whenever you are creating a VPC peering, make sure that these 2 points. Make sure that these 2 points. So what are those? The first one is always check it out. IP addresses should not overlap. IP address should not overlap. The first condition. Okay. IP address should not overlap. The second one is transitive pairing is not allowed. Transitive pairing is not allowed. So what is that transitive pairing? Let me show you. So folks, A to B, B to C is not possible. Again, I'm repeating, folks. The first condition, IP addresses overlap. Like IP address should not overlap. The first point, right? And the next is transitive pairing is not allowed. A to B, B to C is not possible. If you want to do the pairing, A to B is possible, right? A to B is possible. Then A to C is possible. And even if you want to do the pairing, no direct pairing is created between B and C. If you want to do, then you have to create a pairing between B and C, right? So now A to B, B to C, this is not possible. Transitive pairing is not possible. If you want to do this A to B, then A to C, then you have to create. If you want to make a B and C to be communicate, at that time you have to create a B and C pairing. Then only it's possible, right? Now, if I talk about the use cases about VPC pairing, so folks, where I can use this, where I can use the VPC peering. Any idea? Folks, where I can use VPC peering, what are the use cases? Service are in multiple region. Okay. Okay. Can I consider for inter-organization collaboration? Are you with me? Can I consider inter-organization collaboration? Hello, everyone. Can I use for inter-organization collaboration? Right? See, let me explain. See, organizations which often need to share the resources or collaborate on a projects while maintaining a separate AWS accounts. So now VPC peering that enables a seamless direct private connectivity between the VPC of different AWS accounts, which facilitating secure, efficient data sharing or a system integration across the company boundaries. Now, folks, can I use for production, testing, development environment a separate VPC? Are you with me? Can I use for production, testing, and development environment? For different domain, I can use a separate VPC. Okay. Okay. One more use case. Can I use for disaster recovery? Can I use for disaster recovery? Right? Yes. For disaster recovery is also one of the best use case you can consider. Right? Now, this is all about peering means one-to-one. Let us consider if I want to connect a multiple VPC simultaneously at a time. So here we have a concept called transit gateway. Folks, transit gateway where you can connect multiple VPCs around the world. Transit gateway is responsible to connect on-premises environment also. Right? These are multiple VPCs. VPC 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. So up to maximum 5,000 VPC can be created. Again, I'm repeating, folks. Transit gateway which connects multiple VPC, the maximum number of VPC can be created is 5,000. And even you can connect with on-premises environment. Now, folks, what are the use cases? When should I use this transit gateway? When should I use this transit gateway? Any idea? Hello, everyone. Where I can use this? Okay, let me take one use case from my end. So can I consider if I want to deliver my application around the world? Let us consider Barun is one of the solution architect for their organization, and the organization is Air India, right? So Air India is deployed one application in Hyderabad region, and this should be accessible around the world. So can I say that if I want to deliver my application around the world, can I use the transit gateway? Are you with me? If I want to make my application accessible around the world, can I use a transit gateway? Hello, everyone. Hello, everyone. Everyone. Right? See, transit gateway is used to connect multiple VPC. Now I'll deploy my application in one VPC, that too in Hyderabad, right? And this should be accessible around the world. If I want to deliver my application around the world, the transit gateway is the best use case, right? And even you can host a multicast application in the cloud. And here rapidly you can move to the global scale, right? Now, let me show you folks a demo in a demo. Here you can see I'm going to create a two VPCs for peering source and destination. And this is my source now. This is source now, right? And CIDR range is 10.0.0.0. 0/24. Okay, let me create a VPC peering. The next, one more VPC for destination. Let me give the name called destination. Okay, and the CIDR range is, let me take 8.0.0.0/16. Fine, 8.0.0/16. So as per the first condition, make sure that the IP addresses should not overlap, right? Now, if you just scroll down, there is an option called peering connection. Peering connection. Now, you are going to peer a connection. So folks, the my peering name is my peer. Peering name is my peer. Okay. So now folks, as you know that just now I created a 2 VPC. In that, the first one I'll consider as a source, as I given the name called source. And do you want to peer a VPC within the same account, same region, or same account, different region? Right now I have same account, same region. Right now, folks, if I want to go with another account, what is required? Let us consider I want to connect the VPC which is available in another account. So what is required here? Very good, Batu. It's account ID. Account ID you have to specify, then VPC ID you have to specify, right? Now, right now in my scenario, my account with the same region. So destination what I created, I'll select this. Is it fine? Folks, my pace is fine to everyone. Again and again, I'm asking. I hope my pace is fine to all the participants. Can I get the quick confirmation whether I'm going too fast, too slow? Let me know. I hope the pace is fine. Okay. I request all the participants, please respond for this query. This is very important. If you feel if I am going fast, let me know. Okay. See, now in this particular scenario, you can see I'm selecting my account, that too from same region. What I created, destination, right? So let's create a peering connection. So now folks, peering connection has requested, not successfully created. So for this, you have to go to the destination. Right now in my scenario, both source and destination are in the same region. If you have the destination in a different region, you have to change the region. Then you have to check the peering connection. Right now, it's in same region. I got the request pending acceptance. So folks, usually in your social media, Facebook or Instagram, how many days your request will be available? How many days that request will be available? Forever. Until and unless you have to accept or delete the request. Am I right, folks? Until and unless you have to accept or delete the request. But here, let me tell you, the request will be available for only 7 days, not more than that. If after 7 days also, if you are not accepted the request, then automatically AWS have the authority to delete this peering connection, right? And let me tell you folks, by default, up to 50 peering connection per region you can create. If you want to extend the limit, up to 125 peering connection can be created by taking the permission from AWS support. Now, pending acceptance, select the peer, and here is the option. Do you want to accept or reject? It's up to you. Accept it. So now, folks, successfully peering is done. Successfully peering is done. My two VPCs are ready now. Okay. So now, do you think now both VPC A and B can communicate after doing the peering also? Do you think both are able to communicate with each other now? VPC A and B is successfully created and peering is done. Do you think A and B can communicate with each other right now? Yes or no? Why you want knackle here? Before that, Zaram, security group will be at EC2 level. Okay, knackle is fine. But if I want to route a traffic from A to B, B to A, to whom should I inform? Should I inform to Yomi or Zainam? To whom should I inform? To Yomi, Zainam, or Gagandeep, or Shane? or Batu, Kiran, to whom should I inform? Yes, Yomi, exactly. A route table, right? You have to specify the A traffic should be routed to, in route table, you have to edit the routes. It should route to the B. And here in this route table, all the traffic should be routed to A. Then only the A and B and B and A can be communicate with each other, right? So this is how your A and B VPC can communicate with each other. Okay. So folks, as I'm discussing about the manager, right? So manager is all about assigning a task and checking the status. And if you get any issues, the issue should be resolved, right? So here we have system manager as a service. One of these service called system manager. So system manager is very powerful tool, right? Where it grants a user comprehensive visibility and control over the AWS infrastructure. And let me tell you folks, this system manager is closely integrated with CloudWatch service, where it allows you to create a dashboards and operational data and even reporting the bugs. At that time, the system manager is very important. Let me tell you folks, are you people familiar with the SysOps certification? Anyone heard about the SysOps? SysOps, system operation. There is another associate level certification in AWS called AWS SysOps, where system administration, operations. So everything we are going to uh, discuss about the administrative level. So here, system manager, the majority of the task of the system manager, we are going to discuss in SysOps certification. Right now, in this system manager service, let me take you to the some of the important tabs, because majority of the all part of the system manager service, or you can say that entire thing of system manager will discuss in SysOps certification. Let me give some of the important tabs which are available in the system manager that we can discuss, because many things we'll discuss in SysOps. A separate certification is there for this administrative part, right? So now folks, let me take the first tab. In this we have application tools. Application tools. See, application tools in this app configuration. So what exactly this app configuration? So it helps you to create, manage, and deploy your application configuration. Then application manager. Application manager, here you application can make a logical group of AWS resources that you want to operate as a single unit. Then parameter store. It provides a secure and hierarchical storage for your configuration data and remote management. Then here, folks, we have one more tab called change management. See, automation. What is automation? Automation can automate the common maintenance and deployment tasks. Then change calendar, which is related to date and time. Change manager, which is very, very important. See, let us consider you are working in one of the project, right? And the project is live. If you do any modification, are you going to implement directly into the live project, or you are going to take the approval from your higher authorities? Are you going to deploy that modification directly into the live project, or you are going to take the approval from your higher authorities? Approval is needed. Otherwise, last day in the organization. Am I right, folks? If you won't take approval, then last day in the organization. So, folks, change manager, it is an enterprise change management framework. First, you have to request, then approval will be done. After that, you can implement, and whatever you are implemented, then you have to make a report of that. Whatever you have made the changes after implementing, you have to report the operational changes, right? And you have to maintain a documentation for that. Everything will be maintained in terms of documents here. Then we have maintenance window. It's a setup of requiring some schedules for managed instances to run the administrative tasks, right? So this is all about the change management now. So there is one more, yeah, there is one more important tab called operation tools. Yes, operation management. Here, as I clearly specified, this system manager is closely integrated with CloudWatch service. Then Explorer. It displays the aggregated view of operation data on the AWS accounts and across the AWS regions. Then Incident Manager. Folks, let me tell you, incident management, here we have a console to help user to mitigate and recover from the incidents. Then Operation Center. It provides a centralized location where the operation engineers can view, resolve, and investigate the operational items related to AWS resources. Right? So these are the some of the important tabs which are available in System Manager service. Right? Please repeat CloudWatch. Vimal, uh, CloudWatch is monitoring service which is closely integrated with System Manager, because here by using the CloudWatch service you can have a entire view in terms of dashboard, and you can find out the bugs by using the log records easily that you can find. Got the point, Vimal? Yes, correct, Arun. You can say that. You can say that. Okay. So this is all about system manager. Just we have the introduction level, and that to some what you call important tasks. Usually in detail, we'll discuss more than 60% in SysOps certification, right? Now, folks, here we have the next topic called VPN connections. Let me take you to the VPN connections. Okay. So now, folks, VPN connection. Let me give one important point here. So, folks, VPN was more popular after one incident. And that too, you can say that after that one incident where the families are destroyed, everything destroyed, economy destroyed, everything. Still, some of the families, they are not able to stand after that one incident. If VPN was more popular after that one incident. May I know which incident? I think no one is forgotten about this. Let me check how many of you are remember. After that one incident, exactly, Yomi, COVID, after COVID-19, that is the reason I'm clearly specifying some of the families are destroyed, everything destroyed. After that, only the work from home concept. Earlier also it was there, but everyone, everyone shifted from a totally, we are shifted from one environment to another environment, right? That too, if you are working from the office, everything is changed now, work from home, right? So now, folks, VPN connections. VPN stands for Virtual Private Network, right? So VPN is a solution that establish a secure connection between users on-premises network to the remote offices, client device, or a AWS global network. Again, I'm repeating, folks. VPN stands for Virtual Private Network solution that establish a secure connection between users on-premises network to remote offices or a AWS global network. So here, there are different types of VPN connections we have. The first one is site-to-site VPN. I'll discuss after 5 minutes about the site-to-site VPN. Let me take the next, AWS client VPN. See, when it comes for the AWS client VPN, here AWS client VPN that offers us secure access to AWS resources. Again, I'm repeating, AWS client VPN, which offers a secure access to AWS resources from a remote client device. So this particular solution is particularly very much useful for a remote workers, contractors, or a partners who need to securely access a AWS resources without need to be physically present in the corporate network. Again, I'm repeating, folks, this is very much useful for the workers, contractors, or a clients, those who want to securely access the AWS resources without need to be physically present in AWS, a corporate network, right? That is nothing but client VPN. Now, what is VPN Cloud Hub? Let me tell you, folks, VPN Cloud Hub is the combination of multiple site-to-site connection. Let me define here. This is my VPN Cloud Hub. Okay, this is my VPN Cloud Hub. So VPN Cloud Hub that simplifies the setup of multiple site-to-site VPN connection. It acts like a central hub, which allows the communication between multiple on-premises data centers to Amazon VPCs. Amazon VPCs, right? So again, I'm repeating this VPN Cloud Hub. It acts like a central hub where it connects a multiple on-premises data center to Amazon VPC, which is available at AWS side, right? And the last option, a third-party software VPN appliances. So folks, third-party software VPN appliances that establish the connection between on-premises network to AWS. Right? Might be you have the question, sir, if you have this much like 2 to 3 options, then why we have the third-party software VPN appliances? Because third-party VPN appliances, it provides the flexibility in terms of software selection and customization. Right? From my end, if I talk, let me take one of the example as a third-party software VPN appliance, Cisco Connect. So do you know any other third-party software VPN appliance which is available in market right now? Cisco Connect from my side. Let me take one more, 45. Then 40 client. Yes. Citrix. Very good. Avanti. Okay. Avanti. The next, there are a lot of third-party software VPN appliances we have. At least one from each. Citrix, Avanti, then 40 client. Waiting for answers. Hello, everyone. Waiting for answers. Only 3 we have. 40 clients, Citrix, Avanti, Cisco Connect, only 4. Arcon. Okay. See, like this, we have multiple third-party software VPN appliances in the market, right? So now, folks, if I'm using VPN connections, it's always secure, even flexible and cost-effective also, right? Okay. Okay, fine. See, now we have an option called site-to-site, the first one. That's why I taken a time for site-to-site connection. Let me show you, folks, one important custom diagram for site-to-site connection. Let me show you where it is, let me show you just a minute, folks. Yes, here I have a diagram. So folks, let me tell you, this is also one of the custom diagram, even it is not available in the material section. If you want to take a snapshot, you can, right? So this custom diagram is taken from official AWS page. Again, I'm repeating, this diagram is taken from official AWS page to explain more detail about a site-to-site VPN connections. Now, folks, here you can see there are 2 different environment. The first one is on-premises VPN server, and this is AWS environment within a single VPC, right? And these are managed connections. Sometimes it is static or a dynamic also. Now, here you can see VPN connection. It's a secure connection between your on-premises equipment and your VPCs. Again, I'm repeating, VPN connections are a connection between on-premises equipments and your VPCs. Now, folks, within this VPN connection, we have VPN tunnel. So what is that VPN tunnel? It's an encrypted link where the data can passes from customer network to AWS network. It's a encrypted link where it passes a data from on-premises to AWS network. Do you know, folks, which particular protocol we are using in VPN connection? Any idea? What kind of a protocol we are using in VPN connections? Gateway? No. No. Any idea which protocol we are using? Very good, Vimal. Very good, Vimal Singh. It's IPsec protocol. Exactly correct. So in this VPN connection, always we are using IPsec protocol, right? So now, folks, here you can see customer gateway device. Actually, this customer gateway device is a physical device or a software application on customer side. On customer side, that too on-premises server. Again, I'm repeating, this customer gateway device, it's a physical device or a software application on site-to-site VPN connection in on-premises server. Now, here we have virtual private gateway. Virtual private gateway is the VPN endpoint at the AWS site in a site-to-site VPN connection. And let me tell you, folks, this virtual private gateway can be connected to only single VPC, not more than that. Virtual private gateway is a VPN endpoint at the Amazon site, right? In your site-to-site VPN connection, it can be attached to only single VPC. If I want to connect with the multiple VPC, which particular approach I can use here? If I want to connect with the multiple VPC, which particular approach I can use here? Transit gateway? Hear me, Cloud Hub? Are you sure? Multiple on-premises, multiple. Do you have multiple on-premises here, Yomi? Do you have multiple on-premises here? The scenario I'm talking now. Do you have multiple on-premises? No, right? We don't have a multiple on-premises. I have only single on-premises. Single on-premises with a multiple VPC. So transit here, I can connect a transit gateway. Using a transit gateway, I can connect with the multiple VPCs, right? Virtual private gateway can be used for single VPC. Transit gateway, if I want to connect multiple VPC, at that time transit gateway, right? So why we have two endpoints? What is the reason? Why we have two endpoints? What is the main reason behind that? Why we have two endpoints? What is the main reason? Side to side? No, that is totally different strategy, Riju. We are talking about VPN, and my question is why these two endpoints? Why we have two endpoints? What is the main reason behind that? One is accept and one is send. Private is send. Public, private and public. No. Why we have two endpoints? Folks, let me tell you, the two endpoints are for high availability purpose. If one of the endpoint goes down, the second is ready to provide a service. That is the power of two endpoints, right? Now, folks, here we have one more strategy. This is all about the VPN connections, what we are completed. We have one more strategy called direct connect. Direct connect. So what is direct connect? Direct connect is one of the cloud service solution that establish a dedicated network connection. Again, I'm repeating, folks. AWS Direct Connect is a service that establish a dedicated network connection from your users on-premises to AWS network. Many times you will get the question in the Solution Architect Associate examination. which is dedicated connection to connect from on-premises to AWS. Dedicated means direct connect. Dedicated means direct connect. Many times I heard this question in the examination. Right? So let me tell you folks, direct connect, here we are using a physical cabling to connect from on-premises environment to AWS environment. And let me tell you, physical cabling, that to fiber optic cables with the speed of 1 Gbps, 10 Gbps, and up to 100 Gbps link. Right? And here, some of the things you have to consider. What are those? You have to take a special permission from government. Special permission from government. Then you have to make a SLA, service level agreement. Right? And even, yeah, special agreement from the government authorities, special service level agreement, and you have to take the permission from local authorities because you are going to put the separate fiber optic cables here, right? So usually this type of cabling, who is doing, folks? Who all are the users? Who all are the users of this kind of a connections? Even if you see, some people like especially Geo is putting some lease lines. So who all are the users of direct connect? Exactly, Prashant. ISP, internet service providers, right? So you have to take the permission from government, service level agreements, local authorities permissions. Then see, these are dedicated connectivity. Whether you are using or not using, you have to pay for it, right? Let me consider one example. Zainam, Zainam, right? Zainam is one of the solution architect for their organization. And right now she is working in Hyderabad, right? So now she's working in Hyderabad. Now, because of some work, 1 month she is shifted to Bangalore. And in Hyderabad, she is using Geo fiber connection, right? And after 1 month, back to Hyderabad. So, folks, now she got the bill. So now in Geo fiber connectivity, once she's back, she got the bill. Now Zainam can say that I was not there for this 1 month, I can't pay the bill. Do you think is it possible? I'll not pay the bill because I was not there in my home, so I'm not going to pay for this bill. Why? Because this is dedicated connectivity, whether you're using or not using. Because this is dedicated connectivity, whether you're using or not using, you have to pay for it. Like that. So here you are going to pay for ports. A particular dedicated ports are allocated to you. So whether you're using or not using, you have to pay for it. Right? Now, you can see on-premises AWS environment, right? So here we have direct connect location, which consists of customer router and AWS router. As you know that a router can route a traffic from on-premises to AWS side and AWS side to on-premises. The task of customer router and AWS router. It routes a traffic from AWS environment to custom on-premises environment and on-premises to AWS environment. And let me tell you folks, the speed of these router, so the speed of these links are 10, 100 up to 100 Gbps of a links, right? So folks, when I'm using this direct connection, what are the benefits I'll get? First, here we have a reduced bandwidth cost, easy to use, right? And a very important, it's a private connectivity from on-premises to VPC. And the very important, always the performance will be consistent, right? Always you will get the consistent network performance because it's a dedicated network connectivity. So now folks, if you compare site to site and direct connect, which one is costly? Which one is costly? If I talk about the pricing, direct connect, why? Direct connect, then why? What is the reason? Because it's a dedicated connectivity hardware requirement. Exactly. There are multiple factors we have for the evaluation. Even you can say that if I want to calculate the estimation, there are multiple things we have, like how many dedicated connections you are using, how many hosted connections you are using, how much amount of a data is transferred, how much, like there is one more thing called TCO calculator, total cost of ownership, then AWS pricing calculator. These all things are considered when you are using direct connect. Then only you are going to pay for this direct connect. Absolutely correct. Direct connect is costly, right? Now, folks, if I take the differences between site to site and direct connect, what are the differences we have? Let me take from your end. Okay, CloudFront. There is a question. What is that? Sujay, which to use in which scenario? Okay. See, if I talk about the site to site connections, right? Site to site VPN, these are best suited for small to medium workloads, that too for development or a testing environment, or let us consider if you are taking some backup or failover, right? So at that time, you can go with site to site VPN, right? Even when you need to fast setup or with the low cost, at that time also you can go with site to site. Direct connect. So direct connect is best for large data transfer workload. For example, analytics, storage replications, huge amount of backups, right? And let us consider in some of the example, you have production enterprise application, which needs some consistent performance, right? And one more example, if I consider, what is that? Yeah, compliance in driven environments like financial or healthcare. In some situation, like when I'm dealing with hybrid cloud setup with high throughput demand, in this situation, you can go with direct connect. I hope you got the idea, Sujay. Clear, Sujay? Okay. Now, folks, we have a topic called CloudFront. CloudFront. So how many regions we have? How many regions we have? It's 38. It's 38 now. How many availability zones? Correct, Prashant. 120. Exactly correct. Earlier, it was 37. It was 117. Now it's 38 and 120. The new region was added, newslet, right? So edge locations, we have a CloudFront edge locations, 700 plus edge locations are available around the world. Now, folks, CloudFront is global content delivery network service. CloudFront is global content delivery network service, which is specially designed to securely and efficiently distribute a content to the end users. To the end users, right? And ensuring low latency plus high transfer speed. High transfer speed. Again, I'm repeating, folks. I request all the participants. I know that the last 20 to 25 minutes are too much crucial. I know that. Even that also, I'm taking everyone into the confidence. Let me explain the topic. I hope all are with me, folks. I know that the last half an hour it's too difficult sometimes after 3.5 hours completion of a session, but I'll try my best to make it as more interactive, folks. All are with me? Can I get the quick information? Hello, everyone. All are with me now. Can I get the quick information? Yes. So now, folks, CloudFront. CloudFront is nothing but a global content delivery network service, right? Which is specially designed to securely and efficiently distribute a content to whom? To end user, ensuring low latency. Low latency means low delay and high transfer speed, right? So as you know that it's a global content delivery network service. The primary function is to accelerate the delivery of web content. To accelerate the delivery of web content, including images, videos, APIs, and other assets that to around the world, right? Now, let me show you one simple diagram to explain this. So folks, these all are my regions. Okay, these all are my regions. Now, Vimal Singh is available in Mumbai region. Okay, he's available in Mumbai. Okay, so these all are my regions. Total 38 regions are available. And these all are my edge locations. So total 700 plus edge locations we have, right? Now, Vimal Singh stored a document called example.com. Example.com in North Virginia region. This is my North Virginia region. Okay. So folks, now when Vimal Singh is requesting for example.com, always it checks in the edge location first, which is nearest to the customer. Again, I'm repeating, edge location which checks within nearest to the user, right? So now the nearest edge location is this one for Vimal Singh. Example.com is available in this? No, the document is not available. Now, here we have origin server. Origin server. So what is that origin server? Origin server is nothing but a place where exactly your data is stored. Now, the origin server might be any S3 buckets or any web server, right? So now in my case, I have S3 bucket. So example.com file is available, right? Now, when Vimal Singh is requesting for example.com, first it check in the edge location. If the document is not available, then it check it out in the origin server in North Virginia region. Now the bucket is available in North Virginia, right? Now the result is fetched and provided to the customer. So before providing to the customer, it catches the content in the edge location, then it provided to the customer. Parallelly, right? Let me show you with one more similar diagram. See, when Vimal Singh is requesting example.com, first it check it out in the edge location. If the document is not available here, it check it out in the origin server. Folks, I hope my pace is fine. I hope my pace is fine to all the participants. Hello, everyone. I hope my pace is fine to everyone, right? Okay. When Vimal Singh is searching for example.com, then first it check it out in the nearest edge location to the user. The document is not available, and now it check it out in the origin server. Origin server, right? So now once the document is found, then result will be provided in the edge locations. Edge locations are nothing but which stores a frequently accessed data to the customer, near to the customer, right? Now, after receiving the document in the edge location, parallelly it start transferring a data to the Vimal Singh, right? And next time when Vimal Singh is trying to fetch the data example.com, the result will be provided from edge location. This operation will be not performed, right? Might be you have the question, sir, what about the edge location? How many hours the object will be available here? By default, 24 hours the object will be available. If you want to customize the object duration, there is a concept of TTL, where you can customize a default time, minimum time, and maximum time. Minimum, maximum, default time you can customize, where you can store the object. So now, folks, can I say that by using this acceleration, I'm achieving a caching a content strategically located in this edge location. I'm reducing the distance between the user and the data what we are requesting. Can I say that? Folks, can I say that I'm reducing the distance between the user and the data what they are requested? Right? So how we are achieving this acceleration? By caching a content strategically located at the edge locations. then only it's possible. Then only it's possible, right? Now, what are the steps we have for a CloudFront? Let me specify the steps, how to create a CloudFront distribution. First, you have to specify origin server. First, you have to specify origin server. Then upload file to origin server. Then we have third step called create CloudFront distribution. Okay. So folks, if you want to perform the CloudFront distribution, there are three steps. Specify the origin server, S3 bucket, upload a file into the S3, then create a CloudFront distribution, right? These three steps I'm going to show you in the console. Now, folks, if I talk about the use cases, CloudFront can be used in static website content delivery. Folks, can I use CloudFront in on-demand videos and live streaming videos? Are you with me? Can I use CloudFront in YouTube Live, Facebook Live? Folks, yes, 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 100% yes, 100% yes. As I clearly specified at the beginning itself, it deals with the all kind of a data, either it is video, images, audio, anything, right? So you can serve on a on-demand videos and even live streaming video. Let me take one best example. Folks, how many of you remember last 3 years back, IPL was hosted by Hotstar? Anyone? Last 2 to 3 years back, IPL was hosted by. So folks, how many of you remember IPL was hosted by Hotstar? Do you know behind the scene, CloudFront? CloudFront was the strategy. They are caching the content near to the user, right? Let me tell you, folks, Amazon Prime, Snapchat, and even many more organization and the what do you call a specific customers right now they are using Hotstar, right? Amazon Prime is also one of the customer of cloud CloudFront service, right? Now, folks, same thing. Let me show you in the console. Yeah, let me show you if you have. Let me show you that CloudFront, right? CloudFront. See, Cloudinary, Amazon, Double XL, then Mesh, Hulu, then Prime Video, Amazon Geo Savan, Saw Music, Net Media Works. There are different many organizations right now they are using CloudFront, right? So let me share this URL with you people. Customers of CloudFront right now in the market. You can see there are a lot of customers are available, right? So let me show you the same thing in the console. So what is the first step, folks? What is the first step? What is the first step to create a CloudFront distribution? Origin server. Exactly. Let me create a origin server now. Create a bucket. Create a bucket. Let me create a CloudFront server. Okay. Let me make it as unique. Then versioning enabled. So folks, first CloudFront server is successfully created. Now what is next? What is next? After this, After creating origin server, what is the next step? Edge. No, Edge is third. Upload a file. Folks, let me show you which file I'm uploading. I'm uploading HTML file now. You can upload anything. Let me show you. I have one simple HTML file called 11.html. Now what I'm uploading. This is my file, right? Now let me upload 11.html. Okay. So upload it and click on upload. Now, what is the next step, folks? Anyone? Create a CloudFront distribution. Very good. Now, let me create a CloudFront distribution. So let me tell you, folks, one thing here. Recently, AWS, like last week only, AWS is updated the interface, first page for CloudFront distribution. This page is updated. Apart from that, everything is same. Last week only, AWS has updated this page. Now, get started. Name, let me create demo 20. Okay. Description, it's up to you. So for what purpose I'm using? I'm using single website or application. Okay. So I don't want any domain also. Click on next. So which is my origin type? Is it S3, folks, now? My origin type is S3 now. There are multiple origin types we have. Now, right now in my scenario, I have S3. So please check it out. I am browsing my origin server. Wow, it's taking time. Why it's taking too much time? Bucket is created, right? Okay, uploaded also. Why it's taking too much time? Let me refresh one more time. My network connectivity is also fine. Okay. Am I audible, folks? Am I audible? Okay, thank you for quick information. Because, yeah, thank you so much. It's taking too much time. I'm clearly audible. Then I'm getting the message, no internet. Let me check what happened. Vimal, am I audible? Okay, thank you. Because I'm getting the message, no internet, but I'm able to. Yeah, let me check. Okay, let me check CloudFront. But to might be there is an issue. Let me check. Yes. Let's create a CloudFront distribution. And the name is demo 20. Okay. Click on next. And yes, 3. Oh my God, I think it's a issue. Oh, let me check. I'm facing the same issue. It's not loading. For everyone, folks, please check it out. For everyone stuck here. I'm also facing same slow AWS portal. Okay. Got stuck here. No buckets. Let me refresh. For me, it's working. I can see the bucket I created, selected S3 location. Okay. But for me, Riju, it's not showing. Just allow me a minute. Let me check. No buckets. There is a issue. There is a issue. I'm not able to perform any task. For CloudFront, it will be global only. Vimal. For CloudFront, it will be global only. See, unified search service is unavailable. Something went wrong with the console. Let me check. Okay, it's working for you. As I can see, I have buckets in my account, CloudFront server. Let's create one more time. Demo 20. Click on next. Folks, now my server is available. CloudFront server, right? Select this particular server. Select the particular server. That means now this is my origin server, right? So select the CloudFront server as origin. Network failure. Again, network failure. Folks, now I'm able to select the origin. I'll keep as it is. Click on next. I don't want to enable the web application firewall. Okay. Click on next. Review it and create a distribution. Folks, everyone please concentrate now. Once I clicked on create distribution, you are able to see here distributed domain name and here last modified is deploying, right? It means now my CloudFront is deploying. It takes 3 to 4 minutes of a time to deploy. So instead of waiting, folks, I request all the participants, everyone please go ahead with the task. And let me tell you, folks, once it is successfully deployed, then I'll show you the result. How you are going to understand it is deployed, you will get today's date and time. Once successfully your CloudFront distribution deployed.
And that brings us to the end of this AWS fundamental session. In this video, we explored the foundation of cloud computing and Amazon Web Service, including AWS Global Infrastructure, core services like EC2, S3, RDS, DjangoDB, IAM, EBS, load balancers, auto scaling, and advanced security concepts like encryption and access control. We also saw how AWS enables organizations to build scalable, secure, and highly available applications while optimizing cost and performance. Understanding these services is essential because they form a backbone of cloud architecture and are widely used in real-world deployments across industries. Thank you for watching. Until next time, keep learning with Simplilearn.